Chapter 64. You guys can't change your mind halfway, Zhu Chuan said with an ugly expression. How about this? Since Wu Mo has quit and Xianxia is dead, we are two less people. As long as your Zhu family pays more and doubles the reward, we will continue to do this mission. The head of the Een Mountain, 3 Ghosts, rolled his eyes and said, Double the price? Zhu Chuan looked troubled. Double the price, 6 people, that would be 2 million taels of silver. Even if the Zhu family had a large business, it was still a huge expense. If you don't want to pay, then forget it. The head of the Een Mountain, 3 Ghosts, said, Wait a minute, I'll pay. Zhu Chuan gritted his teeth. I think it's better to pay half of the deposit first. Su Feiyun added, Pay half of the deposit first. Zhu Chuan looked hesitant. Second elder, let's pay first? The safety of a young miss is important. Uncle Fu said. This Uncle Fu was the coachman of the young miss of the Zhu family. Okay, then pay half of it first. Zhu Chuan gritted his teeth, then returned to the tent and took out a stack of silver notes. Each note was 10,000 taels, and he gave each of Lu Ming and the others 100,000 taels. Lu Ming naturally took it without hesitation. Haha, since that's the case, I think we should take turns to be on guard, in case the Zhou family comes to sneak attack. After receiving the silver, the Een Mountain 3 Ghosts and the others all smiled. Immediately, Zhu Chuan ordered the guards of the Zhu family to be on full alert. Naturally, someone went to deal with Xianxia's body. Lu Ming looked at the tent of the young miss of the Lu family, and a strange look appeared in his eyes. He always felt that this matter was very strange. Moreover, the young miss of the Zhu family had been out for a few days, and they hadn't even seen her face. She hid in the carriage all day, acting mysteriously. Zhu Chuan said that the young miss of the Zhu family was not in good health during this period of time, and she was afraid of catching a cold. Lu Ming thought for a while, and discussed with the Een Mountain 3 Ghosts how to arrange for taking turns to be on guard, and then returned to the tent. In the second half of the night, Lu Ming went out to be on guard. There was no movement for the night. The next day, they continued on the road. The next few days were calm and peaceful. On the 8th day, everyone was already close to the Dark Blood Mountain. The terrain gradually became desolate. At this point, everyone was on full alert and on full alert. Whoosh, whoosh. When they passed by a mountain path, sharp sounds of something breaking through the air suddenly came from both sides. A dense barrage of arrows shot towards them. Not good, enemy attack. Defend with all your might. Zhu Chuan shouted. On the other hand, Lu Ming, Su Feiyun, and the others had already leaped into the air. Sword lights flashed, and the arrows were cut in half in midair. Then, their true chi burst out and wrapped around the broken arrows. The arrows were reflected back at a speed faster than they were shot at. Then, a blood-curdling scream was heard. Rumble. At this moment, the sound of horse hooves came from the front, stirring up a cloud of dust. It was a group of over 100 people on war horses, rumbling as they approached. A group of people appeared in front of them. They were all strong and sturdy men. Their bodies were full of baleful aura, revealing that their cultivations were not weak. They were not something ordinary people could compare to. Hand over all your treasures and women, and you can get lost. The leader of the group, a burly man with a full beard, roared. Sure enough, they had encountered bandits. I think you're the ones who should get lost. Su Feiyun shouted loudly and pounced out like lightning. His movement technique was very fast. Whoosh. Then, a sword light cut through the air and slashed towards the leader of the bandits. So powerful. The leader's expression changed drastically. He pulled out his broadsword and barely blocked a few moves before he was killed by his Su Feiyun's sword. The 9th master has been killed. Retreat. The other bandits were shocked. They retreated like a swarm of bees and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Aren't these bandits too weak? Su Feiyun walked back and curled his lips. Young hero Su, it's not that the bandits are weak. It's just that the stronger ones haven't appeared yet. The leader of the Een Mountain 3 Ghosts said. They had roamed the world for many years and knew that these bandits were not that simple. Next, be on full alert. Don't be careless. Zhu Chuan instructed. Yes. The guards of the Zhu family responded. Then, everyone continued to move forward. Sure enough, not long after, the deafening sound of horse hooves could be heard. They're here. Everyone knew that the Real challenge was coming. There's no end to these bandits. This time I'll kill them all. Su Feiyun's eyes flashed with a trace of fierceness. Rumble. In the midst of the dust, hundreds of people appeared in front of them. So many people? Everyone's heart skipped a beat. Hundreds of people were densely packed in front of them. Who is it that dares to kill my 9th brother? Come out and die. The leader of the bandits was 7 feet tall. His body was full of muscles, and he carried a broadsword on his back. His voice was loud like a bell, and his aura was oppressive. Leader, it's that pretty boy who killed him. One of the bandits pointed at Su Feiyun and shouted. So it's you. Pretty boy, come out and die. The leader roared. I think you're the one who's going to die. Su Feiyun was proud and arrogant. At this time, he was looked down upon by a bandit. Suddenly, a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. He jumped down for the greenscale horse and unsheathed his sword, charging towards the leader. Kill! The leader shouted. His tall figure also jumped down from the war horse, and the broadsword in his hand slashed out a pale white blade light. Clang! The blade and sword clashed. Su Feiyun's body trembled, and he was forced to retreat. How can he be so strong? Su Feiyun's face changed drastically. Trash! Kill! 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 The great head roared and slashed out with his saber. He slashed out a dozen times in a row. The blade light whistled and enveloped Su Feiyun's body. Flying cloud, sword technique. Su Feiyun used all his strength and used the flying cloud sword technique. However, he still couldn't stop the leader. In just 10 moves, Su Feiyun was sent flying, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The leader's cultivation had reached the peak of the 6th level of the martial master realm. I'll deal with him. The leader of the 3 ghosts of Xianxia moved and rushed out. He used an iron rod and smashed it fiercely at the leader of the bandits. The iron rod smashed down, making a whistling sound as if the air was about to be smashed. The leader of the 3 ghosts of Xianxia was also at the peak of the 6th level of the martial master realm. It could be said that his cultivation was the highest among them. Clang! The blade and the iron rod clashed, and the 2 of them took 3 steps back. There's actually an expert like you. But do you think you can do anything by yourself? Kill! The leader of the bandits waved his hand, and hundreds of bandits rushed over. Protect the eldest miss. Zhu Chuan roared. Dozens of Zhu family guards surrounded the carriage of the eldest miss of the Zhu family. Swish! Lu Ming's eyes turned cold, and he rushed out. Chi. He used the flowing light sword technique, and it was as fast as lightning. Every sword strike would cut the throat of several bandits. Chapter 65. Die! A burly man wielded a large axe and hacked at Lu Ming. This burly man was at the 5th level of the martial master realm. He was definitely a leader among the bandits. However, the 5th level of the martial master realm was nothing in Lu Ming's eyes. With a slight sway of his body, he dodged the axe. Then, with a flash of sword light, the burly man's throat was cut off. Chi. Sword Chi crisscrossed, and no one was a match for him. In the blink of an eye, dozens of people died at Lu Ming's hands. The other 2 members of the Yin Mountain 3 ghosts and Su Feiyun's side were about the same. Other than the leader, the other bandits were only at the peak of the 5th level of the martial master realm. They were not a match for them at all. Even if there were more people, it was useless. In just a moment, hundreds of people were killed. Not good. The enemy is too strong. Retreat! The leader roared. He had exchanged hundreds of blows with the Yin Mountain 3 ghosts, but there was no clear victor. He knew that he had kicked an iron plate today and prepared to retreat. Swish! At this moment, a figure jumped out from among the bandits like lightning and pounced towards the Zhu family's eldest daughter's carriage. This figure's speed was unbelievably fast. With a wave of his hand, true energy burst forth. It was even stronger than the leader's. 7th level of the martial master realm. The second brother of the Yin Mountain 3 ghosts shouted. Puff! Puff! The strongest of the Zhu family guards was only at the 1st level of the martial master realm. It was impossible for them to contend against such an expert. More than 10 people were killed by the powerful true energy. It seemed that the figure was about to pounce on the Zhu family's eldest daughter's carriage. At this moment, the coachman, Uncle Fu, let out a long howl. "Zhou Linshan, I knew you would come." Following that, Uncle Fu also leaped up and erupted with a powerful aura. He exchanged a few blows with the figure from before in the air. Boom! Boom! After a few consecutive explosions, energy overflowed in all directions. The two of them landed on the ground and retreated a few steps. This coachman is also at the 7th level of the martial master realm. Lu Ming, Su Feiyun, and the others were all shocked. At this moment, everyone saw that the figure who launched the sneak attack was an old man of about 60 years old. Zhu Bing, hand over the vitality replenishing pill and Tong. Zhou Linshan shouted, "Hand it over? Let's see if you have the ability to do so." The coachman said coldly. At this moment, his body was no longer stooped. His figure was perfectly straight, and his aura was oppressive. Ta-ta-ta. The sound of horses galloping could be heard continuously. Then, a large group of people appeared on the mountain path. There were also figures flashing in the surrounding forest. In total, there were a few hundred people. They're all experts. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. He could tell that the people who appeared later were not the same as the bandits. They were all elites, well-trained, and powerful. Those bandits' faces were extremely ugly. The great leader shouted, "Everyone, your matter has nothing to do with us. Can you let us leave?" He wanted to cry. He was baffled. Wasn't it just a robbery? Putting aside the fact that he had encountered a group of experts, there was now a group of them. Zhou Linshan waved his hand and said, "Let them go." Immediately, those people opened up a path for the bandits to escape. After the bandits fled, 7 elders walked in front of Zhou Shanlin and bowed. "Patriarch, Patriarch Zhou." Lu Ming and the others' eyes moved, and they all retreated to the side of the carriage. "Zhou Linshan, it seems that your Zhou family is going all out this time." The coachman laughed without a trace of fear. "Zhu Bing, as the ancestor of the Zhu family, you actually played such a trick. How despicable." Zhou Linshan said with a gloomy face. "What? The ancestor of the Zhu family? The coachman is actually the ancestor of the Zhu family?" Yin San, 3 ghosts, Su Feiyun, and the others were shocked. They looked at the coachman, who was the ancestor of the Zhu family, Zhu Bing with a puzzled face. But wasn't the ancestor of the Zhu family seriously injured and waiting for rescue in the Dark Blood Mountain? Could it be that everything the Zhu family said was false? Lu Ming's eyes revealed a trace of light. Sure enough, something was wrong. He had always felt that something was very strange. "Zhu Chuan, what's going on?" The leader of the 3 ghosts looked at Zhu Chuan gloomily. But Zhu Chuan smiled coldly and stood behind Zhu Bing. "Everyone, it seems that you've been deceived by the Zhu family. I'll tell you the truth. The person in the carriage is my granddaughter, Zhou Tong. Tong, Er's father, was injured and needed the vitality replenishing pill. She went to buy it, but she didn't expect to be caught by the Zhu family when she bought the vitality replenishing pill. Everyone, this matter is between my Zhou family and the Zhu family. It has nothing to do with you. I hope that you won't interfere. No matter how much money the Zhu family gave you, I'm willing to compensate you double." Zhou Linshan cupped his fists and said, "What?" Su Feiyun and the others were a little stunned. The truth was completely opposite to what the Zhu family said. "Zhu Bing, Zhu Chuan, you dare to deceive us? We, the 3 ghosts of the Yin Mountain, are not so easy to deceive." The leader of the 3 ghosts of the Yin Mountain said coldly. His face was very ugly. The others were the same. "If we don't do this, how can we lure out the Zhou family and make them come out in full force?" Zhu Bing smiled coldly. At this time, the sound of something breaking through the air came from the surrounding forest. Then, one figure after another appeared and surrounded the Zhou family. "Zhu Bing, you really did have an ambush, but your Zhu family and my Zhou family's strength are on par. Do you think you can destroy my Zhou family like this?" Zhou Linshan said. Zhu Bing smiled and said, My Zhu clan is naturally unable to annihilate your Zhou clan by itself. But with the addition of the others, so long as they perish together with the elders of your Zhou clan, then would your Zhou clan still be a match for me? Huh? What? Zhu Bing, you actually want us to die together with the Zhou family's elders? I think you're crazy, right? Now, give us the rest of the reward, and we'll turn around and leave. I don't want to get involved in the mess between your two families. The leader of the three ghosts of the Yin Mountain looked at Zhu Bing as if he was looking at a madman. That's right. Give me the rest of the silver, and I can let bygones be bygones. Su Feiyun's face was also very ugly. He was actually played around by the Zhu family. He secretly decided that after returning, he must lead the people of the Flying Cloud sect to teach the Zhu family a lesson. Lu Ming did not speak. He felt that things were not that simple. Give us silver, and you still want to leave? If you leave, how can I destroy the Zhou family? Zhu Bing smiled coldly. Old Zhu, are you fucking dreaming? Well, you don't want to give me the silver, right? I'll leave now, but I'm afraid you can't bear the anger of my Flying Cloud sect. Su Feiyun was furious and turned to leave. Leave? Can you leave? You're poisoned now, and you still want to leave? You're dreaming. Zhu Bing smiled coldly. Su Feiyun's body suddenly trembled. He turned around and looked at Zhu Bing in disbelief, saying, You dare to poison me? The faces of the three ghosts of the Yin Mountain, including the middle-aged woman, were also very ugly. Chapter 66. That's impossible. I've checked every meal that we've eaten. There's no poison at all. The second brother of the Yin Mountain, three ghosts shouted. Old 2, I know you're a poison expert. Moreover, you Yin Mountain three ghosts have been roaming the underworld for many years and are very cautious. You're not as gullible as these kids. Do you think I'll give you a normal poison? Have you heard of the soul-devouring parasite? Zhu Bing smiled faintly. What? Parasite poison? Could it be the southern wasteland parasite poison? Old 2 exclaimed. Ah, that's right. I paid a huge price for this soul-devouring parasite. The soul-devouring parasite is just an extremely tiny parasite. It's impossible to distinguish it when it's placed in the food. Moreover, the common poison testing method is ineffective. Zhu Bing smiled proudly. Damn it. Old man, hand over the antidote. Otherwise, I'll destroy your entire Zhu family. Su Feiyun roared furiously. Zhu Bing said faintly, Unfortunately, there's no antidote for the soul-devouring parasite. What? No antidote? Yin Mountain, three ghosts, Su Feiyun, and the woman's faces were as pale as paper without a trace of blood. Old man, I'll kill you. Su Feiyun revealed a look of despair and pounced toward Zhu Bing. Squeak, squeak, squeak. At this moment, Zhu Bing suddenly made a strange sound. As soon as this sound came out, Su Feiyun's body suddenly stiffened. He then hugged his head with both hands and let out a shrill scream. It hurts. Su Feiyun roared as he waved his long sword wildly and let out shrill screams. In just a few breaths, when Zhu Bing's voice stopped, Su Feiyun also stopped. However, his eyes were dull, as if he had lost his soul and stood there in a daze. Ha! You've been poisoned by the soul-devouring parasite. You're now my puppet, and you still want to resist? Zhu Bing sneered. No. Yin Mountain three ghosts couldn't believe their eyes. Zhu Bing, there's a disciple of the Mystic Essence Sword Sect here. How dare you attack a disciple of the Mystic Essence Sword Sect? If this news gets out, your entire Zhu family will be destroyed. Old Yin Mountain shouted unwillingly. So what if you're from the Mystic Essence Sword Sect? As long as you're dead, Zhou family. All right, you guys can go together now. Zhu Bing said. Then, a squeaking sound came from his mouth. The Yin Mountain three ghosts and the others let out shrill screams. Attack! Zhou Linshan shouted and wanted to rush over to stop them, but the Yin Mountain three ghosts were all crazy and terrifying. They exchanged a few blows with the Zhou clan people, and the Zhou clan people were forced to retreat. Even after being poisoned by the goo poison, he was no longer afraid of death. Even his battle prowess had increased by a level. But at this moment, Zhu Bing cried out in disbelief, Lu Ming, why are you fine? At this moment, Lu Ming's face was calm as he stood there, watching everything. What's up? Why would something happen to me? I'm not poisoned, Lu Ming said with a smile. Not poisoned? That's impossible. I've checked every single time. You've eaten every single meal. How can you not be poisoned? Zhu Bing screamed in disbelief. Lu Ming and the others had their own tents. Every meal was sent to them by Zhu Bing, and he had checked every single time to ensure that nothing went wrong. He clearly remembered that Lu Ming had eaten every single meal. Have you forgotten that there are storage rings in this world? Lu Ming smiled faintly. Storage ring? No wonder, no wonder. The disciples of the Mystic Essence Sword sect are indeed extraordinary. You even have a storage ring at such a young age. It seems that your status in the Mystic Essence Sword sect is not ordinary. Zhu Bing came to a realization. Of all his calculations, he had forgotten about the storage ring. Storage rings were not common goods. On the contrary, they were extremely rare and were basically monopolized by the major forces. Even if one had money, they couldn't buy them. For people like the Een Mountain Three Ghosts, they could still take out hundreds of thousands of silver taels, but they didn't have storage rings because there was no place to buy them. There was a price, but no market. But why are you so cautious? Even if you have a storage ring, you can't not eat it all, right? Zhu Bing asked curiously. Because there's something wrong with you. Lu Ming smiled faintly. From the first day we set off, I felt that something was wrong. The dignified Miss Zhu didn't dare to let anyone see her. Although you said that it was because she wasn't feeling well, there was nothing I could do. I'm a careful person, so I could only eat the dry food I brought. After that, Xianxia was killed. That's even more suspicious. I observe him on the way. That old man Xianxia kept glancing at the carriage. I reckon that he's a pervert. Moreover, he's seen Miss Zhu before. So that night, Xianxia probably couldn't resist his lust and wanted to touch Miss Zhu. After that, he must have found out that this Miss Zhu was fake. That's why he was killed. How could an ordinary person kill him so easily? Now that I think about it, the one who killed him was you. Also, as far as I know, your Zhu family is not weak, but you only sent a few guards to escort me. Moreover, they're also weak. This is even more suspicious. With so many suspicious points, how could I dare to eat the food you sent? Lu Ming's analysis was clear and logical. Sigh, it's not easy to earn some money these days. In the end, Lu Ming let out a long sigh. Haha, I didn't expect you to be so meticulous at such a young age. But even if you weren't poisoned, so what? Today you still have to die. Zhu Bing's eyes were full of killing intent. With a move of his hand, a long spear appeared in Zhu Bing's hand. Attack! Zhu Bing ordered. The experts of the Zhu family moved one after another and fought with the people of the Zhou family. At the same time, a squeaking sound came from his mouth. The three ghosts of Yinshan and the others let out beast-like roars and pounced on Zhou Linshan and the 7 elders of the Zhou family. Thus, a chaotic battle began. As soon as they started, the Zhou family was completely at a disadvantage. The 3 ghosts of Yinshan and the others were not afraid of death. They erupted with terrifying battle strength and entangled Zhou Linshan and the elders of the Zhou family. However, the elders of the Zhou family were free to kill the other experts of the Zhou family, as if they were taking something from their pocket. Lu Ming, let me personally send you on your way. Bang! Zhu Bing stomped his foot and rushed toward Lu Ming like a cannonball. The long spear in his hand was like a bolt of lightning, stabbing straight at Lu Ming's throat. Swoosh! The long sword was unsheathed and the sword light exploded, colliding with the long spear. With a clang, Lu Ming's figure did not move, but Zhu Bing took 3 steps back. Zhu Bing's eyes were filled with disbelief as he roared. How is this possible? How can a mere 5th-level martial master be so strong? He was at the early 7th-level martial master, 2 levels higher than Lu Ming. It was simply unbelievable that he was repelled by Lu Ming in one move. Even a disciple of the Mystic Essence Sword sect could not be so strong, right? Compared to Ningfeng, it's still a little lacking. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Chapter 67. I must kill him. This Lu Ming is definitely the top genius of the Mystic Essence Sword sect. If he escapes, the Zhu family will be annihilated. Zhu Bing roared in his heart, as the killing intent in his eyes intensified. Boom! A powerful aura burst out as Zhu Bing activated his bloodline eruption. Zhu Bing's bloodline was a red snake, a rank 3 bloodline. After the bloodline eruption, his combat power increased by 30%. Die. Astral Fire Spear Art. Fire Dance. Zhu Bing rushed towards Lu Ming. With a wave of the spear in his hand, flaming flowers appeared and enveloped Lu Ming's body. Ultimate Flowing Light. Lu Ming used the fastest move of the Flowing Light Sword Art. Rays of sword light slashed out towards the flaming flowers. Clang! Clang! Dense sounds of collision rang out as sparks flew in all directions. Lu Ming's figure retreated a few steps. Such a powerful spear art. The power of this spear art has already surpassed my Flowing Light Sword Art. Lu Ming's expression changed slightly. He had already cultivated the Flowing Light Sword Art to the 5th level. Could it be that Zhu Bing had also cultivated a yellow class upper martial skill to the 6th level? Otherwise, how could he be so strong? Astral Fire Spear Art, Chasing Lightning. Zhu Bing's figure swayed slightly as he thrust his spear towards Lu Ming. This spear was unbelievably fast, like a red lightning bolt. The spear pierced through the air and made an ear-piercing sound. Lu Ming took a step forward and used the dragon snake steps to dodge the spear. Chi. Astral Fire Spear Art. Moon Seizing. After his spear missed, Zhu Bing's spear momentum changed as he swept his spear out. The spear swept out like a crescent moon. Clang! Lu Ming blocked with his sword and retreated at the same time, borrowing the force of the attack. This Zhu Bing's actual combat power is not as strong as Ning Feng's, but with this spear art, his strength is slightly above Ning Feng's. No, I must end this quickly. Lu Ming's mind raced. At this moment, the Zhou clan had already fallen into a disadvantageous position. He couldn't wait any longer. Otherwise, when the Zhou clan's elders were free to attack him together, he would have a headache. Thinking of this, Lu Ming rushed towards Zhu Bing. At the same time, his body flashed with a bloody light. Bloodline explosion. Die. Astral Fire Spear Art. Broken armor. Zhu Bing's spear stabbed towards Lu Ming. The tip of the spear faintly had a rotating, cutting force. But Lu Ming didn't care. He just needed to avoid the real spear tip. Clang! Lu Ming swung his sword and blocked the spear. Then, he slid forward along the spear and punched out. He completely ignored the rotating, cutting power of the spear. Lu Ming's bloodline was now at the 4th rank. When his bloodline activated, his battle prowess increased by 40%. This punch was unstoppable. Although Zhu Bing struck out with his other hand, he could only muster 50% of his true chi in a hurry. How could he block Lu Ming? Bang! With a loud bang, Zhu Bing's body shook violently. He retreated a dozen steps and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale. Swoosh! Lu Ming executed the dragon snake steps. He covered 70 feet in one step and appeared in front of Zhu Bing instantly. A ray of sword gleam flashed past like a flying immortal. Pucci! Zhu Bing's head flew far away. His eyes were wide open and filled with disbelief. The Zhu family's ancestor, Zhu Bing, had tried his best, but he was killed by Lu Ming in a single strike. This Zhu family's ancestor actually has a storage ring. That's good for me. He saw clearly that the Zhu family's ancestor's spear appeared out of thin air. But thinking about it, the Zhu family's ancestor had lived for so many years. It was possible for him to find a way to get a storage ring. Lu Ming walked to Zhu Bing's corpse and took off the ring on his finger. He kept it in the Temple of Paragon. Then, a devouring force was produced and devoured Zhu Bing's blood essence. Ancestor. The ancestor is dead. The Zhu family's ancestor was killed, and the Zhu family was in chaos. Roar. Kill. Without the control of the Zhu family's ancestor, the Yin Mountain 3 ghosts and the rest roared and attacked randomly. Whether it was the Zhu family or the Zhou family, they attacked without any order. They were like crazy beasts. Retreat. At this moment, the Zhou family's patriarch, Zhou Linshan, and the rest quickly retreated and then attacked the rest of the Zhu family. Lu Ming's eyes were like lightning as he looked around and sneered, "Zhu family. I, Lu Ming, am not that easy to deceive. You have to pay the price for deceiving me." Swoosh! Lu Ming's figure flashed, and he charged towards the Zhu family's elders. Pucci! Pucci! The Zhu family's elders were all rank 6 martial masters, but they were no match for Lu Ming. Lu Ming's sword light flashed, leaving behind corpses. Their blood essence was devoured by Lu Ming. After killing the Zhu family's elders, Lu Ming did not continue to attack. Instead, his figure flashed, and he focused on devouring the blood essence of those who had died in battle. As long as they were martial masters and above, their blood essence would be devoured by him. Hoo-hoo, waves of energy surged out from the bloodline and entered his body. They were absorbed by Lu Ming and transformed into true qi. When all the blood essence was refined, Lu Ming's cultivation level was raised to the peak of the intermediate 5th level martial master. He was 1 step away from the late 5th level martial master. At this moment, the battle was coming to an end. The Zhu family's patriarch and several elders were all killed by Lu Ming. How could the remaining elders be a match for Zhou Linshan and the rest? They were all killed one by one. Seeing this, the other Zhu family disciples lost their morale and fled for their lives. On the mountain path and in the forest, corpses were left behind. The smell of blood filled the air, and it was like purgatory on earth. In this battle, the Zhu family left behind more than 200 corpses, while the Zhou family also lost more than 100 people. However, the upper echelons of the Zhou family did not die, while the upper echelons of the Zhu family were almost all dead. One could imagine that after this battle, the Zhu family would definitely be annexed by the Zhou family. However, Lu Ming did not care about all of this. Roar! Roar! The Yin Mountain 3 ghosts, Su Fiyun and the rest were still roaring, but they had obviously exhausted their strength and collapsed on the ground. Soon, they stopped breathing. "Young hero, thank you for saving me this time." At this moment, Zhou Linshan walked over and cupped his fist to Lu Ming. He bowed and sincerely thanked him. If Lu Ming had not taken action this time and killed the patriarch of the Zhu family and a few elders of the Zhu family, the outcome would have been completely reversed. He was sincerely grateful to Lu Ming. "Patriarch Zhou, you're welcome. I was just protecting myself." Inside, he smiled and cupped his hands. Zhou Linshan smiled, but when his gaze landed on the sword in Lu Ming's hand, his expression suddenly changed, and he cried out involuntarily, "Heavenly Star Sword, why is the Heavenly Star Sword in your hands?" As soon as these words came out, Lu Ming's heart suddenly trembled. His eyes flashed, and he said, "How do you know the name of this sword? Do you know my father?" "Your father? Are you Brother Yuntian's son?" Zhou Linshan was pleasantly surprised. "That's right. I am Lu Yuntian's son." Lu Ming stared closely at Zhou Linshan. "Ha. Back then, I personally gave this Heavenly Star sword to your mother. How could I not know the name of this sword?" Chapter 68. Upon hearing this, Lu Ming's eyes widened, and he said anxiously, "Are you saying that you were the one who gave my mother this sword back then?" "That's right." Zhou Linshan stroked his beard and nodded. "I remember that there was a bronze pendant in addition to this sword." Lu Ming no longer had any doubts. He cupped his fists and said, "Lu Ming greets Patriarch Zhou. Ha, long time no see. I didn't expect you to be so old and have such a high cultivation." Zhou Linshan laughed and said, "Let's go over there and talk." Soon, the two of them arrived at a hillside. Zhou Linshan told Lu Ming about him and Lu Yuntian. It turned out that 8 years ago, Zhou Linshan was in danger when he was traveling. It was Lu Yuntian who saved him. Later on, the two of them got along well and became close friends. About 7 years ago, Lu Yuntian found Zhou Linshan and gave him 2 things. One was the Heavenly Star Sword, and the other was a bronze pendant. He also told Zhou Linshan that if something happened to him, he should wait for 2 years before secretly giving these 2 things to Li Ping. Lu Ming suddenly understood. No wonder Lu Yuntian said that something had happened to him and only sent these 2 things 2 years later. He had been curious about it before. "Patriarch Zhou, I want to know how my father died. Who killed him?" Lu Ming clenched his fists, his eyes full of murderous intent. Since Lu Yintian had given these two things to Zhou Linshan in advance and said that something would happen to him, it was obvious that he knew who was after him. Who was after Lu Yintian? Perhaps Zhou Linshan knew something. Sure enough, Zhou Linshan frowned and hesitated for a long time before saying, "Nephew Lu Ming, your father might not be dead." Rumble. It was as if thunder had exploded in Lu Ming's heart. Not dead. Lu Ming's eyes widened rapidly. Then ecstasy filled his heart. Uncle Zhou, are you saying that my father is not dead? Then where is he? Why haven't you come home for so many years? Lu Ming's heart was trembling. Even his voice was trembling. If my guess is correct, Brother Yuntian should be under someone's control. Zhou Linshan pondered for a moment and said, "It's under control? Who? Who is it?" Lu Ming clenched his fists and asked with bloodshot eyes. Zhou Linshan frowned and said after a while, "Nephew, I can tell you, but you must promise me that you won't act rashly. Otherwise, you'll just die for nothing. Otherwise, I'd rather not tell you than let you die for nothing." Lu Ming took a deep breath to calm himself down and said, "Uncle Zhou, don't worry. I won't act rashly before I'm strong enough." Seeing Lu Ming's incomparably resolute gaze, Zhou Linshan let out a long sigh and said, "All right, I'll tell you. Brother Yuntian is very likely in the capital, and the person who acted should be someone from the Ten Directions Sword Sect. The Imperial City. Ten Directions Sword Sect." Lu Ming's eyes suddenly emitted a shocking light. Zhou Linshan was shocked and hurriedly said, "The Imperial City is now under the control of the Ten Directions Sword Sect. The Ten Directions Sword Sect is the head of the 5 sects of the Burning Sun Empire. Don't act rashly. Don't worry, Uncle Zhou. I know what to do." Lu Ming took a deep breath and said, "Among the 5 sects of the Burning Sun Empire, the Ten Directions Sword Sect was ranked first. It occupied a large area of fertile land in the center of the Burning Sun Empire. Its strength was so strong that even the Mystic Essence Sword Sect was inferior to it. Naturally, he would not act rashly to save his father. Otherwise, he would be killed before he could even see his father's face. His current strength was God knows how many times weaker than the entire Ten Directions Sword Sect. If my father is really under control and hasn't been killed for so many years, then it's obvious that my father has something that the Ten Directions Sword Sect needs. Then he should be fine. But this kind of thing, no one can guarantee. Strength, I have to improve my strength faster. If I'm strong enough now, I can directly kill my way to the Imperial City and the Ten Directions Sword Sect. But it won't take long. Father, it won't take long. I will definitely save you." Lu Ming clenched his fists. His eyes were extremely firm, and his body was filled with a strong fighting spirit. "That's good. Alas, it's my fault that I'm not strong enough. For so many years, I've been thinking about Brother Yuntian, but I couldn't save him. Today, my nephew saved me. I owe you and your father too much." Zhou Linshan sighed. "Uncle Zhou, how can I blame you? After all, the other party is the Ten Directions Sword Sect. I'm already very grateful that you helped to give this sword to us." Lu Ming comforted him, but Zhou Linshan still sighed. After a while, he asked, "Nephew, where do you plan to go next?" "I plan to go to the Dark Blood Mountain. There's a mission there." Lu Ming did not hide it. "Dark Blood Mountain? It's not far from here, but there are many demon beasts in the Dark Blood Mountain. Nephew, you must be careful. I have to send Tong Er back. Tong Er's father needs the vitality replenishing pill. Nephew, if you have time, come visit the Zhou family." Zhou Linshan invited. "Okay, I'll definitely visit when I have time." Then, Lu Ming will take his leave now. Lu Ming cupped his fists and bowed. Then, his figure flashed, and he chose an azure scale horse on the mountain path. He rode on the azure scale horse and continued towards the Dark Blood Mountain. Looking at Lu Ming's departing figure, Zhou Linshan's eyes were filled with anticipation. He muttered to himself, "Brother Yuntian, nephew Lu Ming has joined the Mystic Essence Sword Sect. At such a young age, he already has such a cultivation. Perhaps, in the future, he can really save you?" The azure scale horse galloped all the way. After galloping for more than 100 miles, Lu Ming stopped in a valley. Lu Ming sat on a piece of green rock, staring blankly. More than 6 years ago, when he first heard that something had happened to Lu Yuntian, he didn't believe it. He didn't believe that the indomitable man in his eyes would die. But as time passed, there was still no news of Lu Yuntian. Lu Ming gradually believed that Lu Yuntian was really dead. But today, he suddenly found out that Lu Yuntian might still be alive. He was extremely excited. If Mother knew this news, she would be so happy. No, I can't let Mother know yet. If she knew that Father is in the hands of the Ten Direction Sword sect, she would be even more worried. Father, you must wait for me. Ming, will definitely save you. I, Lu Ming, swear that no matter who you are, I will make you pay the price. Lu Ming's thoughts drifted, and the time when Lu Yuntian was still alive appeared in his mind. After an unknown period of time, Lu Ming finally snapped out of his thoughts. Then, with a thought, Lu Ming appeared in the Temple of Paragon. He was now on the second platform of the Temple of Paragon. As for the third platform, he still couldn't go up. He didn't know what cultivation was required to go up. Then, Lu Ming picked up the storage ring he got from Zhu Bing. Chapter 69. His mind sank into the storage ring, and a small space appeared in Lu Ming's mind. The space was about a square meter, about the same size as the storage ring he had obtained from Duanmuju. There were a few boxes scattered in the space. With a wave of his hand, the boxes appeared on the platform of the Temple of Paragon. First, a small box appeared in front of Lu Ming's eyes. The box was lined with gold and looked luxurious. When he opened the box, it turned out to be a book. The flaming astral spear art was a martial technique. Lu Ming couldn't help but recall the spear art Zhu Bing had used. Wasn't it called the flaming astral spear art? The power of the spear art was still fresh in his mind. He opened it expectantly. At one glance, Lu Ming was taken aback. A black-level martial technique. This spear art was a black-level martial technique. A low black-level martial technique, the flaming astral spear art. No wonder it's so powerful. It's a black-level martial technique. I'm rich. Lu Ming was ecstatic. A black-level martial technique was many times more valuable than a yellow-level martial technique. Lu Ming couldn't wait to read it. The more he read, the more shocked he was. What a strong power! Yellow-level martial skills are nothing compared to it. The difference is like heaven and earth. That Zhu Bing is probably only at the first level. Lu Ming muttered to himself. Generally speaking, as long as a low black level martial technique was cultivated to the first level, its power would be comparable to the 6th level of a superior yellow level martial technique. If the first level was comparable to the 6th level of a superior yellow level martial technique, one could imagine how powerful a black level martial technique was. But at the same time, a black level martial technique was many times more difficult than a yellow level martial technique. An ordinary martial master would have a hard time cultivating it, unless one was a top genius. Zhu Bing had cultivated bitterly for several decades and had barely reached the first level. I wonder how many contribution points it would cost to exchange for a black-level martial technique in the Mystic Yuan Sword Sect's library. It's a pity that it's a spear art. I'm a swordsman, so I can't cultivate it. Lu Ming sighed. Wait. Lu Ming's eyes darkened, then brightened. He whispered, Who said that I'm a swordsman? I cultivate the true dragon battle incantation, and what I cultivate is dragon-shaped true energy. My spear is like a dragon. Maybe I've been going in the wrong direction all this time. Lu Ming had always wanted to travel the world with a sword since he was young. However, during this period of time, the flowing light sword art had been stuck at the 5th level, unable to break through to the 6th level, man and martial arts as one. Of course, it had to do with one's personality, cultivation technique, and even the bloodline they had awakened. Lu Ming cultivated the true dragon battle art, so his bloodline was a little like a snake's. Wouldn't that make him more compatible with the spear? Lu Ming picked up Zhu Bing's spear and thrust it forward. Whoosh! The spear pierced through the air, making a sharp whistling sound. The moment Lu Ming thrust the spear, the dragon-shaped true qi in his body surged out along the spear. Crackle! A ray of spear light shot out like a dragon, piercing through the air and making crackling sounds. My true chi is smoother now. I'm indeed more suitable for spear practice. Lu Ming sighed. Looks like I'll have to cultivate my spear skills when I go back. But I'll put it aside for now. Let's see what's in the other boxes. Lu Ming put down the spear and looked at the other boxes. Two of the bigger boxes were filled with jewelry, gold, and silver. The other box, which was slightly smaller, was filled with gold and silver notes. One tael of gold was equivalent to 10 taels of silver. With a rough estimate, there were at least 2 million taels of silver in these boxes. This made Lu Ming ecstatic. 2 million taels of silver was equivalent to 20,000 contribution points. How much blood essence could he exchange for? This was not even a profound level martial skill. What about the astral fire spear art? This time, he did not come out for nothing. However, this time, Lu Ming truly understood what it meant to be dangerous in the pugilistic world. Not only was the competition in the Mystic Essence Sword Sect fierce, it was even more fierce in other places. In order to survive, in order to obtain resources, people would fight endlessly. Even if you were a disciple of a big sect, you could die if you were not careful. Just like this time, Zhu Bing knew that he was a disciple of the Mystic Essence Sword Sect, but still dared to attack him. If he was not careful enough, he would have become Zhu Bing's pawn and died under the poison. Everyone was fighting. If you did not move forward, you would be surpassed by others and become their stepping stone. Lu Ming was not willing to become someone's stepping stone, so he had to work hard. He wanted others to be his stepping stone. After checking, Lu Ming left the Temple of Paragon and continued to move towards the Dark Blood Mountain. A day later, a majestic mountain appeared in front of Lu Ming. The Dark Blood Mountain spanned thousands of miles. It was a very famous mountain in the east of the Blazing Sun Empire, because the entire Dark Blood Mountain was dark red. The earth was dark red, the stones were dark red, and even the plants were dark red as if they were soaked in blood. That was why it was called the Dark Blood Mountain. Legend had it that the Dark Blood Mountain was not originally like this. After an unknown period of time, a peerless expert once fought with someone. Blood spilled and seeped into the mountains and rivers. That was how the Dark Blood Mountain was formed. If this was true, it would be extremely shocking. What kind of existence was this? How could there be so much blood that it dyed the mountains red? Regardless of whether it was true or not, there were indeed some very strange treasures in the Dark Blood Mountain that attracted many people to search for them. For example, the blood flower and the dark bloodstone that Lu Ming needed for his mission were one of them. Without any hesitation, Lu Ming rushed into the Dark Blood Mountain. It was indeed very strange. The trees that entered his sight were all dark red. The stones under his feet were also dark red. Lu Ming moved forward, looking around to see if he could find the blood flower. Whoosh! Suddenly, a red light shot towards Lu Ming. Clang! He unsheathed his sword and cut the red light in half. Looking closely, it turned out to be a dark red scorpion. This scorpion was highly poisonous. Lu Ming slowed down and carefully observed his surroundings. A few miles later, roar! Roar! More than a dozen dark red giant wolves surrounded Lu Ming. These were the unique dark blood wolves of the Dark Blood Mountain. They were 5 meters tall and 3 meters long. Each of them was a Class 1 LV2 demonic beast. There were even a few Class 2 LV2 demonic beasts. Roar! Roar! Chapter 70. Ultimate Flowing Light. The sword radiance flashed across the sky like lightning, causing blood to spurt out. When the sword radiance faded, more than a dozen dark blood wolves had been killed. Immediately, Lu Ming controlled his bloodline and devoured all the blood essence of the dark blood wolves. Yeah, the blood essence of the dark blood wolves is rich in life essence. Lu Ming's eyes lit up during the refining process. He found that the blood essence of the dark blood wolves contained twice as much life essence as other beasts of the same level. The blood essence of a Class 1 LV2 dark blood wolf was almost comparable to that of a Class 2 LV2 beast. The blood essence of a Class 2 dark blood wolf was almost comparable to that of a Class 3 Class 2 LV2 beast. Are all the beasts in the Dark Blood Mountain like this? The life essence in their blood essence is richer than that of the beasts outside? Lu Ming guessed in his heart. Then, he continued to move forward. He encountered many beasts along the way, but they were all killed by Lu Ming. Sure enough, regardless of the species of the beasts here, the life essence of the beast was indeed richer. However, most of them were Class 1 or 2 Class 2 LV2 beasts. A few of them had reached Class 4 or 5 Class 2 LV2, which had a limited effect on Lu Ming. In this way, Lu Ming hunted beasts in the Dark Blood Mountain while searching for blood flowers. However, 3 days had passed, and Lu Ming had not found a single blood flower. The efficiency was really low. As for the dark bloodstone that Lu Ming needed the most, there was no trace of it. Lu Ming had no choice but to continue searching. He would treat it as cultivation. In the blink of an eye, another 7 days had passed. In total, Lu Ming had been in the Dark Blood Mountain for 10 days. At this time, Lu Ming finally found a blood flower. After so many days, his cultivation had improved to the late stage of the Martial Master Realm, and he was not far from the peak. Hiss, a dark red anaconda, was slithering at high speed, and Lu Ming was hot on its heels. This giant python was a demonic beast at the peak of Class 6 LV2. It was rare to encounter such a high-level demonic beast in the Dark Blood Mountain. Lu Ming did not want to let it go. However, the python's speed was extremely fast. With a twist of its body, it covered a distance of tens of meters. Even with Lu Ming's dragon snake steps, he was unable to catch up to it. The snake and the man kept running forward. Before he knew it, he had already traveled several dozen li and arrived at a dense forest. At this time, the giant python gradually slowed down. Let's see where you can run to now. Lu Ming smiled, and the sword light slashed towards the giant python. Hiss! The giant python hissed and spat out wisps of poisonous gas at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's figure flashed and dodged the attack. Then, he took a step forward and rushed towards the giant python. The sword light flashed and left a long wound on the giant python's body. Fresh blood flowed out. However, at this moment, Lu Ming's expression changed. He felt a burning pain on his skin, as if it was being corroded by something. What happened? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. I clearly dodged the giant python's poisonous gas. How did this happen? Lu Ming's eyes were like lightning as he scanned his surroundings. At this moment, he realized that there was a faint dark red blood chi in the air. If one didn't pay attention, they wouldn't be able to see it. Could it be that this blood chi is poisonous? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He immediately circulated his true chi and covered his entire body to resist the blood chi. Hiss! When the blood chi collided with the true chi, it actually made a sizzling sound, as if it was corroding the true chi. What a powerful poison chi! At this moment, the giant python was dragging its injured body and swimming forward. Lu Ming went over and cut off the giant python's head. Then, with a thought, the blood chi that looked like a small snake appeared. It opened its mouth and sucked. 9 drops of blood essence flew out from the giant python's body and were swallowed by the small snake. However, it wasn't over yet. The small snake continued to suck. The red blood chi beside Lu Ming was directly sucked into the small snake's mouth. Then there was a sizzling sound, as if the blood chi was being refined. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. How could this work? But this way, there was no more blood chi around Lu Ming's body. The feeling of corrosion on his skin also disappeared without a trace. This is good too. I can take a look at what this place is. A smile appeared on Lu Ming's face. He continued to move forward. The more he moved forward, the denser the red blood chi became. However, the small snake kept absorbing. There was always a vacuum around Lu Ming's body, and the blood chi couldn't enter. This blood chi was swallowed and refined by the spirit-devouring bloodline, and it would also be transformed into wisps of energy. However, this energy wasn't very strong and wasn't very useful for improving one's cultivation. After moving forward for a few thousand meters, a faint smell of blood came. Lu Ming's face changed slightly. After moving forward for another 100 meters, a pool appeared in front of Lu Ming. This pool wasn't big, only 10 meters in length and width. However, there wasn't water in the pool, but a dark red liquid. The pool was filled with a dark red liquid that looked like fresh blood. The faint smell of blood was obviously coming from the pool. The smell of blood in the air was also emitted from the pool. There were small red flowers growing on the edge of the pool. Looking at these small flowers, Lu Ming was ecstatic. Blood-lingering flowers. These are all blood-lingering flowers. It's really easy to find them by chance. Lu Ming laughed. Then, Lu Ming walked to the edge of the pool and carefully picked the flowers. The liquid in the pool was obviously poisonous. Lu Ming didn't want to touch it. Half an hour later, all the blood-lingering flowers were picked by Lu Ming. There were a total of 54 flowers. Including the one he found earlier, there were 55 flowers. This was a big harvest. One flower was 100 contribution points. 55 flowers would be 5,500 contribution points. After picking, Lu Ming looked at the liquid in the pool again. Although the liquid was poisonous, it obviously contained powerful energy essence. Otherwise, it couldn't have nurtured so many blood-lingering flowers. Can the spirit-devouring bloodline devour and refine this liquid? Lu Ming pondered. Let's try devouring a drop first. Lu Ming's eyes hardened. If he wanted to quickly improve his cultivation and embark on the path of martial arts experts, it was impossible to not take some risks. Then, Lu Ming ran his true qi and scooped up a drop of the red liquid. He then controlled his bloodline to devour this drop of liquid. Sizzle. Lu Ming seemed to be able to feel a sizzling sound in his bloodline. Then, a surge of energy entered Lu Ming's body. It really works. Lu Ming was overjoyed. Then, Lu Ming sat cross-legged beside the pool and controlled the spirit-devouring bloodline to devour and refine the liquid. Of course, Lu Ming didn't dare to devour too much at once. Instead, he devoured it in wisps. Indeed, the spirit-devouring bloodline devoured and refined this liquid much slower than the blood essence of demonic beasts. However, it was still many times faster than directly absorbing the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. Lu Ming's cultivation began to rise rapidly again. Half a day later, Lu Ming reached the peak of the 5th level of the Martial Master Realm. 3 days later, Lu Ming broke through and reached the 6th level of the Martial Master Realm. But it wasn't over yet. Lu Ming continued to cultivate. This cultivation lasted for more than 20 days. In total, Lu Ming had cultivated here for a month. Chapter 71. In just over a month, Lu Ming's cultivation had increased by 2 levels. This speed was extremely shocking. The liquid here might be poisonous to others, but to me, it's a treasure. Unfortunately, this is something that can only be found by chance. Lu Ming thought to himself. Then, he opened his mouth and spat out a column of air. It was like a sharp sword that shot out a few meters away. 7th grade martial master is indeed powerful. It's much stronger than a 5th grade martial master. Now, I can fight with Ningfeng in one move. Feeling the dragon-shaped qi surging in his body, Lu Ming was overjoyed. Rustle, at this moment, a rustling sound was heard. The sound came from the pit. When Lin Fan looked over, he saw a dark red worm crawling in the pit. This worm was thicker than a thumb and more than a foot long. Its body was crystal clear like blood jade, and it had a mouthful of sharp fangs. When it saw Lu Ming, it seemed to be shocked. It twisted its body and quickly shot into the distance. This is a blood breath worm. Lu Ming was stunned for a moment before he was overjoyed. According to the records, the blood breath worm was accompanied by dark bloodstones. This meant that there would definitely be dark bloodstones where the blood breath worm lived. He did not expect that there would be a blood breath worm in this pond. Without hesitation, Lu Ming rushed over and followed closely behind the blood breath worm. When the blood breath worm saw Lu Ming chasing after it, it twisted its body even faster and rushed forward. You want to leave? It's not that easy. Lu Ming smiled faintly and strode forward, following closely behind the blood breath bugs. After about 1,000 meters, the blood breath worm suddenly drilled into the ground and disappeared. Oh no, the blood breath worm can drill into the ground. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He rushed over, but the blood breath worm had already disappeared. Swish! Lu Ming leaped onto a big tree and scanned the surroundings. Indeed, not long after, the blood breath worm drilled out of the ground 100 meters away and rushed forward. I can't get too close. That will only disturb it and prevent it from running back to its resting place. At that moment, Lu Ming's figure flashed, and he leaped onto another big tree. Just like that, he leaped on the tree trunk, restrained his aura, and followed closely behind the blood breath worm. They crossed over mountains and valleys and traveled for dozens of miles. At this moment, the blood breath bug stopped again. It drilled into the ground and disappeared. Could it be here? Lu Ming pondered for a moment. He wasn't in a hurry to rush out. Instead, he began to observe. After a while, there was still no movement. Lu Ming was certain that the habitat of the blood breath worms should be here. Lu Ming moved to the place where the blood breath bugs had disappeared. Looks like it's here. The dark blood stone should be below. Then, he took out the black-edged sword that he used before and used it as a shovel to dig. With Lu Ming's cultivation and the sharpness of the obsidian sword, the speed at which he dug out the rocks was extremely fast. Soon, he dug out a deep pit that was a few meters deep. At this moment, a red light shot out with a swoosh. It was the blood breath bug. After the blood breath bug rushed out, it didn't stop and ran away. Lu Ming ignored it and continued to dig. Soon, a faint fragrance wafted out. It smelled like sandalwood. Lu Ming perked up. According to the records, although the dark bloodstone was called the dark bloodstone, it didn't have the smell of blood. Instead, it had the smell of sandalwood. With this smell, it meant that there must be a dark bloodstone here. Lu Ming dug even harder. As a rock was dug out, a thick fragrance wafted out. Below, a fist-sized stone that was covered with blood-colored lines appeared before Lu Ming's eyes. It was the dark bloodstone. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He took out the dark bloodstone and looked at it carefully. This was required for the third, or even the fourth level of the true dragon of battle art. After looking at it, he kept it in the Temple of Paragon. But in the next moment, Lu Ming's expression changed. This was because there was a sandalwood fragrance wafting out from below. Is there another dark bloodstone? Lu Ming was overjoyed. He quickly dug with all his might. Sure enough, he didn't dig too deep before he found another dark bloodstone. It was still the size of a fist and emitted a strong sandalwood fragrance. Haha, I'm so lucky. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He took out the dark bloodstone, but there was still a sandalwood fragrance wafting out from below. There's more? This time, even Lu Ming was a little stunned. At this moment, Lu Ming's expression changed. He heard the sound of something breaking through the air. There's a sandalwood fragrance. It's the dark bloodstone. Hurry up. There was a commotion. Then, 5 to 6 figures appeared. Swoosh! Swoosh! In the forest, 6 figures suddenly appeared and surrounded Lu Ming. They didn't hide their auras at all. They burst out and shrouded Lu Ming. 4 of them were level 7 martial masters, and 2 were at the peak of level 6 martial masters. There were men and women among the 6, but they were all very young. They were about 18 or 19 years old. At this moment, the 6 of them were looking at the big hole that Lu Ming had dug. There is indeed a dark bloodstone. Kid, you can get lost now. The dark bloodstone here belongs to us. A hook-nosed young man looked at Lu Ming and said coldly, Everyone, I found this place first. Lu Ming smiled faintly. So what if you found it first? It belongs to us now. The hook-nosed young man sneered. He was extremely arrogant. So you want to rob me? Let's see if you have the ability to do so. Lu Ming smiled faintly, looking calm and collected. Kid, you are courting death. The hook-nosed young man shouted coldly. Then he clawed at Lu Ming. 5 sharp claw radiances pierced Lu Ming's chest. Boom! Lu Ming threw a punch. Bam! Crack! There was a loud bang followed by a cracking sound. Then, the hook-nosed young man screamed miserably and retreated a dozen steps. One of his hands was trembling nonstop and blood kept flowing out. His 5 fingers had been broken by Lu Ming's punch. Brat, how dare you? Do you know who we are? We are disciples of the Black Essence Sword Sect's Azure Dragon Hall. How dare you injure me? You are dead. Ah, my hand. The hook-nosed young man screamed and roared. Disciples of the Azure Dragon Hall? No wonder your cultivation is not weak at such a young age. Lu Ming's expression changed. You? I remember now. You are Lu Ming, this year's newcomer king, Lu Ming. I saw you from afar at the end of the previous trial. Suddenly, a female disciple shouted. What? He is Lu Ming? The others could not help but exclaim. I didn't expect you to recognize me. Lu Ming touched his nose and smiled faintly. Lu Ming, although you're the newcomer king, let me give you a piece of advice. Quickly get out of the way and leave. We can pretend that nothing happened today. This is because senior brother Yao Tianyu needs the Dark Bloodstone. We are also under senior brother Yao Tianyu's orders to look for the Dark Bloodstone. The woman's tone was filled with confidence. Chapter 72. Who would have known that Lu Ming's next sentence almost caused her to suffer internal injuries? Who is Yao Tianyu? What does it have to do with me that he needs the Dark Bloodstone? Now get lost. I'll let you go since we're both from the Mystic Essence Sword Sect. Lu Ming waved his hand impatiently. You? How dare you? Senior brother Yao Tianyu is a genius on the bronze list. He's the leader of all the bronze disciples. Are you tired of living? The young lady shouted angrily, her face flushed red. So you're on the bronze list. No wonder you're so arrogant. Lu Ming was slightly stunned. The bronze list was a list of the Mystic Essence Sword Sect's 4 great halls. Those who could be on the list were the top geniuses among the bronze disciples. Each one of them was terrifyingly strong. They stood at the peak of the bronze disciples. But what did it have to do with Lu Ming? Who cares if she's a bronze list disciple? Does that mean she can snatch my Dark Bloodstone? When the lady saw Lu Ming in a daze, she thought that Lu Ming was scared after hearing about the bronze list. She sneered and said, Lu Ming, hand over the Dark Bloodstone now and follow us to kowtow to senior brother Yao Tianyu. Perhaps senior brother Yao Tianyu will let bygones be bygones. Hand over the Dark Bloodstone? Kowtow to apologize? Lu Ming looked at the lady strangely, as if he was looking at an idiot. He then said, You're all bronze disciples of the Mystic Essence Sword Sect. Is there something wrong with your brains? The young lady was stunned and only reacted after a while. She was trembling with anger and shrieked, Lu Ming, what did you say? You're courting death. Why are you talking nonsense with him? Let's attack together and cripple him. We'll bring him to senior brother Yao Tianyu and let him deal with him. The hook-nosed youth shouted with a sinister face. Attack. The 6 of them attacked at the same time towards Lu Ming. Sword Chi, Saber Light, Claw Energy, Palm Wind instantly covered Lu Ming's body. You're courting death. Lu Ming's eyes darkened, and with a movement of his hand, the heavenly star sword appeared in his hand. Sword light flashed, and he instantly slashed out over 10 times. Ah! Ah! 6 blood-curdling screams were heard as the 6 youths from the Azure Dragon Institute quickly retreated. The 6 of them retreated more than 10 steps before they could regain their footing. On each of their chests, there was a deep sword wound that was bleeding profusely. He had injured 6 people with a single strike. How can he be so strong? How could this be? More than a month ago, I heard that he defeated Ning Feng, but it was only a difficult victory. It has only been a month. How can he be so strong? The 6 young men's faces were deathly pale, without a trace of blood. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Go! Let's go! This person is undefeatable. That woman screamed, quickly backing up, almost scared out of her wits. Whoosh! Whoosh! The other 5 people didn't dare to stay any longer and ran for their lives. Lu Ming's eyes flickered a few times, but he didn't pursue. The 6 of them had scattered and fled. He did not have the confidence to capture all of them. After that, Lu Ming continued to dig. Next, Lu Ming dug out 2 more Dark Bloodstones. There were a total of 4 Dark Bloodstones in this place. It's enough. Lu Ming laughed. After checking that there were no more Dark Bloodstones, Lu Ming turned around and left. Blood-lingering flower and dark bloodstone have been found. It's time to return to the sect. Lu Ming smiled. Although there were some twists and turns on this trip, everything went smoothly. His figure didn't stop as he headed out of the Dark Blood Mountain. On the way, he encountered a lone dark blood wolf. He tamed it and used it as a mount. The greenscale horse had been left outside for so long. He didn't know where it had run off to. This dark blood wolf was a Class 2 second LV. It was extremely strong and powerful. It was not comparable to the greenscale horse. Crossing over the mountains was like walking on flat ground. Soon, he was out of the Dark Blood Mountain and headed in the direction of the Mystic Essence Sword Sect. In the depths of the Dark Blood Mountain, a figure was sitting cross-legged on a large rock on a mountain peak. This figure appeared to be around 17 years old. He had a handsome appearance and a stern expression. Just by sitting there casually, he emitted a sharp aura. On the side, there were a dozen young men standing there, not daring to breathe. These young men included the 6 young men from before. "Senior Brother Yao, this is what happened," the hook-nosed young man reported. This cold young man was the genius on the bronze list, Yao Tianyu. In the martial world, the strong came first. Although Yao Tianyu was young, the others still respectfully called him Senior Brother. Yao Tianyu frowned slightly and said, "You mean there might be more than one dark bloodstone, and all of them are in the hands of that Lu Ming?" "That's right, Senior Brother Yao. That Lu Ming is extremely arrogant. Not only did he injure us, but he also didn't give you any face. We said your name, but Lu Ming said, 'Who is Yao Tianyu?'" the hook-nosed young man hurriedly replied. Of course, there was a lot of exaggeration. The other 5 people's eyes flashed, but they didn't refute the hook-nosed young man. After Yao Tianyu heard, he let out a cold smile and said, "Are all the newcomers now so arrogant? Lu Ming, newcomer king, dare to be arrogant in front of me? Wait a few years." Then his gaze swept across the crowd and said, "Go, find Lu Ming for me. As long as he's still in the Dark Blood Mountain, I won't let him return to the Vermilion Bird Courtyard." "Yes," the young men responded loudly. Then their figures flickered and they went down the mountain peak, disappearing into the forest of the Dark Blood Mountain. "Lu Ming," Yao Tianyu whispered as killing intent flashed in his eyes. The Dark Blood Wolf was as fast as lightning, and its speed was much faster than the greenscale horse. In less than 7 days, Lu Ming came to Yukong City again. When he passed by the Zhu family, he found that the Zhu family was already empty. Even the door was covered with spiderwebs. It seemed that the Zhu family had been destroyed by the Zhou family. The divine wilderness continent was like this. Strength was respected. Every day was filled with slaughter. Who knew how many forces were destroyed every day? Lu Ming shook his head and found a restaurant. He ordered some dishes and wine and started eating. Unknowingly, his thoughts drifted to Firestorm City. Yukong City is not far from Firestorm City. It's only a 3-day journey. I don't need 3 days to ride the Dark Blood Wolf. Why don't I go back and see my mother? Lu Ming thought. It had been almost 4 months since he came out. It was time to go back and see. After hurriedly finishing his meal, he went down the restaurant and headed towards Firestorm City. In just a little more than 2 days, he arrived at Firestorm City. Roar. Walking on the streets of Firestorm City, the Dark Blood Wolf let out a long roar, scaring everyone on the street. "What a terrifying demon beast. Let's go. Go and ask the experts of the Lu family to suppress it. The demon beast has entered the city." No, look. Isn't that the young master of the Lu family, Lu Ming? "It's him. It's really him." There was an uproar nearby. The others distanced themselves from Lu Ming, afraid that they would be bitten to death by the Dark Blood Wolf. Bang! Lu Ming slapped the neck of the Dark Blood Wolf, almost slapping it down. "What are you shouting for? Behave yourself," Lu Ming scolded. "Woo-woo." The Dark Blood Wolf barked like a domestic dog. It was very obedient. Chapter 73. The Dark Blood Wolf followed behind Lu Ming like a puppy. Soon, they arrived at the Lu family mansion. "Who's there?" "Stop." It's the young master. It's the young master." The guard in front of the Lu clan's residence shouted. However, he immediately reacted and shouted, "The young master is back. Please come in." the guard hurriedly said. Lu Ming smiled and nodded. He walked into the Lu family mansion with the dark blood wolf. Greetings, young master. The young master is back. The young master is back. After entering the Lu family mansion, the Lu family members greeted Lu Ming respectfully when they saw him. Then, the news quickly spread throughout the Lu family. The young master is so powerful. He has such a powerful beast with him. Yeah, I feel that this beast is scarier than many of the elders. It is so obedient in front of the young master. That's for sure. The young master is a disciple of the Mystic Essence Sword sect. Some of the Lu family servants looked at Lu Ming from afar, especially the dark blood wolf. They were talking about it with respect. Lu Ming smiled bitterly and touched his nose. He just caught a dark blood wolf for transportation. He did not expect it to cause such a stir. Soon, Lu Ming arrived at the main family mansion. At the entrance of the main family mansion, Li Ping was already waiting. Apparently, she had heard the news. Minger, at the sight of Lu Ming, Li Ping revealed a happy smile. Mother, I'm back to see you, Lu Ming said affectionately. He then patted the dark blood wolf's neck and said, lie down at the entrance and don't move. Otherwise, I'll kill you to go with my wine. Woo-woo. The dark blood wolf cried out pitifully and lay down on the ground obediently. Li Ping and the maidservants behind her were dumbfounded by what they saw. Mother, let's talk inside, Lu Ming said. Okay. Li Ping said. In the courtyard of the main family mansion, there was a stone table. Li Ping's maids had already prepared snacks and tea. Minger, how have you been? Li Ping asked with concern. Looking at Li Ping's concerned eyes, Lu Ming felt warm in his heart. Don't worry, I'm fine. Don't you think I've gotten stronger? After saying that, he even waved his arm. Look at how proud you are. Then, she changed the topic and asked, Minger, what about Mid-Autumn Moon? Didn't they come back together? Lu Ming smiled and said, Mother, Autumn Moon is fine. She is now a genius disciple of the Mystic Essence Sword sect. Lu Ming briefly recounted what had happened to them during this period of time. Of course, Lu Ming skipped over everything that involved danger, lest Li Ping worry. I didn't expect Autumn Moon to be so talented. I'm really happy for her. Hearing that Autumn Moon had joined the most mysterious and powerful Qilin courtyard of the Mystic Essence Sword sect, Li Ping was also very happy. Autumn Moon had been with her for many years. She treated Autumn Moon like her own daughter. Now that Autumn Moon had made a name for herself, she was naturally happy. The mother and son chatted one after another. Roar. Suddenly, a loud roar came from outside the door. It was the roar of the dark blood wolf. Young master, it's us. Then, an old voice was heard. Core elders of the elders' courtyard. Lu Ming's expression changed. He quickly got up and walked out of the door. At this moment, the dark blood wolf stood at the door. Its red fur stood up as it stared at the 5 old men. These 5 old men were the core elders of the elders' courtyard. What are you doing? Lie down. Lu Ming slapped the dark blood wolf again. The dark blood wolf whimpered and lay down on the ground obediently. Young master, is this your battle beast? It's so powerful. I'm afraid it's a class 2 second LV, a core elder said. He looked at the dark blood wolf with fear in his eyes. A class 2 second LV was equivalent to a LV2 martial master. In a Lu family, most of the elders were only at LV1 martial master. Only a small number of elders and the core elders of the elders' courtyard were above LV2 martial master. This dark blood wolf could be considered a top expert in the Lu family. Young master actually had such a demonic beast as a battle beast? Amazing. The core elders thought in their hearts. Oh, this dark blood wolf? It's not my battle beast. I caught it on the way. It's not bad. It's faster than the cyan scale horse. Lu Ming said casually. What? You caught it on the way? The 5 core elders were stunned. Then, they exchanged glances with one another, somewhat doubtful of what Lin Fan had said. Elders, why are you looking for Lu Ming? Is anything the matter? Lu Ming asked. It's nothing. Young master hasn't returned for a long time, so we came to see him. The 5 core elders looked at each other, and one of them said. Lu Ming frowned slightly. He felt that the 5 core elders were hiding something from him. Elders, something bad has happened." At this moment, a burly man rushed over and shouted anxiously. The 5 core elders' faces suddenly changed. They asked in unison, "What happened?" The middle-aged burly man looked at the 5 core elders, then looked at Lu Ming and said, "The Sand Snake Bandits and Dry Bone Bandits are attacking again. This time, they are attacking the refined iron ore in the south. The refined iron ore is now surrounded." "What? They are attacking the refined iron ore? Damn it!" One of the core elders roared. The other core elders looked worried as well. "Elders, what's going on?" Lu Ming asked. "Young master, it's like this," one of the core elders immediately explained. The Demon Beast mountain range stretched for thousands of miles across several cities. There were many bandits active in the Demon Beast mountain range. The Sand Snake Bandits were near Firestorm City. As for the Dry Bone Bandits, they were active in another big city. They were much stronger than the Sand Snake Bandits. About half a month ago, the Sand Snake Bandits and Dry Bone Bandits suddenly colluded and started attacking some of the Liu family's mines and caravans. The Liu family naturally organized experts to surround and suppress them. However, there were many experts among the Dry Bone Bandits. The leader of the Dry Bone Bandits was a Martial Master Realm Level 5 expert. A few days ago, the Liu family's core elders were mobilized. However, the strongest core elder of the Liu family, a Martial Master Realm Level 4 expert, was injured by the leader of the Dry Bone Bandits. He couldn't even get out of bed now. Sand Snake Bandits and Dry Bone Bandits. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with murderous intent. He was familiar with the Sand Snake Bandits. His first startup capital was stolen from the Sand Snake Bandits' lair. How audacious! How dare they attack my Liu clan? Let's go. I'll go destroy them. Lu Ming said coldly. Young master, don't act rashly. The leader of the Dry Bone Bandits is a Martial Master Realm Level 5 expert. I know that young master is talented. However, you have just joined the Mystic Essence Sword sect. We can only defend first. After all, the Sand Snake Bandits and Dry Bone Bandits are few in number. It's impossible for them to break through. Hearing that Lu Ming was going to kill them, the 5 core elders' faces changed, and they hurriedly advised him. That's right. Ming-er, don't act rashly. Chapter 74. Mother, 5 elders, don't worry. It's just 2 groups of bandits. I can wipe them out with a flip of my hand. You don't have to worry. Just send someone to lead the way. Lu Ming smiled confidently. All right, but we have to go together. One of the core elders said. Lu Ming smiled. He knew that the core elders were worried about his safety, so he didn't reject them. Ming, you must be careful. Li Ping said worriedly. Mother, don't worry. I'll be back soon. Lu Ming smiled confidently at Li Ping. Seeing Lu Ming's confident smile, Li Ping's worry lessened a little. Not long after, the Liu family gathered their men and headed towards the refined iron mine in the southern part of the Beast Mountain Range under the lead of the core elders. The refined iron mine was the main source of income for the Liu family. Of course, there were also many troops stationed there. In the past, a lone Viper bandit would never have dared to attack the refined iron mine. But it was different now with the Dry Bone Bandits. Rumble. The sound of horses galloping could be heard. The Liu family had mobilized hundreds of men, stirring up a cloud of dust. A huge mountain appeared in front of them. In front of the mountain, there were 300 to 400 men surrounding the entrance. 2 flags were raised high. One had a snake on it, while the other had a skull on it. Ha ha! The Liu family has indeed sent reinforcements. Among the bandits, there was a loud laugh. A strong man, riding a tall green-scale horse, blocked in front of them. Viper bandits, Dried Bone Bandits. How dare you attack the Liu family? You're courting death. Lu Ming rode on the Dark Blood Wolf and took the lead, shouting coldly. Young master, don't be careless. This man is the second leader of the Dried Bone Bandits. His cultivation has reached the 4th grade Martial Master. A core elder hurriedly reminded him. When the burly man saw Lu Ming, he was stunned. Then, he turned to the Dark Blood Wolf under Lu Ming. His eyes narrowed. Then, a fiery light flashed. It seems like there's really no one left in the Liu clan. After beating up the old one, Now, there's a brat who's still wet behind the ears. Are they all here to die? The second leader of the Witherbone bandits sneered and continued. You said that your mount isn't bad. Quickly hand it over, and I'll give you a quick death. Give me a quick death? Lu Ming sneered as he controlled the dark-blood wolf and walked forward step by step. How ignorant. I'm ignorant? Don't think that you can scare me just because you have a powerful demonic beast as a mount. Let's see how I kill you. Go. The second leader of the dry bone bandits roared. He controlled the green-scale horse and rushed toward Lu Ming like a gust of wind. The warblade in his hand was like a gust of wind as it slashed toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming sat motionless on the dark-blood wolf as if he was frightened. Young master, be careful. The 5 core elders were shocked and shouted one after another. Ha Dai! The second leader of the dry bone bandits sneered as murderous intent flashed in his eyes. However, the next moment, the smile on his face disappeared because he saw a sword light that seemed to be faster than lightning slashing toward him. He had no time to dodge at all. He couldn't even react in time, let alone dodge. Then, he felt a chill on his neck. The next moment, he saw a headless corpse galloping forward on the green-scale horse. Then, he was plunged into endless darkness. One slash. Behind him, the 5 core elders of the Liu clan and the rest of the Liu clan were all stunned. The second leader of the dry bone bandits was a 4th-grade martial master expert. In their eyes, he was an unreachable existence. However, he was killed by Lu Ming with 1 slash. It had only been a few months, and the young master's cultivation had already reached such a level. That thought appeared in the minds of the Liu clan members. Then, their hearts burned with excitement, and their eyes were full of anticipation. Lu Ming was already so powerful in such a short period of time. What level could Lu Ming reach in a few years or even decades? They could almost see the rapid rise of the Liu clan. The second leader is dead. The second leader is dead. The dry bone bandits cried out in alarm. Who is it? How dare you kill my second brother? A loud roar came from the withered bone bandits. A burly man riding a leopard rushed out of the crowd with a thunderous roar. Young master, he's the leader of the dry bone bandits. One of the core elders said, just kill him. Following Lu Ming's cold voice, he dashed out from the dark blood wolf, traversed more than 20 meters, and landed on the ground. He then stomped heavily on the ground. With a bang, the ground shook and Lu Ming's body shot out like a cannonball. In an instant, he was in front of the leader of the dry bone bandits. How can he be so fast? The leader of the dry bone bandits was shocked. Lu Ming was so fast that he was shocked. Die! The leader of the dry bone bandits roared and slashed with all his might, trying to force Lu Ming to retreat. However, he was in despair the next moment. Whoosh! Lu Ming's sword light was so fast that he couldn't dodge it in time. Poochie! A head flew high and landed in the middle of the dry bone bandits. The entire place fell into silence. Kill! Lu Ming's roar woke everyone up. Kill! Kill! Follow the young master and kill all the bandits. Let's charge together. The 5 core elders roared with all their might. Their faces were flushed with excitement as they rode on their green-scale horses and charged towards the sand snake bandits and dry bone bandits. Kill! Follow the young master and kill all the bandits. The rest of the Liu family roared. Hundreds of people roared together, and their morale was high. On the other hand, the dry bone bandits were scared out of their wits after being killed by Lu Ming. They didn't have the courage to resist and retreated. It was chaos. At this moment, a group of people rushed out of the Liu family's refined iron mine, causing the 2 groups of bandits to be even more chaotic. Lu Ming charged into the bandits. His sword light flashed, and rows of bandits were killed. These bandits' hands were all stained with blood and deserved to die. Lu Ming didn't show any mercy. The bandits couldn't resist at all in his hands. He reaped their lives to his heart's content. Wherever Lu Ming passed, a large number of corpses would fall. It was a one-sided battle, and the bandits couldn't resist at all. Soon, the area was filled with corpses. 300 to 400 bandits were slaughtered. Ha ha! The sand snake bandits and dry bone bandits have been annihilated. Long live the young master. The young master is invincible. Long live the young master. The Lu family members let out thunderous cheers. After a long while, it gradually calmed down. After that, a group of people was left to clean up the battlefield. The 5 core elders led a group of people and returned to the Lu family with Lu Ming. As for the news of this battle, it quickly spread throughout the entire Firestorm City. Countless people were shocked by this news. The first leader of the Dry Bone Bandits and the second leader of the Dry Bone Bandits, who were 5th stage martial masters, were in a match for Lu Ming and were easily killed by Lu Ming. It was too shocking. The happiest person was Li Ping. The stronger Lu Ming was, the happier she was. After that, the Lu family held a grand banquet. The famous people of Firestorm City came to congratulate them. Chapter 75. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming had been in the Lu clan for 7 days. In these 7 days, apart from cultivating, Lu Ming spent his time chatting with Li Ping. There were several times when he almost told Li Ping that he might still be alive, but he held himself back in the end. After 7 days, Lu Ming bid farewell to Li Ping and rode the Dark Blood Wolf towards the Mystic Essence Sword Sect. After 5 days, the Mystic Essence Sword Sect was already in sight. Go! Since you've carried me for so long, I'll set you free. Lu Ming patted the Dark Blood Wolf's neck. Well, the Dark Blood Wolf howled excitedly and ran away, as if it was afraid that Lu Ming would go back on his word. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared into the forest. Lu Ming smiled and walked towards the Mystic Essence Sword Sect. Not long after, Lu Ming returned to the Mystic Essence Sword Sect. However, he didn't return to his dorm first. Instead, he went to the mission hall. He would turn in the mission first. He walked into the mission hall and came to a counter. Junior brother, are you here to accept or turn in the mission? A rather beautiful young lady at the counter asked. Turn in the mission. Lu Ming handed a mission card to the young lady. It was the Bloodflower mission. As for the escort mission from the Zhu clan, since the Zhu clan was already destroyed, there was no need to turn it in. Bloodflower mission? May I know how many blood flowers Junior brother has collected? The young lady asked. She knew that this mission wasn't easy to complete. Blood flowers weren't easy to collect. Not only did they have to go to the Dark Blood Mountain, but each flower only cost 100 contribution points. The return trip was too long, so it wasn't worth it. Therefore, not many people accepted the mission. She was curious about how many Lu Ming had collected. Senior sister, please count them. Lu Ming waved his hand, and a large pile of blood flowers appeared on the counter. So many? The young lady looked at the blood flowers on the counter and was stunned. Her rosy lips were wide open. She never expected Lu Ming to be able to collect so many blood-lingering flowers. This pile of blood-lingering flowers also attracted the attention of a large number of people nearby. So many blood-lingering flowers. Who is this person? You don't even know this year's newcomer king. So it's him. His luck is really good. He actually managed to find so many blood-lingering flowers. My luck is indeed pretty good. Envious voices could be heard from the surroundings. Can you help me count them? Lu Ming waved his hand in front of the young woman's eyes and asked. Okay. Only then did the young woman react. She hurriedly helped Lu Ming count the items. A total of 55 blood-lingering flowers. Each flower costs 100 contribution points, so that's a total of 5,500 contribution points. The young woman said with envy in her eyes. She didn't know how long it would take her to earn 5,500 contribution points. Lu Ming nodded and handed the Identity Jade token to the young woman. A moment later, 5,500 contribution points were added to Lu Ming's Identity Jade token. After handing in the mission, Lu Ming did not stay and went straight to the dormitory. Lu Ming did not notice that outside the mission hall, 2 young men had been watching Lu Ming leave. Lu Ming is back. Let's hurry back and report to senior brother Yao Qianyu. Let's go. A moment later, Lu Ming returned to the dormitory. He realized that Pang Shi and Hua Qi were not there. Lu Ming guessed that Pang Shi and Hua Qi were most likely cultivating elsewhere or doing missions. Without thinking too much, Lu Ming walked into the room, sat down cross-legged and began cultivating the true dragon battle art. After these days of cultivation, Lu Ming's cultivation had already been completely consolidated. He was now working hard to advance to the mid-7th level martial master. After 3 hours, Lu Ming finally ended his cultivation. Bam! At this moment, a heavy crash came from the courtyard's door. It seemed to have been kicked open. It's not Pang Shi and Hua Qi. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. If it was Pang Shi and Hua Qi, they wouldn't have kicked the door open like this. Lu Ming got up and walked out of the room. He saw 2 young men walking in from outside. Lu Ming, you're here. Just in time. A young man in a red robe saw Lu Ming and smiled coldly. Who are you? Lu Ming narrowed his eyes. We're disciples of the Azure Dragon Hall. Senior brother Yao Tianyu summons you. Hurry up and bring the Dark Blood Stone to the Azure Dragon Hall to meet senior brother Yao Tianyu. The red-robed young man said coldly. His tone was filled with arrogance and a commanding tone. Yao Tianyu? Lu Ming raised his eyebrows. He immediately remembered. Wasn't it the Yao Tianyu on the bronze list that the Azure Dragon Hall disciples mentioned on the Dark Blood Mountain? He was really in a hurry. Lu Ming had just returned, and he was already looking for him. And it was a summons? Asking him to meet him? Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile as he replied, I'm not free. What? Not free? Senior brother Yao Tianyu summons you. Even if you have something important to do, you have to put it down. Hurry up and bring the Dark Bloodstone with you. The red-robed young man scolded. He still had an arrogant expression on his face. What bullshit, Yao Tianyu? I've already told you that I'm not free. Hurry up and get lost. Lu Ming's face darkened as he said coldly. What? You're courting death, you. Get lost. The young man in the red robe was about to say something when Lu Ming roared furiously. His figure dashed out, and both his fists blasted out. Bang! Bang! The 2 young men were also 7th-layer martial masters, but they were no match for Lu Ming. They were sent flying out of the door and fell heavily on the ground. Lu Ming looked down at the 2 of them and said coldly, I've already said get lost. If you don't get lost, I don't mind throwing the 2 of you off the Vermilion Bird Peak. Lu Ming, don't be arrogant. Just you wait. If you offend senior brother Yao Tianyu, you won't have a good ending. The red-robed youth shouted loudly. Then he and the other person fled in a sorry state. Bronze list? Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He didn't know much about the bronze list, but he knew that anyone who could be on the bronze list was a super genius. The highest cultivation of a bronze disciple was the 9th-layer martial master. Once they broke through to the martial grandmaster realm, they would be promoted to a silver disciple as long as they weren't too old. And the geniuses on the bronze list were all at the peak of the 9th-layer martial master realm. And they weren't ordinary peak 9th-layer martial masters because they were all geniuses with incomparably powerful combat strength. It was said that ordinary peak 9th-layer martial masters couldn't even last one move in the hands of the geniuses on the bronze list. The geniuses on the bronze list were all invincible existences of the same level. They could even fight across levels. For the current Lu Ming, they were indeed invincible. Lu Ming returned to his room and pondered. Right now, my martial skills are too weak. I have to cultivate the flaming astral spear art as soon as possible. But before that, I need to cultivate the basic spear arts. Lu Ming pondered. No matter what weapon he cultivated, he needed a foundation. Lu Ming had never cultivated a spear art before. Without a foundation, it was impossible for him to cultivate a low-grade, profound rank spear art right away. Chapter 76. There were 6 basic ways to use the spear, and they were called the 6-word spear formula. Collapse, push, press, cover, flick, and stab. Only by mastering these 6 basic methods would one be able to practice more profound spear arts. Lu Ming immediately picked up Zhu Bing's long spear in the Temple of Paragon and began to cultivate. Swoosh! The spear turned into a flash and stabbed forward. With a sweep, the spear turned into the shadow of the moon and swept out. Just like that, Lu Ming practiced the 6-word foundation spear formula again and again. Azure Dragon Courtyard. In a very spacious and luxurious courtyard, Yao Qianyu sat in the living room with a few people reporting to him. Two of them were the ones who had gone to summon Lu Ming. Senior brother Yao, that Lu Ming is too arrogant. He doesn't take senior brother Yao seriously at all. The red-robed young man said, Lu Ming, do you really think you're a big shot? How dare you ignore me? I'll make you regret it. Yao Tianyu's eyes were cold. Senior brother Yao, this Lu Ming is a disciple of the Vermilion Bird Courtyard. If he keeps hiding in the Vermilion Bird Courtyard, it won't be easy to deal with him. Another young man frowned. Then do you have any ideas? Yao Tianyu asked. At this moment, a smarter young man rolled his eyes and said, Senior brother Yao, I have an idea that can force Lu Ming out and make him attack first. Then, we could take down Lu Ming legitimately. Then, he told Yao Tianyu his plan. Good, haha, let's do that. Yao Tianyu laughed after hearing it. In the Temple of Paragon, Lu Ming had been practicing the 6-word spear formula. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. My spear is still not stable enough. I didn't have any foundation in spear techniques before, so it took me too long to cultivate. Lu Ming sighed. Also, although this spear is a high-grade level 2 spiritual weapon, the body of the spear is still not soft enough. Looks like I'll have to buy a new spear in the future. Lu Ming thought as he looked at the spear in his hand. A long spear was mainly divided into a spearhead and a spear shaft. However, the most important thing was still the spear shaft. The spear shaft needed both hardness and softness. It had to be hard and heavy, but also had to have a certain degree of softness and elasticity. This was the only way to display the true power of the spear art. Zhu Bing's long spear was called the fire pattern spear. The spear shaft was made from fire pattern iron, and the spear tip was made from black iron essence. It was considered pretty good as a high-grade spirit weapon, but Lu Ming was not satisfied. Although the fire-patterned iron had a certain degree of elasticity, it was not enough. At this moment, Lu Ming's expression changed. He discovered that there was a clamor coming from outside. With a thought, Lu Ming left the Temple of Paragon, opened the door, and walked out. In the courtyard, a group of people walked in. Hua Qi was among them, but at this time, his face was bruised and swollen. He was carrying a person in with the others. Be careful, you guys be careful, Hua Qi shouted. Lu Ming frowned slightly. He walked forward and asked, Hua Qi, what's going on? Also, who injured you? Lu Ming, you're back. Seeing Lu Ming, Hua Qi was slightly stunned. Then, he averted his gaze and said, I'm fine. I just accidentally fell while doing a mission. You fell? Lu Ming's eyes flashed. Then, he looked at the person being carried in by the crowd. With one look, his eyes suddenly narrowed. This person was none other than Pang Shi. At this moment, Pang Shi's face was pale and his eyes were tightly shut. He had already fainted. What happened? Lu Ming's face darkened. There was a moment of silence. No one spoke. Lu Ming's face darkened as he searched Pang Shi's body. The more he searched, the more gloomy Lu Ming's face became. Both of his legs were broken into several pieces. Both of his arms were broken, and 3 of his ribs were broken. More seriously, his internal organs were also damaged. This was obviously caused by a heavy blow. What a ruthless method. With such serious injuries, if he was not careful, it would affect his future martial arts path. In more serious cases, he might even be crippled. Tell me, what happened? Lu Ming's voice was extremely cold. Lu Ming, it's really nothing. It's all our fault. Hua Qi gritted his teeth and said, How did you do it? Lu Ming continued to ask. Hua Qi, don't hide it. If you don't say it, I will. At this moment, another young man shouted. This young man was called Lu Qi. In fact, Lu Ming had an impression of these young men. They were all new disciples of the Vermilion Bird Courtyard this year. Lu Qi, you can't say it. Hua Qi shouted. Hua Qi, shut up. Lu Ming shouted. Then, he looked at Lu Qi and said, Say it. Lu Qi gritted his teeth and said, Senior brother Lu Ming, Pang Shi was beaten up by someone from the Star Moon Alliance. Star Moon Alliance? Lu Ming frowned. He had never heard of this Star Moon Alliance. Senior brother Lu Ming, the Star Moon Alliance is a force formed by some disciples of the Azure Dragon Courtyard. They built a Star Moon Pavilion in the trading point to buy materials and items from disciples. The price is slightly higher than exchanging them directly with contribution points. Lu Qi explained. Lu Ming nodded. The trading point was located in the central area of the four courtyards. It was the place where disciples of the four courtyards traded. Although it was convenient to exchange at the contribution hall, the exchange price was relatively lower. Therefore, many disciples who went out to complete missions and obtain materials for refining elixirs or weapons would choose to trade at the exchange point. It was more cost-effective that way. Lu Qi continued. During this period of time, Pang Shi went out with us to do missions. We also obtained some materials and brought them to the Star Moon Pavilion to sell. Who knew that the Star Moon Pavilion was despicable and only gave us 1 silver tael for 1,000 silver taels? Pang Shi was furious and argued with them. Then, he was beaten up like this. Even we were beaten up. Yes, the most despicable thing is that they only targeted our Vermilion Bird courtyard. The other courtyards were all fair trade. Another young man roared. I see. They only targeted the Vermilion Bird courtyard? Lu Ming muttered. At this moment, he had calmed down. However, the cold light in his eyes was incomparably cold. When the other young men looked at him, they couldn't help but shiver. Hua Qi, quickly invite the alchemist from his sect. No matter how much money I have to spend, I have to save Pang Shi. Lu Ming said coldly. I have already asked someone to invite them. They will be here soon. Hua Qi said. That's good. I will leave Pang Shi in your care for now. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Ming turned and walked out. Lu Ming, you can't. The Star Moon Pavilion is filled with experts. You are not their match. You will be courting death if you go. Hua Qi shouted. If I don't go, I won't be at ease. Lu Ming only left this sentence and strode away. Although Lu Ming and Pang Shi had only known each other for a few months, Pang Shi's character was straightforward and honest. This hunter's son had already received Lu Ming's approval. Lu Ming treated him as a friend and even a brother. Now that Pang Shi was beaten up like this, it was impossible for him to ignore it. Although he felt that this matter was very strange and could be a trap. But so what? There are things that a man should do and not do. Chapter 77. Looking at Lu Ming's departing figure, Hua Qi's face flashed with anxiety as he thought to himself, no, if Lu Ming goes like this, he will definitely be at a disadvantage. Furthermore, I heard that the backer of the Star Moon Pavilion is the genius of the bronze list, Yao Tianyu. No matter how strong Lu Ming is, he won't be a match for him. I'm going to look for Feng Wu and get her to look for Elder Mullins. Otherwise, Lu Ming will be in danger. Immediately, Hua Qi gave a few instructions to the others before hurriedly heading outside. Speaking of the Star Moon Pavilion, there was probably no one in the entire trading area who didn't know of it. This was because the backer of the Star Moon Pavilion was the genius on the bronze list, Yao Tianyu. Therefore, the strength of the Star Moon Pavilion was one of the top in the entire trading area. This was because the silver-ranked disciples would not interfere in such an ordinary trading area. They had a higher level place. The Star Moon Pavilion was a 3-story building that occupied an extremely large area. Lu Wei was a small leader of the Star Moon Pavilion. He had joined the Star Moon Pavilion for more than a year. As he was quick-witted, good at management, and ruthless, he had become a small leader in just over a year. At this moment, in front of the entrance of the Star Moon Pavilion, he was lazily sitting on an armchair, looking ahead. This was because there were still some people surrounding the front of the Star Moon Pavilion. These people were all new disciples of the Vermilion Bird courtyard. These people were the same as Pang Shi and the rest. They had all been scammed by the Star Moon Pavilion. At this moment, they were all glaring at Lu Wei, but they did not dare to say anything. This was because they had just seen one of the disciples being beaten to a miserable state by the Star Moon Alliance. He was almost beaten to death. Lu Wei held a cup of tea and slowly drank it. Looking at the newcomers below who were angry but did not dare to say anything, he felt a wave of satisfaction in his heart. Damn it, my materials are worth 3,000 taels of silver, but they only gave me 3 taels of silver. What's the difference between this and robbery? The disciples clenched their fists and roared in their hearts. What are you looking at? Are you asking for a beating? Hurry up and scram. Lu Wei berated condescendingly. You Return the materials to me, and I'll leave. Finally, a thin youth around 15 years old could not help but call out, "Oh my, you dare to ask for the materials back? Are you dreaming? Get this straight. We've already bought your materials and given you the money. This is a fair trade. Do you understand?" Before Lu Wei could say anything, a big-mouthed minion jumped out from beside him and shouted loudly. After he finished scolding, he secretly glanced at Lu Wei. Seeing Lu Wei secretly nodding, he was overjoyed. It seemed that Lu Wei was very satisfied with his performance. Below, the skinny youth's face was flushed red. He clenched his fists and said, "Fair? My materials are worth more than 5,000 taels of silver, but you are only giving me 5 taels of silver. I risked my life to get them. You can't do this to me." "Oh my, you still dare to talk back? I think your bones must be itching. Do you want to be like that big guy from before and have all of your bones broken? That guy was personally dealt with by our alliance master. Now, I'll do the same." The big-mouthed minion sneered and walked down step by step. The skinny young man gritted his teeth and decided to throw caution to the wind. He shouted, "What you're doing is against the rules of the sect. I'm going to the law enforcement hall to complain about you." "Oh, you want to lodge a complaint against us in the law enforcement hall? I think your bones are really itching." The big-mouthed minion's face was gloomy as he walked towards the skinny youth step by step. The skinny youth's face was pale with fright. Around them, the other new disciples of the Vermilion Bird courtyard gritted their teeth, but none of them dared to say a word. Further away, many disciples of the other courtyards were watching the show with great interest. It was as if they were watching a good show. "Don't come over." The skinny youth roared and struck out with his palm. However, he was only at the 9th level of the martial warrior realm, while the big-mouthed minion was an old disciple who had reached the 3rd level of the martial master realm. He was not a match for him at all. With one move, the skinny youth was hit until he vomited blood and retreated again and again. However, the big-mouthed minion quickly caught up and grabbed the skinny youth's neck. "You still dare to attack? You're looking for a beating," the big-mouthed minion coldly shouted. Then, he raised his other hand high and suddenly slapped the skinny youth's face. "He's going to be miserable." The new disciples of the Vermilion Bird courtyard sighed. They couldn't bear to watch and closed their eyes. However, the slap that they imagined did not sound, and the scene fell into silence. They curiously opened their eyes and saw that the big-mouthed minion's arm was held by someone. It was a youth of about 15 years old. He was about the same age as them, but he was wearing a blue robe and had a slender figure. Just by standing there, he gave off a feeling of being as immovable as a mountain. The skinny youth was already prepared to be beaten up, but he suddenly found that the big-mouthed minion's arm was held by someone. He turned his head around and saw a delicate and pretty face. However, that face was incomparably cold. "Senior brother Lu Ming." The skinny youth couldn't help but say such a sentence in his heart. "Who are you? You dare block me? Are you courting death?" The big-mouthed minion shouted. "Me? I'm just a new disciple of the Vermilion Bird courtyard," Lu Ming said indifferently. A new disciple of the Vermilion Bird courtyard? Hearing that Lu Ming was just a new disciple of the Vermilion Bird courtyard, the big-mouthed minion's courage was boosted and he roared. "A mere new disciple dares to grab my hand? Let go, and then kneel down and kowtow to admit your mistake. Perhaps I can spare you. Is that so?" The corners of Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. "Why are trash like you still staying here?" As soon as his voice fell, Lu Ming's palm suddenly exerted force. Crack! The sound of bones breaking was heard. Then, the big-mouthed minion's shrill scream was heard. My hand is broken. Let go of my hand." The big-mouthed minion screamed, and the arm that was holding the skinny youth loosened. He desperately tried to pry Lu Ming's arm away. "Let go of you?" "Sure," Lu Ming sneered. Then he raised one of his arms high and slapped it down hard. Slap! It was an extremely loud slap in the face. In the sound of the slap, the big-mouthed youth's body was like a broken garbage bag being swept up by the wind. He flew out close to the ground with a whoosh. Everyone could see that in the process of flying out, teeth mixed with blood were spat out from his mouth. The big-mouthed youth's face directly collapsed and deformed. Bang! The big-mouthed minion fell heavily on the wall next to the stairs. He screamed and fainted. Cool, cool. The new disciples of the Vermilion Bird courtyard all roared in their hearts. This slap was too cool. It was too satisfying. The big-mouthed minion was arrogant and despotic just a moment ago, but now he was beaten in such a miserable state. It was too satisfying. It was simply too satisfying. They wished they could transform into Lu Ming and ruthlessly slap the big-mouthed youth a few times. Chapter 78. Where did this bastard come from? Did you eat a leopard's guts? How dare you hit someone from the Star Moon League? If I don't cripple you today, I will change my surname to yours. A dark-skinned young man walked out. His body was majestic, and his muscles bulged like black iron. His eyes were cold as he stared at Lu Ming with murderous intent. Bang! He suddenly jumped up from the top of the stairs. While he was in the air, his body flashed with a bloody light, and a huge black bear appeared. There were 2 bloody chakras on the black bear's body. The cultivation of the 4th-level martial master and the eruption of the black bear's bloodline made the burly young man's aura even stronger. He was like a mountain that pressed down on Lu Ming. This burly young man was several times stronger than the blabbermouth young man. Above, Lu Wei and the others sneered. They believed that the burly young man would definitely make Lu Ming suffer a great loss. How strong could a new disciple be? But in the next moment, the smile on their faces froze. Slap! It was still a loud slap. Then, the crowd saw the imposing young man fly back at a speed even faster than when he had pounced. His face was deformed, and blood mixed with teeth flew everywhere. His body fell heavily on the ground, and he screamed. He followed in the footsteps of the blabbermouth young man and fainted. His Lu Wei and the others from the Star Moon League couldn't help but gasp. At this moment, even if they were arrogant, they could tell that Lu Ming was an expert. But when did the Vermilion Bird Courtyard have such a powerful new disciple? Could it be? Lu Wei's face changed. He slowly stood up from the chair and asked, "Tell me, who are you?" "Senior brother Lu Ming. Senior brother Lu Ming. Good job." At this moment, the skinny young man shouted excitedly. Just now, although the new disciples of the Vermilion Bird Courtyard saw Lu Ming, everything happened too fast, and they didn't have time to call out Lu Ming's name. Lu Ming? Newcomer King Lu Ming? On the stairs, the faces of the other people from the Star Moon League slightly changed. To some people, the title of a newcomer king held some weight, especially when Lu Ming had defeated Ning Feng more than 2 months ago. So it was him. Not far away, the other old disciples of the 4 courtyards suddenly understood. It was no wonder that among this year's newcomers, only Lu Ming had the ability and guts to send 2 people from the Star Moon Alliance flying in front of the Star Moon Alliance. Lu Ming, it's you? But let me tell you, even though you're the newcomer king, you're still too inexperienced to cause trouble in the Star Moon Alliance. Lu Wei's eyes flashed. There was a cold smile at the corners of Lu Ming's lips. Step by step, he climbed up the stairs and walked toward Lu Wei and the rest. Lu Ming, do you really dare to go against my Star Moon League? Think carefully. My Star Moon League's leader, Chun Yueshing, is an expert who is about to reach the martial master realm. Moreover, I don't mind telling you that behind the leader is senior brother Yao Tianyu, who is on the bronze list. If you dare to act recklessly, you will be consigned to eternal damnation. Lu Wei yelled with an ugly expression. Lu Ming's figure paused, and his footsteps came to a halt. Yao Tianyu. It really is Yao Tianyu. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with shocking, killing intent. At this moment, on the 3rd floor of the Star Moon Pavilion, a few youths were observing below. One of them wore a long robe with stars and moons. This person was the leader of the Star Moon League, Chun Yueshing. "Leader, are you not going to make a move now?" One of the youths asked. "There is no need for us to make a move. Let Lu Ming do as he pleases. Lu Wei and the rest of the trash will be beaten up, and it will be worth it. Senior brother Yao Tianyu will lead the people from the disciplinary hall here. At that time, we can take down Lu Ming." Chun Yueshing smiled faintly. In his eyes, Lu Wei and the rest were just pawns that could be used. "Leader, you are wise." The other youths took the opportunity to flatter him. Below, When Lu Wei saw that Lu Ming had stopped, he thought that Lu Ming was afraid of Yao Tianyu's reputation. He immediately revealed a smug expression and shouted, "Lu Ming, you have slapped 2 people from the Star Moon League. This is equivalent to smashing the reputation of the Star Moon League. This is a serious crime. How about this? Take out 2,000 contribution points. No, 5,000 contribution points as medical fees and an apology in public. If so, I will consider letting you off." "Is that so? You are really confident." Lu Ming took 1 step at a time and continued walking forward. Lu Wei's expression changed again, and he shouted, "Lu Ming, what are you trying to do? I am warning you, stop right now." However, Lu Ming had no intention of stopping. He continued to walk towards Lu Wei step by step. Lu Wei's face began to break out in cold sweat. He suddenly roared, "Go together and cripple him." Whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, a dozen youths behind Lu Wei rushed forward. Rays of bloody light flashed. These youths did not hesitate to use bloodline eruption. "Get the hell back." Lu Ming waved his hand and slapped out. Immediately, a series of loud and dense slaps rang out in the air. The members of the Star Moon League who had rushed over were sent flying back at a speed faster than when they came. All of them screamed and fell to the ground. Blood, mixed with teeth, sprayed all over the ground. Lu Ming had only waved one hand from beginning to end. It was as if he was swatting away flies, sending the members of the Star Moon League flying. Hiss! A series of gasps rang out. As long as the disciples of the 4 courtyards saw this scene, they were all dumbfounded. Especially the new disciples of the Vermilion Bird Courtyard. They were all trembling with excitement. So strong. Lu Ming has become stronger again. This is a genius, a true super genius. The Black Sword sect only sees him once every few years. Some of the older disciples said with complicated expressions. All of a sudden, only Lu Wei was left at the entrance of the Star Moon Pavilion. His face was pale with fright as he stared at Lu Ming with a trembling body. "Lu Ming, I'm warning you, don't mess around," Lu Wei said with a trembling voice. But Lu Ming did not look at him. Instead, he raised his head to look at the entire Star Moon Pavilion and whispered, "There's no need for the Star Moon Pavilion to exist anymore." Boom. Then, Lu Ming threw a punch at a pillar beside him. Boom. This pillar was made of extremely hard black ironwood. However, under Lu Ming's punch, it exploded with a loud bang. Wood shavings flew all over the place. Bang! Then, Lu Ming moved and attacked another pillar. With the same explosion, this pillar was smashed into pieces. Crack! 2 pillars were smashed into pieces consecutively. The entire Star Moon Pavilion started to shake a little, emitting cracking sounds. Lu Ming, are you crazy? What are you doing? Stop it! Stop it! Lu Wei's face turned pale as he screamed crazily and cried out. At this time on the 3rd floor, Chun Yueshing could no longer remain calm and shouted crazily, Damn it! Damn it! What is this guy trying to do?" However, Lu Ming did not have the slightest intention of stopping. With a sword cry, he unsheathed his sword and slashed out a few sword chi towards the pillars of the side of the Star Moon Pavilion. Chapter 79. The Star Moon Pavilion had a total of 8 pillars. At this moment, 6 of them had been broken by Lu Ming, leaving only 2 behind. Even with the walls on both sides, the Star Moon Pavilion began to shake violently, emitting cracking sounds. "Lu Ming, you deserve to die. You deserve to die." A furious roar came from the 3rd floor, followed by a few figures jumping down. "It's Chun Yueshing, the Star Moon Alliance's leader. Chun Yueshing has finally come out," someone shouted. At this moment, Chun Yueshing's face was twisted as he glared at Lu Ming and shouted, "Lu Ming, you dare to destroy my Star Moon Pavilion. Today I will break your bones one by one, and break your meridians one by one, turning you into a cripple worse than a pig or a dog." Lu Ming's methods were completely out of his expectations. He originally thought that no matter how strong Lu Ming was, it would take some effort to defeat Lu Wei and the others. At that time, Yao Tianyu would have already arrived with the people from the disciplinary hall. However, he never expected that Lu Ming's strength would far exceed his expectations. At the same time, his methods were ruthless and his guts were also out of his expectations. Lu Ming actually wanted to tear down the Star Moon Pavilion. This was his painstaking effort, so he had no choice but to appear. Lu Ming did not say anything, only coldly looking at Qin Yueshing. Lu Ming, I don't mind telling you that I broke all the bones of your friend, Pang Shi. Now, I'll let you accompany your friend. Qin Yueshing's face was twisted, flickering with shocking, killing intent. The aura from his body was as heavy as a mountain. Late-stage martial master realm. This was Qin Yueshing's strength. He was extremely powerful, many times stronger than Ningfeng. Otherwise, he would not have been able to open the Star Moon Pavilion and control the Star Moon Alliance. At the bottom of the stairs, the new disciples of the Vermilion Bird Courtyard were pressured by this aura. Their faces turned pale as they retreated. Lu Ming, I admit that you're very strong, but it's still too early for you to challenge me. Today, I'll teach you the principles of life for free. That is, you must keep a low profile. When you meet someone you can't defeat, you must tuck your tail between your legs. Boom! As he spoke, Qin Yueshing's aura surged once again. Qin Yueshing's bloodline was at the 4th rank. At this moment, Qin Yueshing's strength had reached the extreme, directly reaching the limit of the 8th level martial master. Lightning Claw. Whoosh! Qin Yueshing stomped on the ground. With a swoosh, he arrived in front of Lu Ming. The razor-sharp claws crazily clawed at Lu Ming. In an instant, at least 20 claw attacks were launched. But Lu Ming was even faster. Sword cries rang out, and in an instant, dozens of sword lights bloomed from Lu Ming's hands, incomparably dazzling. Chi-chi. The sword chi whistled, the claw force swept out, and gusts of strong wind gushed out in all directions. The nearby new disciples of the Vermilion Bird Courtyard retreated again and again. Bang! Bang! Some of the forces shot out and struck the walls of the Star Moon Tower, causing the Star Moon Tower to shake even more violently. Suddenly, there was a scream as a figure retreated. It was Qin Yueshing. There was a deep sword wound on his shoulder, almost chopping off his arm. The spectators were all shocked beyond words. In less than 10 moves, Qin Yueshing was defeated and forced to retreat with serious injuries. Attack! Qin Yueshing roared. At this moment, he felt his heart twitching. He was afraid. Whoosh! Whoosh! The few young men who were with him rushed toward Lu Ming. Qin Yueshing himself was running wildly to the side. He wanted to run away. Qin Yueshing, don't even think about running. Lu Ming roared, and the sword light burst out, peerlessly sharp. Whoosh! Whoosh! The few young men were instantly sent flying far away, crashing heavily into the walls of the Star Moon Tower. Rumble! At this moment, the Star Moon Tower could no longer withstand it and collapsed with a rumble. Retreat quickly! Some of the disciples of the 4 courtyards who were closer to it turned pale with fright and quickly retreated. Rumble! The entire Star Moon Tower collapsed, stirring up dust in the air. Lu Ming's figure was as fast as lightning as he rushed toward Qin Yueshing. Qin Yueshing was seriously injured and his speed was greatly reduced. In a few breaths, Lu Ming caught up with him. Lu Ming, wait a minute. Everything can be discussed. What do you want? I can give it to you. Seeing that he couldn't escape, Qin Yueshing stopped and begged. At the same time, he wanted to use benefits to keep Lu Ming in check. At the same time, he kept thinking, soon, Senior Brother Yao Tianyu and the rest will be here soon. When Senior Brother Yao Tianyu and the rest arrive, Lu Ming, let's see how you're going to die. I want revenge. I want revenge 10 times or 100 times more. What do I want? The cold smile at the corners of Lu Ming's lips deepened. He said, what I want is very simple. Everything that you used on my brother, Pang Shi, will be used on you in double. Boom! He threw a punch and landed heavily on Qin Yueshing's stomach. With a crack, several of Qin Yueshing's ribs were broken. His body flew out heavily, and he coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. Next, it's your limbs. Lu Ming's eyes were cold as he walked step by step to Qin Yueshing's side. No, don't. Qin Yueshing shouted. Stop. At this moment, A furious roar suddenly came from afar. At the same time, whoosh, whoosh, one by one, silhouettes rushed over. It's the law enforcement hall. They're from the law enforcement hall. The leader is Yao Tianyu. It's over. This time, Lu Ming is finished. The surrounding senior disciples exclaimed when they saw these people rushing over. Of course, some were surprised, a few were worried, but most were gloating. The law enforcement hall was jointly established by the 4 major courts. Each court would elect some people to join the law enforcement hall to maintain order in the Mystic Essence Sword sect. Senior brother Lu Ming, the people from the law enforcement hall are here. Let's go. The skinny young man who was saved by Lu Ming shouted. Ha! The people from the law enforcement hall are here. Senior brother Yao Tianyu is here. Lu Ming, you're finished. How dare you break my ribs? I'll return it to you 10-fold or 100-fold. Chun Yueshing regained his arrogance and shouted coldly when the people from the law enforcement hall arrived. Law enforcement hall? Hee hee, no one can save you today. Lu Ming's eyes were still cold. He was not moved at all. He lifted his foot and stomped heavily on Chun Yueshing's leg. The arrogance on Chun Yueshing's face disappeared and was replaced by endless fear. He wailed, "No, don't crack." Lu Ming's foot stomped heavily. One of Chun Yueshing's leg bones was broken into several pieces by Lu Ming's true chi. "Ah, my leg. Senior brother Yao, save me." Chun Yueshing wailed. Bang! Bang! Lu Ming's legs were as fast as lightning as he stomped on the ground twice. These 2 feet were stepping on Chun Yueshing's other leg and one of his arms. Immediately, Chun Yueshing's leg and arm bones were broken into several pieces. Chapter 80. I told you to stop. Didn't you hear me? The leader was about 17 years old. He was as still as a mountain, and his aura was oppressive. His eyes were filled with killing intent like a wolf or tiger. It's really Yao Tianyu. He came personally. Low exclamations could be heard all around. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows. So, this youth was Yao Tianyu. His expression was still calm as he said indifferently, I heard you, but why should I stop? How dare you talk to senior brother Yao like that? Lu Ming, what's with your attitude? As soon as Lu Ming finished speaking, a few youths from the tribunal council shouted. Lu Ming pursed his lips and could not be bothered with them. Lu Ming, you attacked a fellow disciple for no reason, and your methods are vicious. You've gone mad and seriously violated the sect rules. Now, bind yourself in chains and follow us back to the tribunal council to receive your punishment. A red-robed youth walked out and shouted loudly. Then, with a clang, he threw a thick chain in front of Lu Ming. That's right. Lu Ming, quickly surrender and await your punishment. The other youths from the tribunal council shouted as well. I violated the sect rules? Lu Ming sneered and said, Then why didn't you ask me why I attacked? There's no need to ask. Anyway, we saw you seriously injure your fellow disciple and destroy the Star Moon Pavilion. This is a serious crime. The red-robed youth directly concluded. Haha, let me tell you now. I'm not guilty. I'm just punishing the sex vermin. The Star Moon Pavilion used an extremely low price to forcefully buy the materials of new disciples. Once they disobeyed, they would be heavy-handed. One of my friends is still unconscious. Why didn't you investigate this? Lu Ming said coldly. Nonsense. He's slandering me. There's no such thing. Senior brother Yao, you have to uphold justice for me. Chun Yueshing's cultivation was profound, and he did not faint. At this moment, he shouted for his innocence. Slandering? Do you think everyone else is blind? Lu Ming said. Oh. The red-robed youth turned his gaze to the youths from the Vermilion Bird Courtyard and said, Did any of you see the Star Moon Pavilion forcefully buy materials? And he even injured someone? But let me warn you, before you speak, it's best to think carefully. Don't talk nonsense. Be careful of the trouble that comes from the mouth. This was a blatant threat. The new disciples of the Vermilion Bird Courtyard originally wanted to tell the truth, but when they heard this, their expressions all changed. As for Yao Tianyu, although he didn't say anything, his aura was oppressive. He casually glanced over, causing the faces of the disciples to turn even uglier. For a moment, no one dared to speak. Yao Tianyu sneered, and the other disciples of the enforcement hall also sneered. The red-robed youth said, Lu Ming, it seems that no one will testify for you. Now, what else do you have to say? Why aren't you surrendering? Hee. Lu Ming sneered. His gaze swept over the new disciples of the Vermilion Bird Courtyard. As soon as those disciples saw Lu Ming's gaze, their faces turned red and they lowered their heads in shame. However, no one said anything. Lu Ming, what are you looking at? Was he trying to threaten them? With the law enforcement hall here, don't even think about it. Why aren't you surrendering? Was he trying to resist? Brothers, get ready to attack. The red-robed youth shouted, and a ruthless light flashed in his eyes. A few days ago, he had gone to summon Lu Ming and was kicked out by Lu Ming, which was a great humiliation to him. Enforcement hall? What bullshit enforcement hall? I've learned something today. If you want to attack, then attack. You want me to surrendering? Impossible. I, Lu Ming, am not afraid of fight. Lu Ming held a long sword in his hand and stood there proudly. His slender figure was like a tall and straight mountain peak, full of unyielding and unswerving determination. Before he came here today, he had already guessed that this was Yao Tianyu's doing. Although he knew that with his current cultivation, he had no chance of winning against someone on the bronze list, he still came. But he still came and did it. This was his original intention. If he wanted to do something, he would do it. At worst, he would fight a bloody battle. Looking at Lu Ming's figure, the new disciples of the Vermilion Bird Courtyard felt even more ashamed. Wait a minute. Suddenly, a voice was heard. The skinny youth who was saved by Lu Ming walked out with his fists clenched. His face was red, and his body was trembling. I can testify that what senior brother Lu Ming said is the truth. The Star Moon Pavilion forced us to buy the materials of the new disciples of the Vermilion Bird Courtyard. They only gave us 1 silver tael for 1,000 taels of silver. If we didn't comply, we would be beaten up. Previously, there was a senior brother who didn't comply. After a few words, Chen Yueshing broke his bones and knocked him unconscious. Senior brother Lu Ming did it for us. He didn't violate any rules. Don't, the skinny youth shouted, and his voice spread far and wide. Shut up. How dare you? The red-robed youth suddenly shouted, interrupting the skinny youth's words. Then, he stared coldly at the skinny youth and said in a deep voice, Kid, how dare you? I can see that you are Lu Ming's accomplice. You actually helped Lu Ming to bring disaster to the courtyard. You even wanted to deceive the Tribunal Council. Your crime is unforgivable. Today, you are with Lu Ming. You can't escape punishment. The skinny youth's face suddenly turned pale. His voice trembled as he said, No, you can't do this. I am telling the truth. No need to talk nonsense. Attack. At this moment, Yao Tianyu finally spoke. He was decisive and direct. Junior brother, please step back. Lu Ming waved his palm. True qi gushed out, and the skinny youth retreated into the crowd. Lu Ming faced the people from the law enforcement hall alone. He didn't say anything, but the unyielding battle intent on his body said it all. Fight to the end. Attack together. Take down Lu Ming. It's fine as long as you don't kill him. The red-robed youth shouted. Swish. Swish. At this moment, more than a dozen young men from the Tribunal Council rushed toward Lu Ming. Sword chi, palm wind, fist force instantly enveloped Lu Ming's body. These disciples of the Tribunal Council were all very strong. The weakest among them was at the 6th level of the Martial Master Realm. Ultimate flowing light. Clang. With a sword cry, sword light burst out and sword chi burst out. Lu Ming directly killed his way into the crowd. Clang. Clang. Boom. Boom. The sounds of collisions and explosions rang out intensely. Then, a few figures retreated. They were the disciples of the Tribunal Council. They had been stabbed in the chest, and the wounds went straight to the bones. They fell heavily to the ground and coughed up blood. The disciples of the 4 courtyards were shocked. Lu Ming was too strong. Not only did he fight with the Tribunal Council, but he also injured several experts of the Tribunal Council. Strong, too strong. There were many experts at the 8th level of the Martial Master Realm in the Tribunal Council. Attack together, attack together. The red-robed youth shouted from the side. Swish! Swish! More disciples of the Tribunal Council rushed toward Lu Ming. This time, there were more than 30 disciples of the Tribunal Council. Kill! Lu Ming hollered, his aura soaring. Chapter 81. However, he was surrounded by nearly 30 disciples of the law enforcement hall. In an instant, all kinds of attacks were launched at Lu Ming. There was no way to dodge. Bloodline eruption. Lu Ming didn't hesitate at all and directly unleashed his bloodline. Bloodline eruption increased Lu Ming's combat strength by a large margin. He ignored most of the attacks and only needed to avoid the physical attacks of the long swords and sabers. Boom, boom, boom. Streaks of sword chi, saber energy, and fist force all hit Lu Ming, but Lu Ming's body only shook slightly. Then, he kept slashing with the Heavenly Star Sword. The flowing light sword was extremely fast. He slashed dozens of times in an instant. Screams were heard continuously. 7 or 8 figures were sent flying and fell to the ground with serious injuries. Kill! Lu Ming was in a frenzy. The genuine qi in his body was so condensed that it burst out continuously. His bloodline was now at level 4, and he could only unleash his bloodline for 5 breaths. In these 5 breaths, he was extremely powerful. Whoosh, whoosh. The Heavenly Star Sword kept slashing out. Screams were heard as one figure after another was sent flying. Bang, bang. The disciples of the law enforcement hall fell to the ground one after another like sandbags. The disciples of the 4 courtyards who were watching were so shocked that their eyeballs almost popped out. Monster! Monster! Lu Ming is too strong. How long has he been in the sect? Did you see that? He actually ignored the attacks. He must have a defensive treasure on him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to withstand so many attacks. Yes, he must have a defensive treasure. Lu Ming is actually not that strong. He relied on a defensive treasure to catch the law enforcement hall disciples off guard. Look, he's injured. The senior disciples of the 4 courtyards discussed animatedly. Although they felt that Lu Ming should have relied on a defensive treasure, their eyes were still flashing with shock. Poochie! At this moment, Lu Ming spat out a mouthful of blood. After 5 breaths, more than 20 law enforcement hall disciples had been seriously injured by him and couldn't fight anymore. However, he had taken so many attacks. Although he had absorbed 50% of the attacks, he was still injured. He's injured, kill him. The remaining law enforcement hall disciples roared and continued to rush towards Lu Ming. Clang! A tall and thin young man exchanged a blow with Lu Ming. Lu Ming's body trembled, and he couldn't help but take a step back. 9th layer Martial Master. In the law enforcement hall, a 9th level Martial Master finally made a move. As soon as Lu Ming retreated, the others rushed forward one after another. During this entire process, Yao Tianyu had no intention of making a move. He continued to stand at the side and watch coldly. It seemed that Lu Ming was not worthy of him personally taking action. Beside Yao Tianyu, there was another young man. His body was extremely muscular, like an iron tower. He did not make a move either. So what if you were at the 9th level of the Martial Master realm? Kill! Lu Ming attacked more than 10 times in a row, forcing the others to retreat. Then, he fought with the 9th level Martial Master expert. In an instant, the two of them exchanged more than 10 moves. Tongue! Tongue! After a dozen or so moves, the young man's expression changed greatly, and he retreated a dozen or so steps. Whoosh! Lu Ming took a step forward and charged towards the red-robed youth. Now it's your turn. Lu Ming's eyes were ice-cold as killing intent flashed. The red-robed youth was scared out of his wits. So many law enforcement hall experts were actually unable to stop Lu Ming. How is this possible? He couldn't help but shout, "Senior brother Yao, save me." Yao Tianyu frowned and silently said, "He Tai, make a move." Yes. The young man behind him, who was like an iron tower, responded. Then he suddenly stomped his feet on the ground. Boom! The ground shook and the hard floor cracked. The Iron Tower youth's body shot out like a cannonball. Fast, incomparably fast. It was even faster than Lu Ming's dragon snake steps. In an instant, he arrived near Lu Ming. With a punch, a ferocious and berserk fist energy crazily rushed towards Lu Ming. So strong, Lu Ming's heart trembled. This Iron Tower youth's punch gave him an extremely dangerous feeling. Without hesitation, he erupted with all his true chi and slashed at the Iron Tower youth. Boom! The Iron Tower youth's fist landed heavily on the Heavenly Star Sword. In that instant, Lu Ming felt as if he'd been hit by a mountain. This force was irresistible. Lu Ming's body shook violently as he was sent flying. After flying for more than 10 meters, Lu Ming finally landed on the ground, following which, Lu Ming took 8 consecutive steps back. With every step, the floor would emit a roar and crack. After 8 steps, Lu Ming stopped and spat out a mouthful of blood. Hitai has made a move. Hitai is a genius who won 8 consecutive matches on the bronze platform. He is not far from the bronze list. With him making a move, Lu Ming is doomed. That's right. Lu Ming and Hitai are too far apart. Seeing the Iron Tower youth make a move, someone exclaimed in shock. 8 consecutive matches on the bronze platform? Strong indeed. Lu Ming looked at Hitai in front of him with a grave expression. If a disciple of the Mystic Essence Sword sect wanted to enter the bronze list, they had to go on the bronze platform and accept challenges. Only those who won 10 consecutive matches could enter the bronze list. As for Hitai, he had already won 8 consecutive matches. If he won 2 more matches, he would be able to enter the bronze list. Of course, it wouldn't be that easy. The further one went, the harder it would be. The opponents would also be stronger. But 8 consecutive matches was already very strong. You could take a punch from me. Not bad, but I advise you to surrender. The difference between you and me is too great. Hitai said indifferently. Haha, if you want to fight, then let's fight. You want me to surrender? Impossible. Lu Ming wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and laughed. Stubborn. Boom. Hitai rushed towards Lu Ming and threw out another punch. This punch was even more powerful than the previous one. Lu Ming's pupils shrank. He did not take it head-on. Instead, he used the dragon snake steps and dodged to the side. You can't avoid it. Hitai took a heavy step and the floor cracked. He was like a wild beast as he rushed towards Lu Ming. Another punch was thrown out. It was incomparably fast. This punch could not be avoided. If he could not avoid it, then he would take it head-on. Lu Ming circulated the true dragon battle art to the extreme. True chi surged as he slashed out with his sword. The Heavenly Star Sword and Hitai's fist collided again. Boom! Lu Ming's sword chi was instantly destroyed. The difference was too great. They were not on the same level at all. Hitai's combat strength was too strong. Although he was also a 9th level martial master, an ordinary 9th level martial master was trash in front of him. He could defeat him with a single punch. With Lu Ming's current combat strength, without activating his bloodline, he could fight with an ordinary 9th level martial master expert. But compared to Hitai, the difference was too great. Bang! Lu Ming was directly blasted backward. He slid continuously for tens of meters before coming to a stop. Puff! Puff! Lu Ming spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. His face was pale, and his body staggered as if he could fall at any moment. Is this the strength of a true genius of the Mystic Essence Sword sect? It is indeed powerful. Chapter 82. During the newcomer trial, he had swept away the other geniuses and won the title of Newcomer King. At that time, he felt that the other geniuses were only SOSO. Now that he thought about it, he was wrong. The other geniuses among the newcomers were not too weak, but too immature. They had not grown up yet. Perhaps in a few years, some of them would grow very strong. Take him down. Hitai waved his hand and said. Lu Ming was already seriously injured, so there was no need for him to take action. Let's see how you resist now. The remaining dozen or so disciples of the law enforcement hall walked towards Lu Ming with a ferocious expression. Lu Ming had actually injured more than 20 of them. They were both afraid and hateful of Lu Ming. Huh. Lu Ming supported himself with his long sword. He glanced around and sneered again and again. Damn it, what are you laughing at? You'll see when you get to the law enforcement hall. A skinny young man smiled sinisterly and clawed at Lu Ming's head. He wanted to press Lu Ming's head to the ground and humiliate him. But whoosh! A sword light flashed, and a few streams of blood spurted out. There were 5 fingers in the blood. The skinny young man looked at his bare palm in a daze, and then let out a heart-wrenching scream. Ah, my fingers, Lu Ming, I want you dead. That sword attack, just now, was of course from Lu Ming. Go, let's attack together. The others roared. There were a total of 10 people, including a 9th-level martial master expert. One attack after another was directed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming barely raised his true chi and waved his sword to block. Clang! Clang! After a few consecutive moves, Lu Ming's body kept retreating. His body was hit by a sword and blood immediately flowed out. Lu Ming, get down and surrender. A young man from the law enforcement hall shouted. In your dreams. There were only 2 simple words in response. Then I'll beat you until you're down. Whoosh, 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 one attack after another was directed at Lu Ming. These disciples of the law enforcement hall were all experts. Lu Ming, on the other hand, was severely injured. It was difficult for him to resist. After a few moves, more wounds appeared on his body, and blood flowed freely. Lu Ming's entire body was dyed red with blood. His footsteps were unsteady, as if he could collapse at any moment. However, he still stood tall and straight, and his gaze was still firm and persistent. At this moment, the scene was silent. The air seemed to have frozen at this moment. No one spoke. They all stared blankly at that figure. Senior brother Lu Ming. The new disciples of the Vermilion Bird Courtyard all clenched their fists, their eyes red. Their eyes were filled with guilt. They felt guilty for not speaking up earlier. They all knew that the reason Lu Ming had come here and demolished the Star Moon Pavilion was to avenge Pang Shi. For a friend, for a brother, to be able to do this was a true man, a true man. Compared to Lu Ming, they felt that they were too weak. Stop it! Stop it! The skinny young man roared and suddenly rushed forward. Slap! The red-robed young man suddenly rushed forward and sent the skinny young man flying with a slap. He said arrogantly, "Get lost. You'll see what happens later." Then, he looked at Lu Ming and laughed loudly. Lu Ming, weren't you very arrogant earlier? What's wrong? You can't do it anymore. Come and hit me, haha. Bang! As soon as the red-robed young man finished speaking, he received a heavy slap to the face. The slap was extremely loud and ruthless. The red-robed young man's body spun a few times before he stopped. One side of his face was almost smashed, and blood was spurting out of his teeth. He was beaten senseless, and for a moment, he even forgot to scream. He stared blankly at the person who hit him. It was a woman, an extremely seductive and sexy woman with an explosive figure. However, at this moment, her expression was incomparably cold. Mullins! Mullins! A name flashed through the red-robed young man's mind. Mullins had finally arrived. No one could see how she arrived. Since you asked for a slap, I'll fulfill your wish, Mullins said coldly. Then, she waved her hand again. Slap! Another slap. This time, it landed directly on the other side of the red-robed young man's face. Blood was still spurting out of his mouth because he had lost all his teeth. The red-robed young man did not fly out. He was pulled by a force and spun a dozen times on the spot before he came to a stop. It was obvious how heavy the slap was. As soon as he stopped, he saw Mullins's cold face again. His heart skipped a beat, and he almost wet himself. He shouted, "Don't laugh, want." His mouth was leaking air, and he could not even speak clearly. Get lost. Bang. Mullins kicked the red-robed young man more than 10 meters away. He screamed and fainted. Not far away, Yao Qianyu, who had been very calm, could no longer stay calm. He looked at Mullins with a grave expression. The people from the Tribunal Council did not dare to make a move. They looked at Mullins solemnly. Mullins did not look at the others. She walked to Lu Ming's side and asked with a concerned expression, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine. I won't die. I owe you another favor this time." Lu Ming smiled. "You can still laugh? Hurry up and take this pill." Mullins took out a pill and handed it to Lu Ming. Lu Ming did not stand on ceremony and swallowed it. The pill melted as soon as it entered his mouth. Then, it turned into a wave of energy that permeated Lu Ming's body. His wound quickly stopped bleeding, and he was no longer bleeding. What a strong medicinal effect. This healing pill must be of a high grade. Mullins looked at Yao Tianyu and said coldly, "How dare you attack a disciple of the Vermilion Bird Courtyard? Elder Mullins." Yao Tianyu's expression was ugly. He cupped his fists and said, "Elder Mullins, we are enforcing the law impartially." Lu Ming relied on his high cultivation to injure dozens of people from the Star Moon Pavilion for no reason. He even destroyed the Star Moon Pavilion by force. Such an unruly and reckless person must be punished severely by the Tribunal Council. But Lu Ming is crazy. Not only did he resist arrest, but he also injured so many people from the Tribunal Council. Such a person, no matter what, he must be severely punished. Elder Mullins, as the head elder of the Vermilion Bird Courtyard, I hope you won't cover for him. Nonsense. The skinny young man's face was swollen after being slapped by the red-robed young man. He walked out and said, "It was clearly the Star Moon Pavilion who forcefully bought the materials of our Vermilion Bird Courtyard's new disciples. They even wantonly attacked people. Senior brother Lu Ming is fighting for justice for us. How is this against the rules?" "That's right. Senior brother Lu Ming is fighting for justice for us." Several new disciples of the Vermilion Bird Courtyard walked out. With Mulan's arrival, their courage was boosted. They could no longer hold it in and told the truth. "Nonsense," Yao Tianyu said in a low voice. "How could the Star Moon Pavilion do such a thing? If they did, the Tribunal Council would have punished them long ago. Moreover, you said that they forcefully bought a courtyard from the Vermilion Bird Courtyard. Does the Star Moon Pavilion have a grudge with the Vermilion Bird Courtyard?" Chapter 83. No, that's not it. We're speaking the truth. A few disciples from the Vermilion Bird Courtyard hurriedly explained. "Enough." Mullins waved her hand and looked at Yao Tianyu. "Now, let me tell you clearly. I don't care who Lu Ming beat up or whose house he destroyed. I don't care. If I say that Lu Ming is innocent, he is innocent. If I say that he is innocent, he is innocent." How domineering. This is Mullins. When she's domineering, she doesn't talk reason at all. Yao Tianyu's face instantly turned red. He almost suffered internal injuries. Mullins didn't play by the rules. However, he couldn't do anything to Mullins. "Elder Mullins, although you're an elder of the Vermilion Bird Courtyard and the granddaughter of Principal Yin, you can't bully others just because you're powerful. There are so many disciples here watching." Yao Tianyu finally said this after a long time. "Yes, I'm bullying others. What's wrong with that?" Mullins replied calmly. Yao Tianyu was so angry that his body trembled. All right. If that's the case, I'll report this to the elders of the disciplinary hall. Let's go." Mullins arrived in a domineering manner. Yao Tianyu knew that it was impossible to take down Lu Ming today. After saying this, he turned to leave. "Who said that you can leave?" Mullins' cold voice sounded. Yao Tianyu paused and looked at Mullins. He gritted his teeth and said, "Elder Mullins, do you have any other instructions? You injured him and want to leave just like that? Aren't you being too lenient? Why don't you leave the medical fees behind? I think you'll need at least 1 or 2 million taels of silver to recover from such injuries." Mullins' gaze lingered on Lu Ming as she spoke slowly. Medical fees? 1 or 2 million taels of silver. All around, the onlookers were stunned. Some of them dug their ears hard, thinking that they had misheard. Even Lu Ming was in a daze. Mullins was asking for an exorbitant price. Sure enough, Yao Tianyu couldn't hold it in anymore and roared. "Medical fees? Mullins, don't go overboard. Lu Ming injured so many of us. I didn't even ask him for medical expenses, and you actually asked me for medical expenses? Impossible. Let me tell you, impossible. The people who injured you, they deserve it. Let me tell you, if you don't pay the medical fees today, I don't mind breaking your bones one by one." Mullins said coldly. He was too domineering and overbearing. He didn't give Yao Tianyu any face at all. No, it wasn't that he didn't give Yao Tianyu any face, but that he didn't put him in his eyes at all. Yao Tianyu's expression was extremely ugly. Although he was a genius on the bronze list, he was still just a bronze disciple. If he were to fight with Mulin's, he would definitely be slapped to death. His face alternated between green and white. If he were to give in today and pay the medical fees, he would lose all his face. Haha, niece Mulin's, in my opinion. Let's just let this matter rest. At this moment, a generous voice was heard. In the sky, a figure descended from the sky. It was an old man in his 60s. He wore a silver robe and had a kind smile on his face. It was a silver-robed elder. Seeing this old man, Yao Tianyu was overjoyed and shouted, "Elder Ming, you must seek justice for this disciple. Elder Mulin's is too much." This silver-robed elder belonged to the Azure Dragon courtyard. Mulin's expression also darkened. She said, "Old Ming, I advise you not to meddle in other people's business." The surrounding people were dumbfounded. Mulin's was too awesome. She called a silver-robed elder an old man. However, Elder Ming did not show any signs of anger. He was still smiling as he said, "I have already heard about the cause and effect of this matter. I think there is a big misunderstanding in this matter. In my opinion, the fault lies with the Star Moon Pavilion. The Star Moon Pavilion forcefully bought the disciples' materials. Lu Ming fought for justice and injured the disciple of the Star Moon Pavilion. As members of the disciplinary hall, Yao Tianyu and the rest naturally had to intervene when they saw Lu Ming injuring someone. That was why a fight broke out. This is a complete misunderstanding. Since both sides have people injured, I think we should just let this matter rest." Lu Ming's heart trembled. This was abandoning the rook to save the king. This Elder Ming looked amiable, but he was actually a cunning old fox. In one sentence, he pushed all the blame to the Star Moon Pavilion. In this way, Yao Tianyu naturally did not need to pay the medical fees. Yao Tianyu and the rest would also have nothing to say to the disciplinary hall elder. Yao Tianyu's face darkened, and he did not say anything. If this matter was really investigated, the fact that the Star Moon Pavilion forcefully bought the materials of the new disciples of the Vermilion Bird Courtyard would definitely not be concealed. Hence, it was good to push the blame to the Star Moon Pavilion. Mulin's eyes flashed slightly. This Elder Ming was a silver-robed elder. If he was bent on protecting Yao Tianyu, there was nothing she could do. Oh, since it is the Star Moon Pavilion's fault, they must be severely punished. Otherwise, the disciples of the four courtyards will not be convinced. Mulin's eyes flashed, and she smiled. Of course, the Star Moon Pavilion will definitely be severely punished. Moreover, all the materials will be returned. Elder Ming smiled and said to Yao Tianyu, "Tianyu, why aren't you bringing the disciples of the disciplinary hall back to treat their injuries?" "Yes." Yao Tianyu cupped his fists and instructed the disciples who were not injured to help the injured disciples back to treat their injuries. Lu Ming. Afterward, Yao Tianyu glanced at Lu Ming. His gaze was extremely cold. He then turned and left. "Yao Tianyu," Lu Ming suddenly shouted. Yao Tianyu paused and turned around to look at Lu Ming coldly. Lu Ming stared at Yao Tianyu with bright eyes and said, "Yao Tianyu, you asked some underlings to besiege me. What kind of ability is that? If you have the ability, fight with me. I'm challenging you now. Do you dare to accept the challenge?" As soon as he said that, the crowd suddenly fell into silence. Lu Ming actually dared to challenge Yao Tianyu? How could that be? How could he be Yao Tianyu's opponent? "You want to challenge me?" Yao Tianyu asked in return. "That's right," Lu Ming replied firmly. Yao Tianyu revealed a mocking smile and said disdainfully, "Lu Ming, I am a disciple on the bronze roll. Why do you have to challenge me? Wait until you become a disciple on the bronze roll before you challenge me. Now, you're not qualified." Yao Tianyu's eyes were full of arrogance and disdain. After saying that, he turned and left. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. Disdain to accept my challenge? Lu Ming couldn't help but clench his fists. "Lu Ming, don't think too much. This is the rule of the Mystic Essence Sword Sect. If you want to challenge a disciple on the bronze roll, you must also be on the bronze roll. Otherwise, you don't have the right to challenge. Mullins explained to Lu Ming. I see, Lu Ming muttered. However, Yao Tianyu's arrogant and disdainful eyes just now lingered in Lu Ming's mind. Bronze roll? I will reach it soon. Yao Tianyu, just you wait. Lu Ming clenched his fists and his eyes were firm. Lu Ming, are you okay? Lu Ming, are you okay? Chapter 84. I'm fine. Lu Ming smiled, but the two of them still looked at Lu Ming in shock. This was because Lu Ming's body was completely drenched in blood. He looked like a bloody man. Especially Hua Qi, in addition to shock, there was also a complicated look in his eyes. Deep in his eyes, there was even gratitude and admiration. By the way, how is Pang Shi? Lu Ming asked worriedly. He's fine. The alchemist has already set his bones and fed him a healing pill. He should be fine. Hua Qi said. That's good. Lu Ming smiled. Suddenly, his body swayed and his face turned pale. Lu Ming, what's wrong? Mullins, Feng Wu, and Hua Qi were shocked. Lu Ming smiled bitterly and said, It seems that I have to treat my injuries on the spot. Immediately, Lu Ming sat down cross-legged and began to heal his injuries with the True Dragon battle art. Damn it, Hua Qi growled. Lu Ming couldn't even go back to heal his injuries. It was obvious how serious his injuries were. Then, Hua Qi, Feng Wu, and Mullins all stood near Lu Ming to protect him. The surrounding onlookers watched for a while and left one after another. The news of this battle spread throughout the entire Mystic Essence Sword sect at the speed of a whirlwind. After hearing this news, everyone had different reactions. Some scoffed, thinking that Lu Ming was a reckless man who did things impulsively and disregarded the consequences. It was unwise to fight, even though he knew that he was no match for Lu Ming. But some praised Lu Ming, thinking that Lu Ming was loyal and firm on the path of martial arts. He had an indomitable will and the will to advance bravely. On the path of martial arts, one should be fearless in attack when necessary. If one had to be fearful of everything and even swallow their anger, then what was the point of practicing martial arts? Anyway, there were all kinds of opinions. Of course, Lu Ming didn't know all of this. He was focused on healing his injuries. 6 hours passed in the blink of an eye. When Lu Ming opened his eyes, it was already evening. Lu Ming, are you feeling better? Mullins was the first to notice that Lu Ming had woken up. She hastily asked, Much better. Lu Ming smiled faintly. After 12 hours of recuperation, his injuries had basically stabilized. As long as he persevered for a period of time, he would be completely healed. Feng Wu and Hua Qi also hurried to Lu Ming's side. Lu Ming felt warmth in his heart. He knew that when he was recuperating, these people had been guarding him. However, there was a skinny young man who had not left and was watching from a distance. Let's go back, Lu Ming said. Then, he walked up to the skinny youth and asked, What's your name? Lu. Senior brother Lu. My name is Li Yi. The skinny youth said excitedly. Li Yi, thank you for this. Lu Ming smiled. No. Senior brother Lu Ming, I should be the one thanking you. Li Yi said hastily. Let's go back to the Vermilion Bird courtyard together. Lu Ming smiled. The few of them went back to the Vermilion Bird courtyard together. Before long, Lu Ming and the others had returned to the dormitory. After Lu Ming came back, he did not go back to his room. Instead, he went to Pang Shi's room. Pang Shi was lying on the bed with bandages all over his body. His legs and arms were also in plaster. At this moment, Pang Shi had already woken up. Seeing Lu Ming come in, he struggled to get up and shouted, Senior brother Lu Ming, are you all right? Don't move. Lie down and rest. Lu Ming quickly stopped Pang Shi from moving and said with a smile, Don't worry, I'm fine. Senior brother Lu Ming, I'm sorry. It's all my fault that you're so badly injured. Pang Shi said with tears in his eyes. Obviously, he had heard about Lu Ming's battle. After all, more than 6 hours had passed. I should be the one apologizing. Yao Qianyu's target was me, but you were implicated. Lu Ming said. No, it's not senior brother Lu Ming's fault. It's all my fault for being too weak. Otherwise, I wouldn't have implicated you, Pang Shi said. Pang Shi said. His eyes were filled with self-blame and determination. All right, Big Shi, don't think too much. Have a good rest. Lu Ming smiled and patted Pang Shi's shoulder. Then he walked out of Pang Shi's room. After returning to his room, Lu Ming entered the Temple of Paragon. The Crimson Scale Snake armor is so damaged. After taking off all his clothes, Lu Ming looked at the tattered Crimson Scale Snake armor in his hands and smiled bitterly. This time, if he did not have the Crimson Scale Snake armor as a layer of protection, his injuries would have been worse. After changing his clothes, Lu Ming went out to fetch water to wash his body. Then, he returned to the Temple of Paragon and continued to heal his injuries. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. 7 days later, Lu Ming practiced a set of fist techniques in the courtyard to exercise his muscles and bones. After 7 days, my injuries have healed. Lu Ming felt it and thought to himself. His eyes flashed with joy. He realized that the true qi cultivated by the true dragon battle art was not only strong and condensed, but also very effective in healing injuries. If it was an ordinary person, it would take at least a month to recover from such injuries. However, he only used 7 days. A divine-level cultivation art was indeed very useful. Creak. At this moment, the door of the courtyard was pushed open and Feng Wu walked in. Lu Ming, how are your injuries? I brought some medicinal wine for you. Do you want to try it? Feng Wu smiled brightly. I've already recovered. Lu Ming smiled. Ah, the smile on Feng Wu's face froze. She looked at Lu Ming as if he was a monster and said, It's only been 7 days and you've already recovered? Yes, what's so strange about it? Don't you know that I'm a genius? Lu Ming waved his hand and his palm cut through the air, making a violent whistling sound. Then, he looked at Feng Wu with a smug face. Genius? Can a genius be beaten up like this? Feng Wu curled her lips in disdain. However, there was still shock in the depths of her eyes. He had recovered in 7 days. What a monster! All right, Feng Wu, can you tell me about the bronze list? How strong are the geniuses on the bronze list? Lu Ming asked. Bronze list? Very strong. Speaking of the bronze list, Feng Wu's face became serious and said, You also know that the bronze list requires you to win 10 matches in a row on the bronze platform. It's not easy to win 10 matches in a row. The further you go, the more difficult it is. For example, after you win 8 matches in a row, you'll have to face an opponent who also won 8 matches in a row in the 9th match. After you win 9 matches in a row, you'll have to face an opponent who also won 9 matches in a row. Therefore, it's really difficult to win 10 matches in a row. Therefore, the geniuses on the bronze list are extremely powerful. Defeating a martial artist of the same level with one move is as easy as eating and drinking. I heard that most of the geniuses on the bronze list have successfully cultivated at least one profound level low-grade martial technique. Even if they didn't succeed in cultivating a profound level martial technique, they would have mastered some kind of secret technique. Some even cultivated the way of body refining. Chapter 85. Then how many people are on the bronze list? Lu Ming asked. 56 people. Other than the Qilin courtyard, there are a total of 56 geniuses on the bronze list. Feng Wu said. Only 56. Lu Ming whispered. Every year, the Xianyuan sword sect would recruit a group of disciples. As long as they were not over 30 years old, they would be considered disciples. After so many years, the number of bronze disciples in the Xianyuan sword sect had already exceeded 50,000. There were only 56 geniuses on the bronze list who exceeded 50,000, 1 in 100. One had to know that those who were able to join the Xianyuan sword sect had to go through many examinations. It already represented talent, and they had to go through 1 in 100. From this, it could be seen how talented the geniuses on the bronze list were. Yao Qianyu, what rank is he? Lu Ming asked again. 51. Feng Wu's eyes flashed. He looked at Lu Ming carefully and said, You can't really be thinking of challenging Yao Qianyu, right? Let me tell you, Yao Qianyu's talent is terrifying. He joined the Mystic Essence Sword sect 2 years ago. I heard that during the newcomer trial, he was a strong contender for newcomer king. Although he failed, his talent is not to be underestimated. Although he is ranked 51st, his ability has improved very quickly. I believe that he will continue to rise. Lu Ming, in another year's time, it will not be a problem for you to defeat him. However, it's still too early this year. Feng Wu, you don't believe me? How about we make a bet? Let's bet on whether I can defeat Yao Tianyu within 4 months. Lu Ming smiled slightly. Oh, what are you betting on? Feng Wu said. What are you betting on? Let me think about it. Lu Ming rubbed his chin, and then his eyes started to wander around Feng Wu's body from upstream to downstream, and then from downstream to upstream. From time to time, he would even sigh. Feng Wu's beautiful face immediately turned red. She glared at Lu Ming and shouted, Lu Ming, you're shameless. Don't even think about it. Feng Wu, why are you scolding me? Are you thinking the wrong way? I just want to bet on a big meal to see if you have that much money. You see, aren't your thoughts impure? Lu Ming asked in surprise. Feng Wu's face turned even redder, all the way to his ears. He glared fiercely at Lu Ming and said fiercely, All right, I'll bet. At that time, if I don't ruthlessly slaughter you, I won't be called Feng Wu. Then, he threw a jar of medicinal wine at Lu Ming and walked away angrily. Ha ha ha! Lu Ming laughed out loud. It was quite interesting to occasionally tease the great beauty Feng Wu. Opening the wine jug, Lu Ming gulped down a few mouthfuls. Then, he began to consider his future path of cultivation. Cultivating the foundation spear technique like this is too slow. If it continues like this, I don't know when I will be able to cultivate the flaming astral spear technique. I must use external forces to speed up the cultivation of the foundation spear technique. If one wanted to enter the bronze list, they had to master a profound level martial skill. Got it. As Lu Ming was thinking, his eyes suddenly lit up, following which he gulped down the entire jar of medicinal wine. It was a good wine, but unfortunately, it had a medicinal taste and lacked a lot of flavor. Lu Ming clicked his tongue and walked out. The first place he went was the contribution hall. Exchanging 2 million silver taels for contribution points, he had a total of 20,000 contribution points. He only had a few 100,000 silver taels left. Adding the contribution points from before, he had a total of 25,500 contribution points. Then, he began to exchange for demon beast blood essence. What he wanted to exchange now was the blood essence of a second-class 8th-level demon beast. The blood essence of a second-class 8th-level demon beast was worth 800 contribution points. Lu Ming exchanged 20 sets, which cost him 16,000 contribution points. It was too expensive, causing Lu Ming's heart to twitch a few times. He wanted to exchange for some Class 9 LV2 demonic beast blood essence, but cost 1,600 contribution points per set. Lu Ming smiled bitterly and could only give up for the time being. After exchanging for demon beast blood essence, Lu Ming left the Mystic Essence Sword Sect and headed east. The layout of the Mystic Essence Sword Sect was rather peculiar. The 4 courtyards occupied the 4 most majestic mountains in the 4 directions. As for the central region, it was an even wider region. This area not only had the Qilin Courtyard, but also the Mission Hall, the Contribution Hall, the Bronze Platform, and other important places of the Mystic Essence Sword Sect. Further north of the Black Tortoise Courtyard was the core area of the Mystic Essence Sword Sect. This was because the sect master, gold-robed elders, gold-level disciples, and some silver-robed elders of the Mystic Essence Sword Sect were cultivating in this area. It was the core area of the Mystic Essence Sword Sect's power. The east of the Azure Dragon Courtyard was connected to a vast mountain range. This mountain range was called the Coastal Mountain Range. It was vast and boundless, and countless demon beasts lived in it. It was said that beyond the Coastal Mountain Range was the Endless Sea. It could be said that the Burning Sun Empire was at the easternmost part of the Divine Wilderness Continent. Lu Ming wanted to go to the Coastal Mountain Range to find a good place to practice his spear technique. It was impossible for Lu Ming to go deep into the Coastal Mountain Range. He was only at the periphery, 2 days later, Lu Ming went about 200 miles deep. Rumble. A waterfall rumbled. The water fell from a height of over 1,000 meters, forming a huge impact that shook the surrounding few hundred meters. This is it. I'll use this waterfall to cultivate. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Then, Lu Ming took out the flame-patterned spear and slowly walked towards the waterfall from the side. The silver water column fell from a height of over 1,000 meters, and its momentum was extremely terrifying. The closer he got, the more he could feel the majestic power. To practice the spear, the first thing is to practice the spear. Only when the spear is stable can the other basic spear techniques be easily grasped. Then, Lu Ming grabbed the end of the spear with one hand, straightened his hand, and extended the spear into the waterfall. The moment the spear was washed by the waterfall, Lu Ming felt an extremely strong pressure on the spear. He bent his wrist and threw the spear downwards. True Qi erupted as he pulled back the spear with a fierce force. What a strong force! It's not stable at all. However, this is also a good place to cultivate. Continue. Lu Ming's eyes were bright and unwavering. He continued to extend the spear and infused his true Qi into the spear. This time, he held on for 2 more breaths before the spear was thrown downwards by the waterfall. Continue. Lu Ming was not discouraged and continued to cultivate over and over again. Lu Ming realized that cultivating the spear like this consumed a terrifying amount of true Qi. Every time he cultivated for a period of time, Lu Ming would have to go to the side and circulate the true dragon art to recover his true Qi. Of course, this also had its benefits. Every time he drained his true Qi, he would cultivate and replenish it. This would make his true Qi more condensed and his foundation more stable. During this period, Lu Ming would occasionally devour and refine a portion of demonic beast blood essence. His cultivation base was rapidly increasing. 7 days later, Lu Ming could already hold the spear in the waterfall for more than 10 minutes. However, it was very unstable. The spear swayed back and forth in the waterfall. However, this was already a great improvement. Chapter 86. At this point, Lu Ming's progress in the foundation spear technique was lightning fast. His spear thrust was as steady as a mountain, and he could even stab a fly flying in the air. On the third 7 days, Lu Ming even tied 100 gene stone onto the tip of the spear. Holding the 100 gene stone, Lu Ming practiced his spear in the waterfall. Just like that, a month passed. After a month of hard work, Lu Ming finally cultivated the foundation spear technique to an extremely profound level. Holding the spear in his hand, he was as steady as a mountain. And after a month of hard work, and at the same time, he had refined all 20 portions of demonic beast blood essence. Lu Ming's cultivation had improved at lightning speed. He had already reached the peak of the 7th level martial master and was not far from the 8th level. As the 20 portions of blood essence were divided into a month of devouring and refining, Lu Ming's cultivation was not the slightest bit shaky and was still very stable. Now, I can start cultivating the astral fire spear technique. Lu Ming entered the Temple of Paragon, took out the astral fire spear technique, and began to read it carefully. The astral fire spear technique belonged to the fire attribute and was divided into 6 moves. Astral fire spear technique: fire dance, broken armor, moon seizing, lightning chasing, landslide, explosion. 6 moves, except for the explosion move. The other 5 moves had no difference in strength. It was just that the usage of the spear was different and the level of comprehension was different. After reading carefully, Lu Ming began to cultivate. At the end of the stairs, the faintly discernible palace was constantly chanting scriptures, which made Lu Ming's mind extremely clear, and he comprehended martial skills very quickly. Chi buzzed the sound of the spear piercing through the air, and the vibrating of the spear itself resounded throughout the Temple of Paragon. This cultivation lasted for half a month. In a mountain forest, Lu Ming's figure moved freely, and a fire-patterned spear danced in his hand like a flaming dragon. Chi! Lu Ming suddenly thrust out his spear. Astral fire spear technique. Broken armor. The long spear pierced through the air with unparalleled speed. Like a bolt of lightning, it pierced towards a 2-meter-tall boulder. At the tip of the spear, there was a rotating, cutting force. Bang! The boulder was pierced through like tofu by the flame-patterned spear. Astral fire spear art. Landslide. All of a sudden, the fire-patterned spear shook. The body of the spear flicked, and a vibrating force was generated. Boom! The boulder exploded from the middle, sending rubble flying everywhere. I have finally reached the first level of the astral fire spear technique. Lu Ming's face lit up. As expected of a low-grade, profound rank martial skill, it was extremely powerful. Lu Ming had only cultivated it to the first level, but he felt that its power had already surpassed the flowing light sword art. After all, the flowing light sword art had been stuck at the 5th level, and it was difficult to break through. The first level of the flaming astral spear art was equivalent to the 6th level of the flowing light sword art. Generally speaking, if one was not a martial grandmaster, it would be very difficult to successfully cultivate a profound grade martial technique. For example, the Zhu family's ancestor, Zhu Bing, had cultivated for dozens of years before barely reaching the first level. As for Lu Ming, he had reached the first level in just half a month. This was inseparable from the effect of the chanting sound. Of course, if Lu Ming had not bitterly cultivated the foundation spear technique for a month, he would not have been able to cultivate the flaming astral spear art so quickly. Then, he continued to cultivate. 7 days later, Lu Ming sat cross-legged on a blue stone, frowning as he pondered. It's still lacking a little. It doesn't feel very smooth. After this period of cultivation, he realized that his cultivation of the flaming astral spear art was still lacking a little. He had not comprehended the essence of the flaming astral spear art. If he were to cultivate like this, even with the help of the chanting sound, his cultivation progress would not reach the level that Lu Ming was satisfied with. Maybe it's because of the environment. The flaming astral spear art belongs to the fire attribute. I should cultivate in a place filled with fire attribute spirit chi. Only then can I be like a fish in water. Only then can I cultivate faster with the chanting sound. Where is the fire attribute spirit chi? That's right, the Lingnan fire region. Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes lit up as he thought of place. The Lingnan fire region was southwest of the Mystic Essence Sword sect. It was an area of volcanic eruptions. The volcanoes covered a radius of 1,000 miles and were filled with fire and fire attribute spirit chi. It was perfect to cultivate the flaming astral spear art there. The key was that the area not only had a large number of fire attribute demonic beasts, but also produced a spirit grass called flame crystal grass. The flame crystal grass was one of the precious materials needed to cultivate the 3rd level of the true dragon of battle art. It was more precious than the condensing spirit fruit and the blood smoke stone. If he were to exchange it at the Mystic Essence Sword sect, Lu Ming estimated that it would cost at least 10 to 20,000 contribution points. Going to the Lingnan fire region was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Immediately, Lu Ming returned to the Mystic Essence Sword sect to visit Pang Shi. After such a long time, Pang Shi had already recovered and was cultivating even more diligently. Seeing that Pang Shi was fine, Lu Ming was relieved. He then used his contribution points to exchange for some detoxification pills and true chi recovery pills before heading to the Lingnan fire region. On the way, Lu Ming caught a class 4 stage 2 wind lion as a mount. The wind lion was extremely fast, much faster than the green scale horse. 5 days later, Lu Ming arrived at the Lingnan fire region. Before he had even entered the Lingnan fire region, he could already feel a wave of hot air blowing against his face. After releasing the wind lion, Lu Ming walked into the Lingnan fire region on foot. There were no volcanoes in the periphery of the Lingnan fire region. The ground was pitch black like scorched rocks. There were waves of hot air coming out from the ground. Sizzle. Sometimes there would be a wave of hot air rushing out from the ground. If an ordinary person touched it, they would be scalded. Not long after Lu Ming entered, he saw some figures occasionally. These people had a name. They were called stone pickers. In the center of the Lingnan fire region, there were many volcanoes. When these volcanoes erupted, they would spit out a type of, or called flamestone. Flamestone could be refined into flame iron, which was an excellent material for forging spirit weapons. However, those who came here to pick up stones were usually rogue cultivators with low cultivation, and even ordinary people. The Lingnan fire region was full of danger. From time to time, the ground would spit out hot air, and sometimes even magma and flames. Even martial Dao experts would be seriously injured or even killed if they were hit by it. The flamestone was, after all, just an ore, so it was not expensive. Therefore, those with high cultivation rarely came here. Lu Ming did not stay in the periphery for too long. He wanted to go to the central region, where many fire-type beasts lived. The fire-type spirit Qi was also stronger there. That was the place for cultivation. Soon, Lu Ming passed through the periphery and arrived at the central region. In the central region, the air was even hotter, as if he was in a big steamer. The stones on the ground were fiery red, and he could even hear a sizzling sound. Lu Ming looked over. Occasionally, he could see a stream of magma gushing out from the ground. This region was even more dangerous, and almost no one came here. Lu Ming circulated his genuine qi throughout his body to resist the heat. At the same time, he was fully focused on observing the situation on the ground. Chapter 87. After walking for about 10 miles, Lu Ming stopped. This was because a ferocious tiger covered in red flames had appeared in front of him. The red flame demonic tiger, a class 8 LV2 demonic beast, belonged to the fire attribute demonic beast. It usually lived in places with rich fire attribute spiritual qi. Roar. The red flaming fiend tiger suddenly let out a loud roar. It opened its mouth and spat out a column of fire toward Lu Ming. Good timing. Lu Ming's eyes flashed as he struck with the flame-patterned spear. Astral fire spear art, broken armor. With a thrust of his spear, a rotating, cutting power burst out, destroying the fire pillar that the crimson flame demonic tiger had spat out. Then, Lu Ming rushed toward the red flame demonic tiger and smashed his spear down. Astral fire spear art, landslide. The spear pressed down, producing a violent whistling sound. The red flame demonic tiger seemed to have sensed the danger. Its fiery red hair stood up and emitted scorching flames. These flames condensed into a huge fireball in the air and blasted toward the flame-patterned spear, trying to block the attack. But it was all in vain. The flame-patterned spear was unstoppable. With a slight shake, the fireball collapsed, and the spear continued to smash down. Bang! The spear shaft smashed on the red flame demonic tiger's head, producing a cracking sound. The red flame demonic tiger's forehead was directly dented. The red flame demonic tiger's huge body rolled back dozens of meters before stopping. There was no trace of life in it. Lu Ming walked over and manipulated his bloodline to suck out the red flame demonic tiger's blood essence. Lu Ming would not miss the blood essence of a Class 8 LV2 demonic beast. It cost 800 contribution points in the Mystic Essence Sword sect. Circulating the spirit-devouring bloodline, it did not take long for the red flame demonic tiger's blood essence to be refined. Lu Ming's cultivation improved again, but he was still a little short of breaking through to the martial master realm. The flame aura here is rich. Let's practice the astral fire spear art here. Immediately, Lu Ming immersed himself in the astral fire spear art and began a practice. Chi-chi, buzz-buzz, spear shadows crisscrossed, and energy surged. As soon as he started cultivating, Lu Ming felt incomparably smooth. He operated the spear arts without the slightest bit of hindrance, as if he wanted to merge with the surrounding environment. As expected, the environment had a huge impact on the cultivation of martial techniques. Smooth, too smooth. Lu Ming's eyes lit up as he immersed himself in this feeling. After cultivating for 6 hours, Lu Ming finally stopped. Lu Ming panted heavily. When he cultivated here, he had to circulate his true qi to protect his body at all times. He also had to observe the surroundings to see if there was magma or flames gushing out. It consumed a lot of his true qi and mind. However, Lu Ming's eyes were filled with excitement. After only cultivating for 6 hours, Lu Ming felt that his astral flame spear technique had made great progress. Then, Lu Ming retreated to the outer area to recover his true qi. After recovering his true qi, Lu Ming entered the Temple of Paragon again. With the help of the chanting, he continued to comprehend the feeling of cultivating in the central area. Sure enough, with the chanting, the feeling of cultivating became clearer, and his comprehension of the astral flame spear technique improved. A few hours later, Lu Ming entered the central area again to cultivate the astral flame spear technique. Just like this, Lu Ming cultivated in the central area. When his true qi was exhausted, he retreated to the outer area to recover. Then, with the help of the chanting, he started to comprehend the astral flame spear technique. Lu Ming's comprehension of the astral flame spear technique was improving rapidly. In just half a month, Lu Ming's astral flame spear technique had broken through to the second level, which was a small success. In this half a month, Lu Ming had killed no less than 10 fire-based demonic beasts. 5 of them were Class 8 LV2, and 1 was even Class 9 LV2. The rest were all below Class 8 LV2. After devouring and refining the blood essence of these demonic beasts and cultivating for half a month, Lu Ming's cultivation finally broke through to LV8 Martial Master. Such a cultivation was already very high among the bronze disciples of the Mystic Essence Sword sect. Huff! Once again, Lu Ming exhausted his true qi and retreated to the outer area. He sat in a secluded pile of rocks to recover. When Lu Ming's true qi was half recovered, he suddenly heard a commotion not far away. "No, why did you catch me? I'm just an ordinary person with no cultivation. I can't help you. I'm only a LV3 martial warrior. I can't help you. Let me go." Voices begging for mercy could be heard. "Shut up, what's with the noise? I said you can help, so you can help. It's your fortune to be able to help a disciple of the Shifang Sword sect." A cold voice sounded. It was a young man. "Young heroes of the Shifang Sword sect. If I can help you, I'll definitely help you. But you want us to enter the central area, even close to the inner area? It's very dangerous there. With my cultivation, I'll be burned to death if I'm not careful. Please spare me." Someone begged for mercy. Clap. Immediately, there was a slap. The young voice said again, "Cut the crap. What do I want you to do? What are you going to do? If you talk nonsense again, I'll cut you with my sword." The other side calmed down. Suddenly, there was a sound of something breaking through the air. A figure appeared on the pile of rocks. It was a young man of 17 or 18 years old. He saw Lu Ming at a glance. "Ah, senior brother, there's another person here." The young man laughed and then looked at Lu Ming. "You really know how to hide. But do you think it's useful to hide here? Hurry up and come out and help us explore the central area." Lu Ming frowned, interrupted the half-recovered true qi, and stood up. "Kid, hurry up and come out. Don't dawdle. I don't have time to dawdle with you." As the young man spoke, he directly grabbed at Lu Ming's throat with his claw. Obviously, in his mind, he wanted to grab Lu Ming like a chick and throw him out. However, he was obviously disappointed. Not only was he disappointed, but he was also shocked, because Lu Ming also reached out a hand and grabbed at him, and he was faster and more accurate than him. He grabbed the young man's wrist. The strong force penetrated the young man's wrist, and the excruciating pain made the young man cry out. "Ah, little bastard, how dare you hurt me? You're courting death." The young man slapped Lu Ming with his other hand. "Get lost," Lu Ming shouted coldly, and his true qi burst out. He grabbed the young man's wrist and swung it. The young man's arm directly made cracking sounds, and the bones in his arm broke into several pieces. He screamed, flew more than 10 meters away, and fell heavily to the ground. Ah, little bastard, you're dead meat. How dare you hit me? Do you know who I am?" The young man struggled to get up, hugged his arms, and screamed at the top of his lungs. Aren't you just a disciple of the Shifang sword sect? Is that a big deal? Chapter 88. Since you know that I'm a disciple of the Shifang sword sect, kneel down and apologize. The young man shouted. What an idiot! Lu Ming was a little speechless. Are all the disciples of the Shifang sword sect like this? Since Lu Ming knows that I'm a disciple of the Shifang sword sect and still dares to attack, he's obviously not afraid of the Shifang sword sect. Yet he still asked Lu Ming to kneel down and apologize. Isn't that an idiot? Lu Ming's body swayed, and he got out of the pile of rocks. At this moment, a few figures rushed over. They were all young people. Further away, there were 5 young men who surrounded more than a dozen itinerant cultivators and ordinary people who were picking up blaze stones. Junior brother Zhao, what's going on? One of the people who rushed over asked. Senior brother, this little bastard actually dared to sneak an attack on me. You guys have to cripple him for me. The young man from before shouted. Brat, how dare you injure a disciple of my 10 Direction sword sect? Now, let me cripple your cultivation and then obediently help us explore the way inside. Perhaps you can still save your life. One of the fat disciples of the Shifang sword sect said. He looked at Lu Ming coldly with a condescending expression. Lu Ming touched his nose speechlessly. Are these the disciples of the Shifang sword sect? Why do they all look so condescending? The Shifang sword sect is indeed the largest sect in the Burning Sun Empire, but there's no need for everyone to look so condescending. Kid, I'm talking to you. Are you deaf? The fat young man shouted coldly. You asked me to explore the way inside and captured so many ordinary people. What do you want? Lu Ming did not answer and instead asked curiously. Nonsense, is that something you can ask? Go and explore the way obediently. The fat young man said coldly. Then, he threw a punch at Lu Ming's dantian. The fat young man was a 7th level martial master, and his punch was extremely powerful. If it hit, it would definitely break Lu Ming's cyclone and cripple his cultivation. This was the Shifang sword sect. They were extremely domineering and wanted to cripple someone's cultivation at the slightest disagreement. Shifang sword sect, haha. Since we're going to meet sooner or later, I'll collect some interest first. Lu Ming's eyes turned completely cold. Lu Yintian was very likely to fall into the Shifang sword sect's hands. Lu Ming did not have a good impression of the Shifang sword sect. But now, boom, the flaming dragon fist was unleashed. Lu Ming's fist force was faster and more ruthless. The punch accurately landed on the fat youth's stomach. The fat youth's eyeballs instantly protruded out. Soon after, he let out a shrill scream. His fat body was like a rubber ball, flying far away. He flew for nearly 20 meters before falling to the ground. Then, he rolled a few times before coming to a stop. The fat youth screamed miserably. Lu Ming said indifferently, Boy, you're courting death. The remaining 2 young men roared and unsheathed their long swords. 2 sharp sword lights shot out toward Lu Ming. Both of them were in the late 7th level martial master realm. Astral fire spear technique, moon seizing. With a flick of his hand, the fire-patterned spear appeared and swept out. In the air, a fiery red light flashed like a moon. Bang! Bang! The 2 young men of the Shifang sword sect were swept away by the spear without any resistance. They spat out mouthfuls of blood in the air and fell to the ground. They were no longer breathing. Their bones had been broken and their internal organs had been shattered by Lu Ming's spear. The fat young man and the previous young man were stunned. Their faces were pale and their bodies were trembling. Lu Ming looked at the young man with the broken hand. No, don't kill me. The young man with the broken hand screamed in horror. However, Lu Ming was unmoved. He lifted his long spear. Stop! At this time, the 5 disciples of the Shifang sword sect, who were surrounding the dozen stone pickers, rushed toward them. One of them roared and showed his cultivation of the peak 8th level martial master realm. Ah! The young man with the broken hand screamed in horror and ran toward the 5 disciples of the Shifang sword sect. But whoosh! Lu Ming swung his spear and it shot out like lightning. It caught up with the young man with the broken hand in an instant and pierced his chest from the back, nailing him to the ground. Die, die, little bastard. Not only will you die, but your family and friends will also die. The disciple of the Shifang sword sect, who was at the peak of the 8th level of the martial master realm, roared furiously and rushed toward Lu Ming. Let's see who dies first. Using the dragon snake steps, Lu Ming turned into a gust of wind and rushed toward the 5 disciples of the Shifang sword sect. When he passed by the young man with the broken hand, he pulled out the fire-patterned spear. The 2 sides were closing in quickly. Wild wave cut. The disciple of the Shifang sword sect, who was an 8th level martial master, roared. He held a huge sword that was as wide as a palm with both hands. The sword gleamed slashed toward Lu Ming like a storm. Buzz! The fire-patterned spear shook and swept forward. Clang! The spear and the sword collided and sparks flew in all directions, making a huge boom. The disciple of the Shifang sword sect trembled and took a dozen steps back. Lu Ming's body only shook and swayed slightly. Kill! In the next moment, the other 4 disciples of the Shifang sword sect slashed at Lu Ming with their swords. Among the 5 sects of the Blazing Sun Empire, only the Shifang sword sect and the Mystic Essence sword sect were good at sword techniques. The sword techniques that the 2 sects were good at were somewhat different. The sword techniques of the Shifang sword sect leaned toward the hard and fierce side. They were very powerful. The 4 disciples of the Shifang sword sect, 2 8th level martial masters and 2 7th level martial masters, joined forces and swept toward Lu Ming like stormy waves. At the same time, they also used bloodline eruption, which was much stronger. However, they were facing Lu Ming, who had cultivated a low-grade profound level martial skill to the 2nd level of Lu Ming. Moon seizing. Lu Ming's eyes were bright. The genuine qi in his body completely erupted, and he swept out with his spear. Boom, 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 boom. 4 consecutive explosions and 4 consecutive screams were heard. The 2 7th level martial masters of the Shifang sword sect were directly killed and flew far away. The 2 8th level martial masters were not much better. They flew more than 10 meters and fell heavily to the ground, coughing up blood. They were also seriously injured. 1 spear strike, 2 dead and 2 injured, which shocked the peak 8th level martial master of the Shifang sword sect. However, Lu Ming would not give him the slightest chance to breathe. He rushed forward a few steps and then jumped high, smashing down with the fire-patterned spear. Landslide. The long spear smashed down with a shrill whistling sound. The Shifang sword sect disciple's face was pale. He burst out with all the strength in his body and circulated the power of his bloodline to the extreme. He slashed up with his sword. Clang! The long spear smashed on the sword, and the force whistled out, forming a gust of wind that swept in all directions. Boom! Chapter 89. He coughed up a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground like a puddle of mud. This spear had directly shattered his arms. The powerful impact had also shattered his internal organs. There was no doubt that he would die. The power of a low-grade black rank martial skill was finally revealed. Lu Ming had only cultivated to the 2nd level, but its power was twice as strong as the 6th level of a high-grade yellow rank martial skill. Now, how can you be so strong? Who are you? The disciple of the Shifang sword sect kept coughing up blood and asked unwillingly. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He had been defeated in 1 move with his cultivation at the peak of LV8 Martial Master. The cultivation that Lu Ming displayed was clearly only at the 8th level of the Martial Master realm. Mystic Essence Sword Sect Lu Ming. Lu Ming said indifferently. Mystic Essence Sword Sect, the young man muttered. Then, his eyes became unfocused and lifeless. At the same time, the other 2 LV8 Martial Master experts were also dead. Their internal organs were also shattered by Lu Ming. Although spear techniques were not as varied as sword techniques, they were more violent, direct, and domineering. Only the fat young man was left. At the moment, The fat young man's face was pale without a trace of blood. His body kept trembling and cold sweat poured down his face. Lu Ming walked toward the fat young man step by step. "No, don't kill me." The fat young man screamed in horror. "Tell me, why did the Shifang sword sect capture so many ordinary stone pickers?" Lu Ming asked coldly. "I can tell you, but you have to promise not to kill me." The fat young man rolled his eyes and shouted, "Oh, you don't want to talk? Then you could go to hell." Lu Ming's eyes turned cold as he raised the spear in his hand. The fat young man was scared out of his wits. He shouted, "I'll talk, I'll talk, I'll talk." Lu Ming looked at him coldly, waiting for him to continue. "We came with Senior Brother Zheng. He said he would bring us to find treasures, so we came." Senior Marshal Brother Zheng said that according to his ancestors' ancient records, there's an extinct volcano in the inner region of the South Ridge Flame Domain, and that there are treasures inside. The plump young man hurriedly explained. "Then why did you capture so many normal stone pickers?" Lu Ming asked. "That's because the surroundings of the extinct volcano are very unstable. From time to time, magma and flames would rush out, and even the ground would sink. We need someone to scout the way to find a safe path, and only then can we enter the extinct volcano." The fat young man was scared to death as he explained everything in detail. Lu Ming frowned. It was obvious that they wanted to use the lives of the stone pickers to pave the way for them. This was a martial arts expert. The lives of ordinary people were like ants in their eyes. Lu Ming had never been lenient towards his enemies, but he could not disregard the lives of others for his own selfish reasons. Lu Ming thought for a moment and asked, "What kind of treasure is inside that extinct volcano?" "I don't know. Senior Marshal Brother Zheng didn't tell us. I've told you everything I know. Can you let me go now?" The fat young man begged. He was thinking about how to ask Senior Marshal Brother Zheng to kill Lu Ming after he escaped. "Wait, I have another question. What's the cultivation of your Senior Marshal Brother Zheng? Is there anyone stronger than him?" Lu Ming asked again. The fat young man answered honestly. "Senior Marshal Brother Zheng is a famous genius of the Shifang sword sect. He has already won 8 consecutive matches on the bronze platform. He is not much weaker than the geniuses on the bronze ranking. Among the disciples here, Senior Marshal Brother Zheng is the strongest." 8 consecutive matches on the bronze ranking? Lu Ming muttered. The 5 major sects of the Burning Sun Empire divided their disciples into bronze, silver, and gold ranks. Similarly, every sect had a bronze ranking and a silver ranking. The rules were exactly the same. "All right, I've told you everything you wanted me to say. Can you let me go now?" The fat young man said. "Let you go? What did I say? I'd let you go," Lu Ming said coldly. Then, he thrust his spear and pierced the fat young man's heart. 8 consecutive matches on the bronze platform? I wonder how powerful the Shifang sword sect's 8 consecutive matches are? Lu Ming's eyes flashed with a strong desire to fight. Back then, he vomited blood after being punched by Hitai. Hitai was the Mystic Essence sword sect's 8 consecutive matches on the bronze platform. They both had 8 consecutive matches on the bronze platform, but they belonged to 2 different sections. Their strength was not the same, but the difference was not too big either. Lu Ming's strength had improved greatly during this period, and it was a good time to test the results. Then, Lu Ming devoured all the essence blood of the Shifang sword sect disciples and found a place to refine it. As for the stone pickers, they had already fled like a swarm of bees when the Decimo sword sect disciples had been killed. 2 hours later, Lu Ming's true chi had fully recovered and reached its peak. Then, Lu Ming ran in the direction of the extinct volcano that the fat young man mentioned. In the depths of the central region of the Lingnan Fire Domain, near the inner region, there was a tall, extinct volcano. It was unknown when this volcano had stopped erupting, but the temperature around the extinct volcano was still shockingly high. The ground was crimson red. A few thousand meters away from the extinct volcano, there were more than 20 young men. Needless to say, they were all disciples of the Shifang sword sect. More than 30 stone pickers were surrounded by the disciples of the Shifang sword sect. More than 30 stone pickers were huddled together, their faces filled with fear as they trembled. Young heroes of Shifang Sword Sect, I beg of you. It's really dangerous there. You want us to explore the way? That's just sending us to our deaths. I have parents and children to take care of. I beg of you to let me go back." A burly man in his 50s kept bowing and begging. Whoosh! With a flash of a sword, the burly man's head flew up high. "So noisy. You want to leave? I'll send you on your way now." A disciple of the Shifang Sword Sect said coldly as he sheathed his sword. The other stone pickers kept quiet out of fear, not daring to speak anymore. However, the look of despair on their faces was even more intense. "You, hurry up and scout. If you're lucky enough to make it, you can still keep your life." A disciple of the Shifang Sword Sect pointed at a dark-skinned, burly man. The burly man's eyes were filled with despair as his body trembled nonstop. "If you don't want to go, then die now." The disciple of the Shifang Sword Sect said coldly. I'll go." The burly man said in a trembling voice. Then he walked out while trembling all over. If he went out to scout, there might be a way out. If he didn't go, he would die. The burly man should have cultivated martial arts, but he had not awakened his bloodline. He was only a first-grade martial warrior. He walked forward carefully, and soon he had walked more than 200 meters. Whoosh! Suddenly, a stream of lava rushed out from the ground and drowned the burly man. The burly man screamed and turned into a ball of fire. In a few breaths, he was turned into a pile of charcoal. Chapter 90. A living person turned into charcoal in an instant. It was a horrifying scene. When the other stone pickers saw it, they trembled in fear. However, the disciples of Shifang Sword Sect were calm and even cold. Mark the place where you just walked. Among the disciples of the Shifang Sword Sect, a young man with dark skin and a cold face ordered. This cold young man was the senior brother Zheng that the Shifang Sword Sect disciple had mentioned earlier, Xianxia. He didn't even look at the stone pickers. In his eyes, these stone pickers were just ants, tools to be used. His gaze was fixated on the extinct volcano in front of him. His eyes were blazing. According to the records left by my ancestors, this is the place. I must get the spiritual fire elixir. As long as I can get it, my physical body will be able to reach grade 2. Then, my strength will increase greatly. I will be able to win 10 consecutive victories on the bronze platform and get on the bronze list. Not only will my physical body reach grade 2, but it will also reach a higher level. 300 years ago, my ancestors got the spiritual fire elixir here. Now that 300 years have passed, there must be a lot of spiritual fire elixir here. If I have enough, it's not impossible to reach grade 3 physical body. Haha, then how much will my combat strength increase? Zheng Qian thought fervently. Yes, senior brother Zheng. The disciples of Shifang Sword Sect responded. Then they threw out balls of white powder and sprinkled it on the place where the burly man walked, forming a safe route. Now you go and find the way. The disciples of Shifang Sword Sect pointed at a young man in his 20s. The young man's face turned pale. He was in despair, and cold sweat dripped down. He shouted, I beg you, let me go. I beg you. Ahai, young heroes, please let Ahai go. Let me take his place. He's still young. A white-haired old man walked out and knelt on the ground. He kept kowtowing. Grandpa, no, you can't go. The young man shouted. Let me do it. Let me do it. Please let Ahai go. He's still young. The old man did not seem to hear the young man and kept kowtowing. Oh, what a pair of grandfather and grandson. All right, I'll let you go. Old man, go and find the way. A disciple of Shifang Sword Sect with a flat nose waved his hand and said, Grandpa, don't go. The young man cried out loudly as tears streamed down his face. Ahai, Grandpa is already so old. It doesn't matter anymore, but you must live on. The old man warned the young man. Then, without turning back, he continued walking forward. The young man watched in despair. 200 meters ahead, the burly man from before had passed through. It was very safe, and the old man passed through smoothly. At this point, the old man carefully avoided the place where the lava was spurted out and continued forward. However, before he could walk 100 meters, the old man stepped on the ground. The ground suddenly cracked, and the old man fell down. Immediately after, there was a burst of miserable shrieks. After a few breaths, there was no more sound. "Grandfather!" The young man roared in despair. The other stone pickers were even more flustered, their faces pale. "Make a mark," Xianxia continued to instruct. Whoosh, whoosh. Balls of white powder were tossed out, marking out the safe routes and the dangerous areas. "You, it's your turn. Go up." The Decimo Sword faction disciple pointed at the young man from before. The young man's expression changed drastically. He shouted, Just now, my grandfather had already replaced me. Why are you still asking me to go?" "Replace you? I never said that he would replace you. He has to go first. Of course, I have to satisfy him. Now it's your turn." The Decimo Sword faction disciple said coldly with a playful look on his face. The other disciples of the 10 Directions Sword sect looked on indifferently. No, you can't do this. You can't do this. I'm not going. I'm not going." The young man kept shaking his head as he screamed. The other stone pickers kept quiet out of fear. They did not dare to say a word, fearing that they would be noticed by the Decimo Sword faction disciples. "You're not going?" The Decimo Sword faction disciple's face turned cold. He sneered and said, "You're not going, right? If you're not going, I'll send you on your way to accompany your dead grandfather." He waved his battle sword, and a cold, murderous intent shrouded the young man. The young man's eyes were filled with fear. In the end, he still moved forward while trembling. When the young man walked forward for dozens of meters, he suddenly ran to the side crazily. "Trying to escape? You're courting death," the Decimo Sword faction disciple shouted. He held his sword with both hands and slashed at the young man who was running away. Whoosh! A sword aura burst out and crossed dozens of meters in an instant, cutting the young man in half. I've said it before. If you go forward obediently, you might have a chance to live. If you want to escape, only death awaits. The Decimo Sword faction disciple sneered. He then pointed again and said, "You go and scout." The people who were pointed at walked out in despair. They trembled as they moved forward, hoping that they would be lucky enough to reach the end. But the result was still death. Just like that, the stone pickers who went forward to scout died one by one in the lava. But the safe route was slowly being explored. The closer it was to the extinct volcano, the more dangerous it was. The ground was unstable. More than a dozen stone pickers died in the blink of an eye. At this moment, they were about 100 meters away from the extinct volcano. He called a few more people to investigate. Finally, a complete and safe path appeared. "Young heroes, can we leave now?" One of the remaining 10 or so stone pickers asked softly. "Leave? Leave where?" "The news here can't be leaked." Xianxia, who had been silent, said. What? What do you mean?" The stone pickers' expressions changed drastically. "What do we mean? All of you have to die." The Decimo Sword faction disciple sneered. No, you said that you would let us go as long as you found a safe route. You can't do this. You're disciples of the Decimo Sword faction. You can't go back on your words. I beg you. No, I don't want to die. I curse you to die a horrible death." The 10 or so stone pickers who had a glimmer of hope were now in despair. They screamed crazily. "Curse us? You know that we're disciples of the Decimo Sword faction. Who dares to kill us?" The Decimo Sword faction disciple sneered. There's someone over there. He's walking over here." Suddenly, a disciple of the Decimo Sword faction shouted. The others could not help but look in that direction. At the rear right, a young figure was walking over step by step. That figure was about 15 or 16 years old. He had a slender figure and a delicate face. However, his eyes were extremely cold, so cold that it was terrifying. Chapter 91. Lu Ming swept his gaze across the entire place. When he saw the char bodies, he could roughly guess what had happened. A cold and sharp, killing intent burst out of his heart. Although martial artists had great power, they had their own rules and pride. Generally, martial artists disdained to kill ordinary people. But these disciples of Shifang's sword sect had lost their bottom line. In order to achieve their goal, they would do anything. Lu Ming's killing intent had never been so strong. Feeling Lu Ming's killing intent, the disciples of Shifang's sword sect narrowed their eyes. Xianxia frowned slightly. He remembered that he had sent 9 people in that direction, but until now, not only did no one come, but a strange young man also came. Something was wrong. Xianxia's expression changed. Lu Ming walked step by step. It seemed very slow, but in fact it was very fast. In a few breaths, he came to the front of the disciples of Shifang's sword sect. "Boy, how did you come here? And where are the disciples of Shifang's sword sect over there? Did you see them?" A disciple of Shifang's sword sect shouted. "I saw them, but they're all dead." Lu Ming responded indifferently. More than 20 disciples of Shifang's sword sect changed their faces. Someone shouted, "Say, how did they die?" Lu Ming smiled coldly. With a wave of his hand, the fire-patterned spear appeared. A powerful aura burst out, and he said, "Of course they were killed by me. Now, I'll send you down to accompany them." "Killed by you? Brat, you've got guts. Little bastard, how dare you kill the disciples of Shifang's sword sect? You're dead. Not only you, but your family is also dead. Say, what method did you use to sneak attack? You want to kill us? You're overestimating yourself. I'll kill you." Lu Ming's words caused an uproar. A burly young man strode out, holding a giant sword, and chopped at Lu Ming's head. If the sword hit, it would definitely cut Lu Ming in half. Whoosh! A bolt of lightning flashed, and the burly young man's body suddenly stiffened. With a clang, his sword fell to the ground. Then he grabbed his throat with both hands. His eyes were wide open like a dead fish, revealing a look of disbelief. There was a bloody hole in his throat, and blood kept flowing out. The chasing thunder of the Fire Astral Spear art was the fastest move in the Fire Astral Spear art. The disciples of the 10 Directions sword sect did not even see how Lu Ming made his move. "Those who kill will be killed by others. If you want to kill me, then you must be prepared to be killed." Lu Ming's indifferent voice sounded. The burly young man fell to the ground and struggled for a few moments before losing all signs of life. "Well done." The dozen or so stone pickers roared in their hearts. Although they didn't dare to say it out loud, they were extremely happy. Xianxia's eyes narrowed slightly as he said, "What fast speed! Everyone attack together and kill him together. Kill!" "Die!" All of a sudden, more than a dozen disciples of the Shifang sword sect roared. They leaped high into the air and slashed out streaks of sharp sword auras toward Lu Ming. The weakest among these disciples of the 10 Directions sword sect was a 6th-level martial master, while the strongest was an 8th-level martial master. With more than a dozen people working together, their momentum was extremely terrifying. Even a 9th-level martial master expert would be chopped to death by the chaotic swords. However, Lu Ming did not move at all. He didn't even blink his eyes. Fire Astral Spear art, Fire Dance. Suddenly, Lu Ming held the end of the spear in his hand and stabbed forward with the long spear. Hoo-hoo! The sound of the long spear vibrating could be heard. Then, fiery red flames appeared in the air. These flames were crimson, poignant, and beautiful. They were like flaming flowers and dancing flames. When the flaming flowers bloomed, screams could be heard from the scene. More than a dozen disciples of the 10 Directions sword sect retreated as their blood drifted in the air. More than a dozen disciples of the 10 Directions sword sect had a bloody hole in their throat or heart. In one move, 13 disciples of the 10 Directions sword sect were dead. However, Lu Ming did not stop at all. He strode forward and swept out his long spear. Moon seizing. Pung pung. A series of bone-breaking sounds could be heard. 8 youths of the 10 Directions sword sect flew far away. They fell to the ground and stopped breathing after a while. Like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood, it completely swept through. This was Lu Ming's current combat strength. The Fire Astral Spear art had been cultivated to the 2nd level. Coupled with the fact that his cultivation had broken through to the early 8th level martial master, his combat strength had increased to a terrifying level. On the field, there were only 3 disciples of the 10 Directions sword sect left. One was Xianxia, The other was a 9th-level martial master expert. The last one was the young man with a flat nose. He was standing close to the stone pickers, so Lu Ming's attack did not reach him. At this moment, the young man with a flat nose had a miserable expression. His legs were trembling nonstop. As for Xianxia, his expression was extremely solemn. Your combat strength is very strong, but you have killed so many disciples of the Ten Directions Sword Sect. From now on, no one can save you, Xianxia said in a cold voice. As long as I kill all of you, who will know that I did it? Lu Ming smiled indifferently. Ha ha ha, you want to kill me? I admit that you are very strong, and I don't have full confidence in killing you. But you want to kill me? I will let you clearly understand how laughable your words are. Xianxia pointed his sword at Lu Ming. A powerful red sword qi was swallowing and spitting out. Junior brother Zhao, let's kill him together. Xianxia suddenly shouted. His figure exploded as he slashed at Lu Ming with his sword. The battle sword slashed through the air, producing an ear-piercing sonic boom. At the same time, on the other side, the 9th-level martial master disciple of the Ten Directions Sword Sect also exploded and attacked Lu Ming with his sword. Swish! Lu Ming struck upwards. Clang! Clang! The long spear and the two battle swords collided, producing a violent vibration. Lu Ming's figure shook slightly as he took 3 steps back. Xianxia was also thrown back a few meters and landed on the ground. As for the 9th-level martial master youth, he was thrown back more than 10 meters and spat out a mouthful of blood. This Xianxia, what a strong strength. Lu Ming's gaze moved. Although it was only a single move, Lu Ming could feel that the power of Xianxia's battle sword was incomparably powerful, like a stormy sea. Compared to him, the other 9th-level martial master youth was trash. He was definitely not weaker than Itai. The reason why Lu Ming retreated was basically because of Xianxia. At this moment, Xianxia's heart was also incomparably shocked. Lu Ming's strength was also beyond his expectations. He was not weaker than him in the slightest and was even stronger. Kill. There was nothing to say. The two sides were already mortal enemies. Only when one side fell would it end. The two sides fought again. Xianxia and Lu Ming both unleashed their bloodline. This time, Xianxia was the main attacker, while the other 9th-level martial master youth attacked from the side. For a moment, Lu Ming was somewhat passive. Chapter 92. Cross-slaying sword. Xianxia held a huge sword that was wider than his palm. His attack was extremely overbearing. With a slash, the sword light formed a cross and slashed down at Lu Ming. Its power was extremely great. Broken armor. Lu Ming's long spear shook, and the tip of the spear formed a rotating cutting force that collided with Xianxia's sword light. Clang! With a loud explosion, Lu Ming retreated 2 steps, while Xianxia retreated 3 steps. In a head-on confrontation, Lu Ming had a slight upper hand. How can this Xianxia's attack power be so strong? The martial skill he used was clearly not a profound level martial skill, but a superior yellow level martial skill. Although it has been cultivated to an extremely high level, its attack power can't be so strong. A trace of suspicion flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. Although Xianxia's cultivation had reached the peak of the 9th-level martial master and he had unleashed his 5th-level bloodline, it was impossible for his attack power to be so strong without a profound level martial skill. He was only slightly at a disadvantage when facing Lu Ming head-on. Lu Ming's true qi was 3 times stronger and more condensed than ordinary true qi. In addition, he had already cultivated the astral fire spear technique to the 2nd level. Lu Ming could defeat an ordinary martial artist at the peak of the 9th level of the martial master realm in 1 move. Right, it's his physical body. This Xianxia's physical body is extremely strong. He should have cultivated the Tao of body refining. Lu Ming's eyes suddenly lit up. He found that Xianxia's muscles were bulging and his skin was covered with a layer of faint red light. It must be his physical body. Xianxia cultivated the body refining technique. His physical body combined with his true qi could erupt with amazing combat power. That was why he could compete with Lu Ming. Qi. At this moment, a sword light stabbed towards Lu Ming. How troublesome! Lu Ming frowned and swung his spear. It collided with a thin sword, and a figure retreated far away. It was the disciple of the 10 Directions sword sect who was in the 9th level martial master realm. Although this 10 Directions sword sect disciple's attack power was not strong, his movement technique was not weak. He took advantage of the moment when Lu Ming revealed a flaw to launch a sneak attack. If I activate my bloodline, defeating them will be a piece of cake. However, I can't always rely on bloodline eruption. The duration of my bloodline eruption is too short, so it can only be used as a trump card. I can't use it in a regular battle. It's better to use my current state to deal with them. Bang! Lu Ming took a step forward and charged toward Xianxia. Landslide. The long spear smashed down heavily from above. Xianxia's eyes narrowed as he blocked with his sword. Boom! The rocks under Xianxia's feet shattered as he retreated. He's only at the early stage of the 8th level martial master. Although he cultivated a profound level martial skill, how could he be so powerful? My physical body has already been cultivated to grade 1 great perfection, but I still can't beat him. The shock in Xianxia's heart was extreme. It would be normal for someone of the same level to suppress him. However, Lu Ming's cultivation was only at the early stage of martial master realm. How'd he do it? Kill. Lu Ming's fighting spirit was like a rainbow as he constantly attacked Xianxia. It was a good opportunity to use Xianxia to hone his spear skills. The rolling dragon-shaped true qi was constantly injected into the long spear. One spear after another, Lu Ming was like an invincible general galloping on the battlefield. Xianxia was completely suppressed. Whoosh! At this moment, a sword light suddenly stabbed toward Lu Ming's back. I'm waiting for you to make a move. A cold light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes as he swept out his long spear without looking back. Moon seizing. A red moonlight flashed. The 10 Directions sword sect's 9th level martial master disciple was shocked. He used his movement technique and wanted to retreat. However, it was too late. The long spear was 8 feet long. Coupled with the length of his arm, it completely covered a distance of more than 3 meters. Block it! The 10 Directions sword sect's disciple was shocked and used his long sword to block in front of him. However, his long sword was a thin sword and the root could not block it. Clang! Lu Ming's long spear struck his long sword. A violent force erupted and the long sword bent over. The body of the sword and the body of the spear struck his chest heavily. Bang! The 10 Directions sword sect's disciple's body was sent flying like a sandbag. His body was close to the ground as he slid dozens of meters away, creating a gully on the hard ground. When he stopped, there was no longer the slightest bit of aura. A 9th level martial master expert was directly killed by Lu Ming's spear. After sending the 9th level martial master disciple flying, Lu Ming's long spear did not stop at all. He continued to move forward and collided with Xianxia, who was attacking. Now, no one will disturb me. I can deal with you. Lu Ming's calm voice sounded. He took a step forward, and his long spear pierced out like lightning. Xianxia tried his best to resist. In the blink of an eye, the two exchanged more than 10 moves. The more Lu Ming fought, the braver he became. His understanding of the astral fire spear technique became deeper and deeper. Xianxia was completely defeated and retreated. Not far away, the young man with a flat nose looked pale. At this time, he suddenly shouted, "Senior brother Zhang, you hold on. I will return to the sect first. I will definitely report to the elders and avenge you." After saying that, he ran away. Damn it, Xianxia roared. He does deserve to die. Don't worry, after I deal with you, I will kill him for you, Lu Ming said lightly. Boom! The spear struck Xianxia's sword. Xianxia retreated and spat out a mouthful of blood. After a series of battles, his muscles were trembling nonstop. The web between his thumb and index finger was cracked and blood oozed out. If not for his strong physical body and the fact that he could unleash his true qi without caring about the consequences, he would have been killed by Lu Ming. Even so, he was seriously injured. True qi. His true qi is too strong. It's unstoppable. Xianxia's eyes revealed a look of horror. Wait a minute. As long as you let me go, I will forget about the matter of you killing so many disciples of my Fang sword sect this time. How about it? Otherwise, you will definitely not be able to bear the anger of my Fang sword sect. Xianxia showed a look of fear and shouted, "You are still threatening me at this time. What an idiot." Lu Ming said indifferently. The long spear did not stop and smashed at Xianxia. Boom, boom, boom. Xianxia retreated 7 or 8 steps and coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. His injuries were even more serious. Stop the treasure. There are treasures in that extinct volcano. As long as you let me go, I can give you half of it. Yes, half of it. Xianxia shouted. No need. As long as I kill you, everything will be mine. I don't want to play with you anymore. Your junior brother has already run far away. If we continue playing, he might really escape. Lu Ming curled the corner of his mouth, and his body suddenly flashed with a red light. Bloodline eruption. He had tested enough, and there was no need to hold back. Whoosh! The long spear turned into a bolt of lightning and was much faster than before. Xianxia could not block it at all. No! Xianxia roared. Poof! The long spear directly pierced through his heart. Xianxia grabbed the long spear tightly with both hands. His eyes were full of indignation, and blood kept coming out of his mouth. He shouted hoarsely, "Who are you?" Poof! Lu Ming pulled out the long spear, stomped his feet, and chased after the young man with the flat nose at lightning speed. Then, his voice came from afar. Mystic Essence Sword Sect, Lu Ming. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Ming's figure disappeared. Mystic Essence Sword Sect. Chapter 93. Lu Ming's figure was like the wind, extremely fast. He had unleashed the dragon snake steps to the extreme. Although it was only a low-grade yellow-level footwork, with the eruption of Lu Ming's powerful vital energy, his speed was still extremely fast. In just a few minutes, he saw the flat-nosed young man. Hearing the wind, the flat-nosed young man turned around and was almost scared out of his wits. How could he be so fast? Could it be that Xianxia was killed? He thought that Xianxia could at least withstand 100 moves. Don't come over. The flat-nosed young man ran crazily and shouted randomly. However, the distance between Lu Ming and him continued to close. The flat-nosed young man could not escape. Plop! At this moment, the flat-nosed young man suddenly stopped. He turned around and knelt down with a plop. His movements were smooth. Please don't kill me. As long as you let me go, I won't say a word about what happened today. The flat-nosed young man kept kowtowing and shouting. Why should I believe you? There was a cold smile at the corners of Lu Ming's lips. I swear, I won't say a word. If I do, I'll die a horrible death. The flat-nosed young man pointed to the sky and swore. All right, I'll give you a chance. Lu Ming suddenly sneered coldly and kicked out his leg. Bam! This kick landed on the flat-nosed young man's dantian and scattered his cyclone. You destroyed my cultivation. Didn't you say you'll give me a chance? The flat-nosed young man let out a heart-wrenching scream. Don't worry, I'll give you a chance. Lu Ming grabbed the flat-nosed young man's neck and walked towards the extinct volcano as if he was carrying a chicken. Soon, they arrived at the place where the battle took place. At this moment, the stone pickers had all fled. What do you want? The flat-nosed young man asked in a trembling voice. It's very simple. Go ahead and scout the path. However, you're not allowed to walk on the path that has already been scouted. Go the other way. Lu Ming pointed in the direction of the extinct volcano and said calmly. In an instant, the face of the young man with the flat nose turned pale. His voice trembled as he said, Hasn't the path to the extinct volcano been explored? Why do you want me to scout the way? No, I'm not going. Don't you like to ask others to scout for you? Now, I want you to try it yourself. It's fine if you don't want to go, but I'll send you to reunite with your fellow apprentices." Lu Ming brandished his long spear. Spear light burst forth, and a cold, killing intent enveloped the youth. "No, no, you can't do this to me. That place is full of danger. I'll die if I go there. I'm begging you, let me go." The young man with the flat nose was drenched in cold sweat, and his body was trembling. Especially when he recalled how the stone pickers had been burned to death, he shuddered. Earlier, when he watched others explore the path, he took pleasure in their misfortune and was high and mighty. It was as if he was watching ants struggling on their deathbed, and he didn't have the slightest bit of pity. Now that it was his turn, he was more afraid than anyone else. "This is your only chance. My patience is limited. I'll count to 3. After 3 counts, if you don't go, then you don't have to go." Lu Ming's voice was extremely cold. To deal with such a person, what could be more satisfying than giving him a taste of his own medicine? 1, 2, I'll go. When Lu Ming was about to count to 3, the young man with the flat nose finally couldn't take the pressure and shouted. Then his body trembled as he walked forward step by step. The more he walked forward, the more his body trembled. When he walked for more than 100 meters, a foul stench came out. He was so scared that he wet himself. Whoosh! Suddenly, a stream of gas rushed out from under his feet. The young man with the flat nose was scared out of his wits. He screamed and fell straight to the ground. Lu Ming frowned. When he walked up to take a look, he was instantly speechless. The young man with the flat nose's face was ashen. He didn't have the slightest breath. He was scared to death by a stream of hot gas. Lu Ming shook his head and walked back to collect the spoils of war. These were the disciples of the Shifang sword sect. There must be a lot of valuable things on them. Lu Ming wouldn't miss it. While searching for the spoils of war, he devoured their essence blood one by one. After searching, Lu Ming left and returned to the outer area. Then, he entered the Temple of Paragon and began refining the essence blood. Lu Ming's cultivation had reached the martial master realm 8, so the essence blood of martial artists below the martial master realm was of little use to him. Only those above the martial master realm would be of some help. After refining all the essence blood of the disciples of the Shifang sword sect, Lu Ming's cultivation improved, but it wasn't by much. He was still a distance away from the mid-stage martial master realm 8. After refining the essence blood, Lu Ming began to count the spoils of war. With a wave of his hand, 2 storage rings appeared. Among the disciples of the Shifang sword sect, 2 of them had storage rings. It was a pleasant surprise. One was from Xianxia, and the other was from the young man in the martial master realm 9. Then, with a thought, a pile of things appeared in the Temple of Paragon. First, Lu Ming began to count the banknotes. Why is there so little? After counting, Lu Ming frowned slightly. The 20 or so disciples of the Shifang sword sect only had about 4 million taels of silver in total. 4 million taels of silver might seem a lot, but it depended on where they got it from. The disciples of the Shifang sword sect were at least in the martial master realm 6. On average, each of them had less than 200,000 taels of silver. This was considered very little. On second thought, Lu Ming felt relieved. It was normal. Just like him, they exchanged the extra silver for contribution points, and then exchanged it for resources that were useful to them to improve their strength. Most of the disciples of the Shifang sword sect were the same. They kept some silver on them and exchanged the rest. After putting away the banknotes, Lu Ming looked at the other things. Some scattered pills were not worth much. Lu Ming directly piled them to the side. Finally, his eyes fell on a few books. Wild Wave Slash, a low-grade yellow rank sword technique. Cloud Treading Steps, a high-grade yellow rank movement technique. Mixed Yuan Art, a high-grade yellow rank cultivation technique. Lu Ming was overjoyed to learn 3 cultivation techniques and martial techniques in a row. Generally speaking, sect disciples like them would rarely have cultivation methods or martial skill manuals on them. This was because cultivation methods or martial skill manuals were usually rented from the sect's book collection hall for cultivation. There was a certain time limit, and when a certain time limit was reached, they would have to return it. Of course, There were exceptions because some people had some fortuitous encounters and obtained some cultivation techniques or martial skills. These cultivation techniques or martial skills were their own private property. Just like these few, most of them were private property of the disciples of the Shifang Sword sect. Among them, the cloud-treading steps was obtained from a young man in the Martial Master Realm 9. If these 3 cultivation techniques or martial skills were sold, they would be worth at least 5 to 6 million taels of silver. What a profit! But when Lu Ming's eyes fell on the 4th book, he was shocked. Chapter 94. This was actually a body tempering technique. Presumably, Xianxia was cultivating this raging flame Vajra art. Body tempering techniques were extremely rare in the Divine Wilderness continent. Furthermore, body tempering techniques were known for being difficult to cultivate and slow to cultivate. By cultivating body tempering techniques, one's physical body would constantly become stronger and possess all sorts of incredible abilities. According to the strength of the physical body, it was divided into 9 grades. Grade 1 was the weakest and Grade 9 was the strongest. Each grade was further divided into 3 levels: small success, large success, and perfection. However, the body tempering path was not a single path. It was a type of martial arts that was auxiliary to martial arts. Just like the inscription path, it was auxiliary to martial arts. This was because if the physical body was not combined with martial arts, it would not be able to unleash its full power. Take a Grade 1 physical body, for example. It did not correspond to the martial soldier realm. This was because without true energy and various martial skills, the physical body alone was just strength. A Grade 1 physical body was not a match for a martial soldier realm warrior. Even a Grade 2 physical body was not a match for a martial soldier realm warrior. However, this did not mean that the physical body was weak and cultivation was useless. Body tempering was auxiliary to martial arts. Once a strong physical body combined with true energy and various martial skills, it would erupt with unimaginable power. It was not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Instead, it would increase exponentially. For example, the stronger the physical body, the more true energy one could unleash without fear of injuring one's body. Some powerful martial skills and even secret techniques were very harmful to the physical body. Without a strong physical body, one would not be able to withstand it. Furthermore, the stronger the physical body, the more incredible abilities one would have. The stronger the physical body, the stronger one's vitality and recovery ability. Even if one was injured, one could recover quickly. It was said that when the physical body was strong to a certain extent, one could control all the muscles and bones in one's body. Even if one was injured, one could instantly seal the wound. One could also control the muscles and bones, change one's body shape and appearance. It was extremely magical. If one was stronger, they could even regenerate broken limbs or even regenerate from a drop of blood. Of course, these were all legends. Therefore, the body tempering path was auxiliary to martial arts. When combined with martial arts, one could erupt with great power. Xianxia was a good example. He didn't cultivate any profound grade martial skills. It was just that his physical body was much stronger than Lu Ming's. By relying on a yellow grade high-grade martial skill, he was able to erupt with strength that was on par with Lu Ming. This was especially true for some close combat martial artists who cultivated palms, fists, and claws. If they combined these skills with a strong physical body, their strength would increase even more. Lu Ming hurriedly opened the Raging Flame Vajra art and read it. After watching it, Lu Ming fell into deep thought. The Raging Flame Vajra secret art can at most allow a person to cultivate a 3rd grade physical body. It seems that Xianxia has only cultivated to the 1st grade great perfection, not the 2nd grade. That's enough. If I can cultivate a tier 3 fleshly body, my strength will increase by at least several times. Lu Ming's eyes gradually lit up. This was not just a saying. When a martial artist cultivated, as their cultivation increased, their true qi would also slowly temper their physical body, causing their physical body to slowly become stronger. However, that process was too slow. It was said that once one reached the martial arts grandmaster realm, one's physical body would naturally be upgraded to rank 1. However, that simply could not meet the needs of a martial artist. The stronger one's cultivation was, the stronger and more condensed their true qi would be, and the greater the pressure on one's meridians and physical body would be. Therefore, when a martial artist fought, they would subconsciously reserve a portion of their true qi to protect their meridians and physical body. Usually, it was said that one could unleash 100% of one's strength. However, in a real sense, one would not be able to unleash 100% of one's strength. However, only after one's physical body became stronger would one be able to unleash 100% of one's true qi without any worries. This was especially true for Lu Ming. His true qi was too strong and condensed. Therefore, he subconsciously left more true qi to protect his meridians and physical body. Therefore, the Raging Flame Vajra art was more important to Lu Ming than a profound grade martial technique. After carefully studying the cultivation method of the Raging Flame Vajra art, Lu Ming put it down and looked at the 5th and final book. This book was not a cultivation method or a martial technique. It was a notebook. He had found it in Xianxia's storage ring. After opening it, Lu Ming skipped over the first few pages that were not important to him. After flipping through a dozen pages, he found a few pages that had been marked. Only then did he see the ones that interested Lu Ming. These were the records of the extinct volcano from before. It turns out that the extinct volcano contains the spiritual fire milk. It is extremely useful for cultivating the Raging Flame Vajra art. It turns out that the treasure that Xianxia was looking for was the spiritual fire milk. After reading it, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Originally, the progress of body tempering cultivation method was extremely slow. Lu Ming did not want to cultivate the Raging Flame Vajra art to a high level in a short period of time. However, if he had the spiritual fire milk, it would be different. The Raging Flame Vajra art might be able to reach a certain level in a short period of time. It did not need much. As long as he could cultivate to a first-grade physical body, it would be of great help to Lu Ming's combat strength. Let's go. Since I know about it, I can't miss it. After tidying up his things, Lu Ming left the Temple of Paragon and headed to the central region. He returned to the extinct volcano. Roar! Roar! The demonic beasts roared. 5 or 6 demonic beasts ran away with the corpses of the 10 Direction Sword sect disciples in their mouths. The smell of blood must have attracted the demonic beasts over. Lu Ming ignored them and went to the path that the 10 Direction Sword sect disciples had asked the stone pickers to explore. There were marks made with white powder, and the outline of the path was clearly visible. Lu Ming pondered for a moment before he walked forward. He did not walk very quickly. He circulated his true qi and observed the ground with all his might. The terrain in this area was constantly changing. It was fine before, but it did not mean that it would be fine now. Fortunately, there were no accidents along the way. Lu Ming successfully made it through this section of the road. After walking through this path, he arrived at the foot of the extinct volcano. Here, thick black rocks were piled up. They were very stable, and there was no need to worry about lava spewing out. Lu Ming climbed up. The extinct volcano was not tall, only a few hundred meters. Soon, Lu Ming reached the peak. There was a huge hole in the middle of the peak. It was a few hundred meters deep, and there were pitch-black crystals at the bottom. According to the ancient records of the Zheng family, the fire spirit milk was at the bottom of the volcano. Without the slightest hesitation, Lu Ming slowly climbed down along the surrounding walls. Soon, he reached the bottom of the extinct volcano. The black crystals below were extremely hard, and there was a deep hole in the wall of the extinct volcano. In the hole, Lu Ming immediately saw a stalk of spiritual grass. This stalk of spiritual grass was fiery red and gave off a sparkling glow. Flame crystal grass. Seeing this stalk of spiritual grass, Lu Ming was overjoyed. This was one of the materials needed to cultivate the third level of the true battle dragon art. Lu Ming had come to the Lingnan Fire region to see if he could find the flame crystal grass. Chapter 95. Not only that, Lu Ming walked closer to take a look. There was a pool of liquid at the root of the flame crystal grass. It wasn't much, but it was fiery red. It looked like it was formed by melting fire jade. Fire spirit milk. This is the fire spirit milk. Lu Ming was overjoyed. There was indeed fire spirit milk here. No wonder the flame crystal grass could grow here. Fire spirit milk was a rare treasure of heaven and earth. It could only be formed in places with extremely rich fire attribute spiritual energy. It contained rich fire attribute essence. Lu Ming stepped forward and moved his hand. A jade box and a jade bottle appeared. The jade box was made of ordinary white jade. Lu Ming had prepared it himself to store the spirit grass. The jade bottle was found in Xianxia's storage ring. It was made of fire jade and was suitable for storing the fire spirit milk. He took out a sword and carefully dug out the flame crystal grass and put it into the jade box. Then he circulated his true qi and sucked the fire spirit milk into the jade bottle. It's quite a lot, at least 2 jin. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He thought that 1 jin would be a great opportunity. He didn't expect it to be 2 jin. If I refine all this fire spirit milk, how strong will my physical body be? I can at least cultivate to grade 1 upper realm, right? Lu Ming thought to himself. He kept the things and walked up the stone wall without stopping. Along the way, he didn't encounter any threats. Soon, Lu Ming walked out of the central region and returned to the outer region. After returning to the outer region, Lu Ming went straight into the Temple of Paragon. Sitting cross-legged, Lu Ming took out the Raging Flame Vajra art and read it carefully. Then, he took out the jade bottle containing the fire spirit milk. Now, I'll use the fire spirit milk to cultivate the Raging Flame Vajra art. Lu Ming opened the bottle cap and thought for a moment. Then he took a small sip. Boom! After swallowing a small mouthful of the fire spirit milk, it was like a volcanic eruption. It emitted a hot aura and violent energy that filled Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's body was like a fireball. Nest, the energy of this fire spirit milk is too terrifying. It's beyond my imagination. It's so hot and painful. The fire spirit elixir's energy was incomparably hot, burning Lu Ming's muscles and bones. This situation was like putting Lu Ming directly into a roasting fire. One could imagine how painful it would be. I must endure it. The reason why it hurts so much is because my body is too weak. I have never cultivated the Tao of body refinement before. I have only used my Zhen Qi to slowly refine my body. After the first time, my body will improve, and the next time, it won't hurt so much. Lu Ming's mind raced. He gritted his teeth and activated the Raging Flame Vajra method, starting to absorb and refine the scorching energy. Sizzle. It was as if his fleshly body was a piece of iron that was being burned and forged in a raging flame. Lu Ming could even hear the sizzling sound of his fleshly body being burned. This process lasted for a full 2 hours before the energy of the elixir of fire was completely refined. At this moment, the pain completely disappeared, and an extremely comfortable feeling spread throughout his body. My physical strength has indeed improved a lot. Lu Ming carefully felt the changes in his body. He found that although his body had not become much stronger, his muscles had become much firmer, and his entire body was filled with strength. The qi and blood in his veins were surging, full of vitality, and his body functions were stronger than before. The Raging Flame Vajra method and the Fire Spirit Elixir are a perfect match. I have only refined a small mouthful, and there is such an improvement. Although I have not reached the level of a first-grade body, I believe that I will reach it soon. Now continue. Then, Lu Ming swallowed a small mouthful of Fire Spirit Elixir and continued to cultivate the Raging Flame Vajra method. Just like before, when the Fire Spirit Elixir entered his body, It erupted with an intense fire attribute essence that was incomparably hot. I wonder if the devouring spirit bloodline is useful for the fire spirit elixir? Lu Ming's heart suddenly moved. Before his bloodline was completely reborn, he could quickly refine the power of the pill. Then, could he quickly refine the power of the fire spirit elixir now? He would know after trying. Immediately, Lu Ming controlled his bloodline, and a powerful devouring force was produced from his spine. Suddenly, all the energy of the fire spirit elixir in his body was absorbed by his bloodline. Not long after, a gentle and pure energy flowed into Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming circulated the raging flame Vajra method and absorbed all the energy into his body, using it to increase the strength of his body. It was different from devouring blood essence. The bloodline itself would cut off half of the energy to strengthen the bloodline itself, and only half of the essence would enter Lu Ming's body. The fire spirit elixir was different. All the energy would enter Lu Ming's body. Under the circulation of the raging flame Vajra method, Lu Ming's body strength was rapidly increasing. In just 10 minutes, the small mouthful of fire spirit elixir had been completely refined, and he felt that his body had become stronger. Moreover, he did not feel the slightest pain. If I had known earlier, I would have controlled my bloodline from the first mouthful. I wouldn't have had to suffer so much. Lu Ming regretted it. After resting for a while, he continued to refine the fire spirit elixir. A day later, the fire spirit elixir had been refined. Lu Ming's body had broken through and reached the first grade physical body, which was at the small success stage. Boom! Lu Ming circulated the true dragon fighting art. Dragon-shaped, genuine qi was like a river, surging unscrupulously in Lu Ming's meridians. Boom! Genuine qi was attached to his fist, and he punched out. His fist passed through the air, forming a sonic boom, and a transparent airwave rushed out far away. Strong, my physical fitness is more than 10 times stronger than before. Whether it is my muscles, bones, tendons, or internal organs, they have all improved by many times. Last time, when he was besieged by Yao Tianyu and his men, he was seriously injured and took 7 to 8 days to recover. But now, Lu Ming believed that he would be fully recovered in 3 days. This was the benefit of a strong physical body. Moreover, the combination of Lu Ming's physical body and cultivation had increased his combat strength. Of course, if Lu Ming did not use his true qi or martial arts techniques, he could easily defeat a martial artist at the 3rd level of martial warrior with his physical body. The Tao of the physical body was not used for fighting, but to support the martial path. I can't just focus on refining the fire spirit elixir to improve my physical body. Otherwise, I won't be able to adapt quickly. I should go out and practice my spear art to improve my physical body and martial path. When my physical body, genuine qi, and martial techniques are perfectly integrated, I will continue to cultivate my physical body. Lu Ming immediately left the Temple of Paragon and returned to the central region to practice the astral flame spear art. Just like that, Lu Ming practiced his spear art for a few days and refined some fire spear elixir. As time passed, Lu Ming's spear art and physical body improved rapidly. In the blink of an eye, more than 20 days had passed. On the 23rd day, Lu Ming refined the 2 kilograms of fire spirit elixir, and Lu Ming's physical body improved like a rocket. He skipped greater grade 1, greater grade 1, greater grade 1, and reached lesser grade 2. Chapter 96. Compared to the substantial improvement of his physical body, the improvement of the astral fire spear art was slower. He was still a step away from reaching the 3rd level. After all, it was a black level martial skill. The difficulty of cultivating it was many times higher than a yellow level martial skill. As for Lu Ming's cultivation, it did not increase by much. These days, he did not deliberately kill demonic beasts and devour their blood essence. Therefore, his cultivation had only reached the peak of the early 8th level of the Martial Master Realm. He was still a step away from the middle 8th level of the Martial Master Realm. Lu Ming practiced his spear in the middle of the Lingnan fire domain. He waved his spear like a dragon dancing in the air, bringing about bursts of explosive sounds. Within a radius of 10 meters, it was as if a hurricane was blowing. Just a little bit more, just a little bit more. Lu Ming felt that he was very close to the third level, but he was still a little bit away. It was like a layer of paper that could not be broken. Lu Ming's mind sank into the astral fire spear art, searching for the aura of a breakthrough with all his might. Rumble. Right at this moment, a muffled rumble sounded. Lu Ming was shocked and stopped cultivating. Rumble. The rumbling continued, even more intense than before. Moreover, even the ground began to tremble slightly. Roar. Roar. The roars of the demonic beasts could be heard. Afterward, Lu Ming saw many demonic beasts running away desperately, as if they had encountered something terrifying. Rumble. The trembling became louder, and the ground began to shake violently. Not good. Could it be a volcanic eruption? Let's go. Lu Ming's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Then, he turned around and ran outside in shock. Along the way, he saw at least a few hundred demonic beasts running from the depths to the periphery. 10 minutes later, Lu Ming ran to the periphery and stopped to look at the inner area. Boom! At this moment, an earth-shattering rumble sounded and the ground shook violently. Then, Lu Ming saw an unforgettable scene. A fiery red pillar of fire rushed out from a mountain peak like a fire dragon, as if it was about to soar into the sky. The pillar of fire rushed into the sky and then dispersed like extremely gorgeous fireworks. Thick smoke billowed and pillars of fire soared into the sky, illuminating the horizon red. Is this the power of a volcanic eruption? It was simply too powerful. When they gathered together and exploded, their power could break through the heavens and earth. This kind of power was simply too shocking. Was this the power of nature? Can human strength contend against it? Lu Ming stared blankly at the volcanic eruption in the distance. Fire? Gather? Erupt? Might? Lu Ming seemed to be in a trance. His eyes stared straight at the volcano in front of him as he muttered to himself. Following that, he involuntarily took a step forward and headed toward the central region. Boom! Boom! The volcano seemed to have accumulated too much energy, causing it to erupt continuously. Fiery red magma continued to erupt. The more Lu Ming walked towards the central region, the clearer he could see it. The might also became clearer. When Lu Ming reached the central region, he involuntarily brandished his long spear and practiced the astral fire spear technique. Flames, magma eruption, explode? Lu Ming's eyes suddenly lit up. He remembered the sixth move of the astral fire spear technique. The sixth move was called Explode. This move was extremely powerful, but he had never succeeded in practicing it. At this moment, he suddenly understood. Swish! The long spear suddenly pierced the ground. At the same time, the true chi in his body madly gathered at the tip of the spear. When the long spear pierced the ground, all the true chi suddenly erupted. Boom! The ground directly exploded, creating a large pit that was more than 2 meters in length and width and 1 meter in depth. What a strong power! Is this the Explode? Moreover, the astral fire spear technique has finally reached the third level. Lu Ming's face revealed a happy smile. Just now, not only did he successfully use the Explode, but the astral fire spear technique had also reached the third level. It's just that the consumption of true chi for this move is too terrifying. Lu Ming smiled helplessly. Just now, he had used up a third of his true chi when he had used the explosion move. It seemed that this move could not be used often and could only be used as a trump card. Then Lu Ming began to practice the astral fire spear technique again, but in less than 2 minutes, he stopped. No, it doesn't feel right. Compared to the volcano, I only comprehended the form, but not the soul, not the power. Lu Ming frowned and thought. Rumble. The volcano was still erupting, and there was a terrifying power. Just looking at it, there was a kind of fear. Yes, this power. I don't have this kind of power. Lu Ming's mind kept thinking, his eyes staring at the erupting volcano in the distance, as if he was stunned. After an unknown period of time, the eruption stopped, but he still stood there thinking. In his mind, there seemed to be a volcano that was constantly erupting. Unconsciously, the long spear in Lu Ming's hand began to dance, following the moves of the astral fire spear technique. Ho! The spear whistled. The long spear broke through the air. Lu Ming tirelessly practiced. Suddenly, Lu Ming raised his eyebrows, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Yes, the power of the volcano, the power of fire, is power. Boom! Lu Ming suddenly thrust out his spear. This spear was just an ordinary spear, not any move of the astral fire spear technique, but there was a mysterious power contained in it. Boom! This move stabbed the ground, and the ground suddenly exploded. Gravel splashed, and a big pit appeared. This big pit was no smaller than the one made by the explosion move. Power! This is power, the power of fire. Lu Ming's eyes were bright, and the joy in his heart was uncontrollable. This time, watching the eruption of the volcano, his harvest was too great. Not only did he have a breakthrough in the astral fire spear technique, but now he actually comprehended power. Everything in the world had power. Mountains had the power of mountains, majestic and magnificent. Water had the power of water, could stormy waves, and could also nurture vitality. Wind also had the power of wind, unstoppable and formless. Fire, of course, also had the power of fire, scorching and violent, destroying the world. Everything in the world had power. If a martial artist could comprehend and use it, they could erupt with incredible power. Just now, Lu Ming just casually thrust out his spear, and the power was actually comparable to the explosion move. Then, what if he added force when he used the explosion technique? How powerful would it be? Lu Ming was incomparably excited. He never thought that he could actually comprehend power, the power of fire. Not everyone could comprehend power. Only a small number of extremely talented geniuses could comprehend power. The number was shockingly small. Chapter 97. After that, Lu Ming continued to cultivate. 3 days later, Lu Ming stopped. I've completely grasped the power of fire, but my mastery is still very low. I've just started and need to constantly cultivate and comprehend it. Now it's time to go back. I've already been in the Lingnan fire domain for more than 40 days. There's less than a month left before the 4-month deadline. I can't go back on my word. This time, I'll definitely get on it. Yao Tianyu, just you wait. Out of habit, Lu Ming searched around and caught a demonic beast. Riding on it, he quickly headed back to the Mystic Essence Sword Sect. 5 days later, Lu Ming returned to the Mystic Essence Sword Sect. Senior brother Lu Ming, you're back. As soon as he entered the dormitory, he bumped into Pang Shi and Hua Qi walking out together. When Pang Shi saw Lu Ming, he revealed a happy smile. Big Stone, where are you going? Lu Ming asked curiously. Senior brother Lu Ming, you're back at the right time. There's going to be a show to watch. Feng Xinglia of the Xuanwu Academy is going to fight his 10th battle on the bronze platform today. If he wins this battle, there will be one more person on the bronze list. Pang Shi said excitedly. Feng Xinglia? Who's Feng Xinglia? Lu Ming was puzzled. No way. Lu Ming, you don't even know Feng Xinglia? Hua Qi looked at Lu Ming with disdain. Lu Ming smiled bitterly as he rubbed his nose and nodded. All right, I've lost to you. Hua Qi curled his lips speechlessly and said, Feng Xinglia is the newcomer king from a year ago. You haven't heard of him? The newcomer king from a year ago? Lu Ming's interest was immediately piqued. That's right, it's a newcomer king from a year ago. Therefore, this battle is very meaningful. It's the first batch of disciples from last year and this year's batch. The others haven't matured yet, so it attracted a lot of attention. Hua Qi explained. After what happened last time, Hua Qi's attitude towards him had completely changed. He no longer had a sour face all day long and said that he would defeat him in the future. Interesting. Let's go together. Lu Ming was filled with anticipation. How strong was the rookie king from a year ago? Moreover, he was on the bronze platform anyway. Immediately, the three of them rushed towards the bronze platform. The bronze platform was located in the middle of the four great academies. It was a battle platform. Huge spectator stands were built in all four directions of the bronze platform, enough to accommodate 100,000 people. When Lu Ming and the others arrived, the spectator stands around the bronze platform were already packed with people. At a rough estimate, there were at least tens of thousands of people. It's so lively. There are actually so many people here. Pang Shi widened his eyes and looked around. Lu Ming was also secretly amazed. The total number of bronze-level disciples in the four great academies was only slightly more than 50,000. This time around, no less than 30,000 people had come. It could be seen how sensational it was. Other than those who were out on missions or in seclusion, most of those who heard the news came. The three of them found a seat and sat down. Sounds of discussion came from all around. Do you think Feng Xianxia will succeed this time? His opponent is also a fierce person with a 9-win streak. In my opinion, Feng Xianxia will definitely win. Feng Xianxia was last year's rookie king. His talent is terrifyingly high. As the first disciple in the last two batches to enter the bronze list, he must have full confidence. I also think Feng Xianxia will win. Didn't you see him yesterday? He won all 9 matches in a row. His battle strength is terrifyingly strong. I don't think he even used his full strength. Winning 10 matches in a row is definitely not a problem. What I'm more concerned about is whether Feng Xianxia will continue to challenge after his victory. Continue to challenge? Then he will have to challenge the geniuses on the bronze list. If that's the case, then there will be a lot to see today. Not only this area, but around the bronze platform, there were similar discussions. Feng Xianxia, as the first disciple in the last 2 batches to enter the bronze list, naturally attracted a lot of attention. Previously, the people on the bronze list were all geniuses who joined the Mystic Essence Sword sect 2 years ago. For example, Yao Qianyu joined 2 years ago. Feng Xianxia is here. Suddenly, someone shouted. Then, the whole place quieted down. At the north entrance of the bronze platform, a young man in a yellow shirt walked over step by step. The young man looked ordinary, but he was very young. He seemed to be only 16 or 17 years old. He carried a long sword on his back and slowly walked up to the bronze platform. Then he stood there quietly. At this moment, a middle-aged man walked up to the bronze platform. This middle-aged man was the elder in charge of managing and hosting the bronze platform. He was also the judge. He would sort out the situation on the bronze platform and report it to the sect. Feng Xianxia, your opponent today is Sun Guang. Sun Guang, please come up to the platform. The middle-aged judge announced loudly. His voice spread throughout the whole place. Shush! As soon as the judge finished his words, a sound broke through the air. An 18 or 19-year-old young man leaped a few times. His body was as fast as lightning. He was even faster than Lu Ming's dragon snake steps. He reached the bronze platform in a flash, displaying an extremely advanced body art. So fast, if I were to fight with this kind of body art, I wouldn't even be able to react in time. Many people sighed. Sun Guang jumped onto the bronze platform and faced Feng Xianxia. Feng Xianxia, I didn't expect it to be a battle between the two of us. Haha, that's good too. As long as I win against you, I'll be able to enter the bronze list. Although you were the new king a year ago and have extraordinary talent, you are still too young. It's still too early to fight with me. Sun Guang laughed loudly. Someone said the same thing yesterday, but he couldn't even block one of my attacks. A faint voice came out from Feng Xianxia's mouth. He seemed to be very confident. Sun Guang's face suddenly darkened. I believe everyone knows the rules of the bronze platform. But here, I will repeat the rules. On the bronze platform, you're responsible for your own life and death. However, if one of you takes the initiative to admit defeat, the battle will end. The other person is not allowed to continue attacking. Violators will have their scores revoked. Also, other than the fact that you're not allowed to use pills to increase your battle strength, you are allowed to use any other methods. Now let the battle begin. The middle-aged judge announced loudly and stepped aside. Shush! As soon as the middle-aged judge finished his words, Sun Guang's body flashed and rushed towards Feng Xinglia. His speed was much faster than when he was on the platform. Lunar Shadow Diffraction Sword. Slash. When he was 10 meters away from Feng Xinglia, Sun Guang leaped high into the air and swung his long sword. Streaks of fine, crescent-like sword chi slashed towards Feng Xinglia. Such a powerful sword art. This is definitely the 6th level of a superior yellow rank martial skill. Someone near Lu Ming couldn't help but cheer. Lu Ming's gaze flickered slightly. He could tell that Sun Guang had not only cultivated his superior yellow-level swordplay to the 6th level, but his movement technique was also at the 6th level of superior yellow level. Moreover, his cultivation was also at the peak of the 9th level of the martial master realm. In addition to the bloodline eruption, his battle strength was very strong. You're tuning into the Eternal Immortal Ballad YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.